Chapter 620. 620 Law of Inscription. Let's try to inscribe an inscription. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes. He began to think of various ways to inscribe level 1 inscriptions. In his mind, there were more than 3 million ways to inscribe level 1 inscriptions given to him by Dandan. Every one of them was different. Inscriptions were like traces of nature, extremely mysterious. After a moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. The mental energy fire circulated between his fingers and he began to inscribe in the void. As his fingertips swept across, a mysterious pattern appeared in the void. On it there was a burning aura. This was a level 1 inscription of heat. Buzz! The runes of heat flew out and were engraved on the wall. Then, Lu Ming waved his finger and another inscription appeared in the void. This time, it was filled with a cold aura. This was a level 1 inscription, the inscription of cold. With a flick of his finger, the cold rune flew out and was engraved on the wall. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and his mental energy fire circulated. His fingers kept moving in the air and runes flew out continuously, shining with all kinds of brilliance. Whoa, success, it's still a success. It's a complete success. How abnormal. On his shoulder, Dandan's turtle eyes were wide open, looking dumbfounded. Lu Ming had lit 10 spirit lamps in the first stage. It was definitely easy for him to inscribe level 1 inscriptions. It knew this in its heart. However, it was Lu Ming's first time inscribing an inscription. Not only was his speed terrifyingly fast, but he also had a 100% success rate. This was too abnormal. From what he knew, even if he lit 10 spirit lamps, it should not be so abnormal. Could it be that this guy is a genius in inscription? Dandan thought in her heart. Haha, awesome, awesome. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had a feeling that he was completely in control. He felt extremely comfortable. As he waved his fingers, the speed of inscribing became faster and faster. In the end, only an illusion could be seen waving and moving in the air. A series of runes that were shimmering with light flew out. Lu Ming only stopped after half an hour. Brat, you seem to be very proud. Let me tell you, what are you proud of now? You are still far from it. At the sight of Lu Ming's smug and carefree expression, Dandan was unhappy and deliberately attacked him. Oh! Lu Ming was stunned. I'm telling you, the inscription you just inscribed is only a single level 1 inscription. If you want to refine weapons, refine pills, or even inscribe inscription arrays, you need to combine many kinds of inscriptions. Countless level 1 inscriptions need to be combined, even low-level and high-level inscriptions need to be combined. It is countless times more complicated than inscribing a single inscription. Boy, you still have a lot to learn. Also, do you think that your inscription speed is very fast? Let me tell you, many true inscription blacksmiths can inscribe inscriptions in an instant. They can inscribe inscriptions with a raise of their hands. They are many times faster than you. Dandan spared no effort to attack Lu Ming. Not bad, I'm still far from it. When I have time, I need to practice more. Lu Ming nodded. It was rare for him to say something like that. No, it was turtle language. Dandan placed her hands behind her back and nodded, looking like a promising child. However, deep down, she was still shocked by Lu Ming's earlier actions. What it said was something that others had to slowly master through countless efforts. Who could master it overnight? Lu Ming's speed was already extremely shocking. Kid, try the meditation now and you'll know how amazing it is. Dandan said. All right. Lu Ming could not wait to try it out. He closed his eyes and activated the meditation of the underworld. For a long time, Lu Ming felt as if he was on a mental journey, floating in the endless universe. Suddenly, a large river appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was unknown how wide and how long this river was. It was extremely vast and filled with an ancient aura. Lu Ming felt that this big river had a strong attraction to him, attracting him to approach it. Lu Ming slowly flew over and into the river. What is this? At this moment, Lu Ming realized that he had turned into a ball of fire, a ball of earth core flowing flame. The river was filled with endless mental fire, which was also the fire of inscription. Endless. The spirit fire of this river was endless. It was the color of chaos. Endless. The geocentric flowing flame that Lu Ming had transformed into floated in the air. All around him, wisps of mental energy fire gathered toward the geocentric flowing flame. At this moment, Lu Ming had a clear feeling that his mental energy fire was slowly growing stronger. It's so wonderful. Lu Ming sighed. A moment later, he had an idea and the river disappeared. The underground cave was still in front of him. Amazing, I can feel that the yellow mind fire in my sixth mind lamp is more robust. Lu Ming muttered. Kid, did you see a huge river? Dandan asked. That's right. What's that? Lu Ming asked curiously. He realized that he knew too little. He did not understand this world at all. There are many laws in the world which represent the heavenly Tao. The river you see is the law of inscription, a supreme law with endless power of inscription. If you run the meditation, you can successfully communicate with the law of inscription and obtain the power of inscription to strengthen your spiritual fire. Your fire seed is the core flowing flame. With the addition of the underworld god visualization, I estimate that I'll absorb quite a lot of inscription power. In the future, you can use this to cultivate and improve your mental fire. Dandan explained. Oh, I seem to have heard that this isn't how most inscription masters raise their mental fire. Lu Ming said. Nonsense, of course not. There are usually two ways for an inscriber to improve their mental fire, Dandan pouted. The first is through weapon refinement, pill refinement, inscription formation, etc., constant practice and constant use of the mental fire. This is equivalent to tempering the mental fire. The more it is tempered, the more the mental fire can be improved. However, the speed of improvement is extremely slow. Most of the inscription masters you've seen use this method to improve. There's another way, which is through refining weapons and elixirs. Those are refining weapons and elixirs beyond one's level. For example, if a level 1 inscriber refines a level 2 spirit weapon, the law of inscription will drop the power of inscription and increase his mental energy. Of course, if he refines a high-quality spirit weapon or elixir of the same level, such as supreme grade or peerless grade spirit weapons, the law of inscription will also drop the power of inscription. It can be done like this. Lu Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. Of course, there's another way, and that's the mental fire cultivation method. It can directly communicate with the inscription laws and absorb the power of the inscription. This way, the speed will be countless times faster. However, mental fire cultivation methods are too rare. Any low-level mental fire cultivation method will cause a frenzy when it's introduced. A low-level mental fire cultivation method can create a powerful inscription force. As for the underworld god visualization, it's the top cultivation method of mind fire. Now you know how precious it is. Dandan said proudly. Lu Ming was also secretly amazed. Chapter 621. 621 Rapid Progress. Wait a minute, spirit weapons and medicinal pills, aren't high grade the strongest? Why are there supreme grade and peerless grade ones? Lu Ming suddenly thought of this problem. Bullshit, that's because those inscription masters are useless. They can only make top-grade weapons. That's why I said that your spear is a waste. If you let that old man make it, he can only make top-grade level 6 weapons. If it were a true inscription master, he could at least make supreme-grade weapons. Dandan said with disdain. I see. Lu Ming nodded. Suddenly his expression changed. Someone's coming down, we should leave. Lu Ming could sense that someone was coming down from above. After the earth core flowing flame was absorbed by Lu Ming, the heat disappeared. The heaven and earth spiritual energy in the earth cave was dozens of times richer than before. Naturally, it aroused the curiosity of others and it was normal for them to come down to explore. Lu Ming did not want to cause a commotion and had no intention of showing himself. His figure flashed, turning into a ray of light and rushing upward. He walked past a few young men, but they did not notice him at all. Soon, Lu Ming exited the Earth Aeon cave and arrived at the palace where he found the flower pool. He then told Hua Qi about the Earth Cave. When Hua Qi heard this, he was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. There was actually a spiritual eye under the Earth Cave. With this as a foundation, the Blazing Sun Empire would definitely have more and more experts in the future, and its national strength would also become stronger. Hua Qi immediately sent experts to seal the Earth Cave and then considered how to use it. Lu Ming chatted with Hua Qi for a while and left him some pills and secret manuals. Then he left the imperial capital and returned to the Lu family. From then on, Lu Ming's daily schedule was packed. Apart from comprehending the thunder mentality and cultivating the dragon god's 3 unique skills, he practiced inscription, the underworld god visualization, and improving his spirit fire. Time flew by, and 2 months had passed. It had been almost 3 months since the great battle with the sacred constellation. In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects. The dragon god's 3 absolutes had already reached perfection and had been cultivated to the 6th level. He had also cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to the 4th step. Its power was equivalent to the 6th level of the heaven-level superior grade martial technique, which was equivalent to the 6th level of the dragon god's 3 absolutes. In addition, the 3 types of heaven and earth concepts were all at the great circle of level 1. Lu Ming's current combat strength was several times stronger than when he was fighting against the sacred constellation. Now, when he was up against the Holy Star, even without the help of the inscription formation, Lu Ming could easily defeat the Holy Star. Of course, the sacred constellation would also improve and not remain stagnant. This was another matter. As for the thunder concept, it had also improved greatly and was infinitely close to level 2. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the 2nd rank. It could not be done in a short time. There was a huge chasm between the 1st level intent realm and the 2nd level intent realm, and it was very difficult to cross. The fastest improvement was still the Tao of inscription. After 2 months of cultivation, Lu Ming had successfully lit up another spirit lamp. 7 yellow flames of the spirit color were burning fiercely. He was about to light up the 8th lamp. However, at every level, the higher the level, the harder it was to light up the spirit lamp. The first few spirit lamps were the easiest to light up. Lu Ming's speed of inscribing inscriptions had reached a terrifying level. On a mountain peak a few hundred miles away from Fiery Wind City, Lu Ming had been cultivating the Tao of inscription on this mountain peak. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he stomped on the mountain peak. With every step he took, runes would appear, emitting a bright light. Abnormal, abnormal. In a short 2 months, he has actually cultivated inscription to this level, this abnormal. On a blue stone at the side, Dandan was lazily lying on the bluestone mountain, basking in the sun. She was still chewing a spirit herb in her mouth, and as she chewed, she was wailing in her heart. After 2 months, Lu Ming had finally reached the stage where he could inscribe inscriptions with his hands and feet. If it were anyone else, without 10 to 20 years of bitter cultivation, it was absolutely impossible. No wonder Dandan was wailing endlessly. Kid, you've barely passed the test after cultivating to this stage. When you become a 5th rank inscriber and your spiritual power can communicate with the power of heaven and earth, you'll be able to burst out with a terrifying attack. She would not admit that Lu Ming was perverted and would attack him. Otherwise, how could it maintain its lofty status? However, it had never been high and mighty in Lu Ming's heart. Let's go back. Lu Ming walked over, pinched Dandan's head, and threw it on his shoulder. Kid, if you dare to pinch my head again, I'm not done with you, I'm not done with you. Dandan shouted hysterically. Lu Ming pursed his lips and rose into the air, preparing to return to the Lu family. At this moment, a strong sense of danger spread from his heart. His skin instantly tightened. In the sky, countless wind blades cut through the air and fell down on him. They were extremely sharp. Boom! Without any hesitation, he used his 3 intense and true essence. Hundreds of spear lights shot out and clashed with the wind blades. Bang! Bang! In the sky, the sound of explosions rang out and the force shot out in all directions, destroying the mountain forest. Buzz! At this moment, a huge black wind blade fell from the sky. Wherever the wind blade passed, the space trembled violently, splitting apart like water waves. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and a 3-colored true dragon flew out, clashing with the huge wind blade. The space trembled, and the wind blade and the 3-colored true dragon disappeared. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Although Lu Ming had not broken through to the peak tier king level, his combat strength was definitely unrivaled among kings. Now, the person above his head actually had combat strength that was not weaker than his. Could it be a great expert of the spiritual ocean tier? No, he didn't feel the boundless aura of the spiritual ocean tier, so he shouldn't be in the spiritual ocean tier. Who's there? You're so sneaky, get out here. Lu Ming turned into a spear's gleam and rushed upwards. He thrust his spear forward and a dazzling spear's gleam soared into the sky. Buzz! At this moment, the space trembled. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force acting on his body. It was as if his weight had suddenly increased by tens or even hundreds of times. But it was different from gravity. Lu Ming felt immense pressure on his body. He seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. All around him, the sound of air being torn apart rang out. Countless wind blades cut through the air and slashed at him. No, this wasn't a type of wind blade. Although it was similar, it was more wondrous and more dangerous than wind blades. Interesting. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The aura on his body grew stronger. Just now, Lu Ming did not use his full strength. His true essence circulated rapidly, and 3 intents wrapped around his body. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming turned upside down and took 4 steps forward. Boom! Boom! The heavens and earth went berserk, and the space trembled. Lu Ming broke through the terrifying pressure. He rushed into the sky and pointed his long spear. On a cloud, a graceful figure stood facing the wind. Chapter 622. 622 Goodbye, Xianxia. This woman was wearing a black gauze dress. She was extremely beautiful and had the looks to topple cities and countries. She blinked her big eyes and stared at Lu Ming without blinking. Small, little Qing. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the woman. He was overjoyed. This stunning woman was actually Xianxia, who had disappeared for more than a year. She had actually appeared here now. He almost thought that he was dreaming. Whoa, what a beautiful woman. He even forgot to chew the spiritual herb as he stared at it with wide eyes. Lu Ming, I thought I'd left you far behind. Not bad. I haven't seen you for a while and you haven't been left behind. Xianxia's crisp voice came out of his mouth. Little Qing, where have you been all this time? Lu Ming flew over. He was also very shocked. He had already sensed that Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak tier king realm. This was too terrifying. It must be noted that Lu Ming had many fortuitous encounters during this period of time, especially in the heaven realm. He had obtained a large number of profound meaning crystals and an incredible item like the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. This allowed Lu Ming's cultivation to soar all the way to the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm. However, Xianxia's cultivation was 1 level higher than his, reaching the peak tier king level. His combat strength was also extremely terrifying, much stronger than the Holy Star realm. In the short exchange just now, Lu Ming did not use his full strength, but Xianxia might not have. How did she cultivate? What's wrong? Did you miss me? Xianxia stared at Lu Ming with his big eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Of course, you and I have been husband and wife for a long time. When you suddenly disappeared, of course I missed you. I couldn't eat or drink at all and couldn't sleep at night. Lu Ming said with a smile. Damn, who's an old couple with you? Humph. You're taking advantage of me the moment we meet. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Her smiling face was flushed, but deep in her eyes, she was also very happy. It's been so long since we last met. Little Qing, seriously, where did you go? His cultivation level was actually this strong? If I didn't work hard, I would have been surpassed by you this time. Lu Ming asked curiously. AI. Xianxia sighed and said, I went to a place I didn't want to go, so I found a chance to come out. Oh, did you miss me and come out to find me? Lu Ming chuckled. Who's missing you? Dream on. Xianxia's face turned red again and he glared at Lu Ming. Shameless, this guy is shameless. Beauty, don't listen to him. This guy says this every time he sees a beauty. At this time, Dandan cried out, her pair of black eyes darting around. This little turtle? Lu Ming, when did you raise a little turtle? It's quite cute, isn't it? Xianxia looked at Dandan with his big eyes. Ah, beauty, listen carefully. I'm not an ordinary turtle. I'm the head of the top 10 battle beasts. My combat strength is unparalleled. I'm proficient in astronomy, geography, and the Tao of inscription. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. It just so happens that I'm lacking a servant girl. Nest, kid, what are you doing? Dandan put her hands behind her back and looked very smug. Before she could finish her words, she was slapped back by Lu Ming. Brat, you dare to slap me? Preposterous. I'll bite. Dandan glared at Lu Ming and bared her teeth. Suddenly, she pounced on Lu Ming, wanting to bite his finger. Lu Ming pinched Dandan's head with his fingers and lifted it in the air. Dandan's short limbs kept struggling in the air, and her eyes were about to spit fire. Seeing that it was about time, Lu Ming put Dandan down. Ah, kid, you're finished, you're completely finished. You actually dare to pinch this lord's head, you're finished. Dandan shouted nonstop. Sigh, I don't have many spirit herbs recently. I have to use them sparingly. Lu Ming sighed. Dandan's scream stopped abruptly, her eyes were wide open, and her turtle shell was moving up and down, obviously angry. Giggle. Xianxia laughed hysterically. Your pet turtle is really interesting. Xianxia laughed. Beauty, I'm not a pet. I'm fighting for the top 10. Before it could finish its sentence, Lu Ming took out a level 5 spiritual herb and threw it to it. It immediately shut up. Little Qing, how did you find me? Lu Ming asked. It wasn't easy to find you. I first went to the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and sparred with that old man Mu Zheng. That old man was stubborn and didn't say anything at first. Later on, when Jian Fengyun recognized me, that old man then said that you had returned to the Blazing Sun Empire. So, I came to find you. I first found Hua Qi and he said that you were in the Lu clan. I came to the Lu clan and happened to see you here. Xianxia explained. Lu Ming laughed bitterly and mourned for Mu Zheng. It seemed like Xianxia had caused a lot of trouble in the Eastern Palace. Let's go back to the Lu family first. My parents miss you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Why do your parents miss me? Xianxia's lips curved into a smile, his eyes clear like autumn water. After 2 years, Xianxia was almost 20 years old. He was even more beautiful than before. The curves of her body were amazing. She had lost some of her youth and had a bit more mature charm. She was shockingly beautiful. She seemed to be even more beautiful than Mulan and Qiuyu. The two of them walked side by side toward the Lu clan. Lu Ming and Xianxia landed in the courtyard of the Lu family's manor. Father, mother, I'm back. Lu Ming shouted. Ming-er is back. 2 figures walked out of the room. They were none other than Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. After more than 2 months, Lu Yuntian's cultivation base had completely recovered to the martial grandmaster realm. It had even surpassed his previous cultivation base and had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 7th grade martial grandmaster realm. Destruction before establishment. Lu Yuntian's talent had always been very high. After experiencing so many things over the years, his heart of martial Tao had become strong and firm. His comprehension of martial Dao had also become very deep. Naturally, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, Lu Yuntian had comprehended the force of fire a few days ago. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's gazes swept across Lu Ming, then landed on Xianxia. The two of them were stunned at first, but then they were overjoyed. "Miss Xianxia, it's Miss Xianxia!" Li Ping shouted. "Xianxia greets uncle and auntie. Congratulations, uncle, for recovering your cultivation." Xianxia saluted. He could tell at a glance that Lu Yuntian's cultivation had recovered. "Haha, Miss Xianxia, you don't have to be so polite. Long time no see. I'll ask someone to prepare a banquet to welcome you back." Lu Yuntian burst out laughing. "Thank you, uncle." Xianxia said. Why are you so polite this time?" Lu Ming looked at Xianxia in surprise. She had never been so polite in the past. Xianxia blushed and glared at Lu Ming. "None of your business." "Haha." Lu Yuntian burst out laughing. Li Ping's eyes scanned Xianxia's body from top to bottom, looking extremely satisfied. Soon, the banquet was served. The four of them sat down and chatted while eating. Chapter 623. 623 Chaotic Astral Ocean. A day later, Lu Ming and Xianxia were standing side by side on Emerald Cloud Peak outside Fiery Wind City. "Lu Ming, what are your plans after this?" Xianxia asked. "Leave the Tianxian region and go to the vaster world to train and gain experience. Do you want to come with me?" Lu Ming's gaze was deep and seemed to be able to penetrate through space and look into the distance. His eyes were filled with anticipation. After all, the Tianxian region was too small. The outside world was more exciting. On the list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory, there was only one saint planet in the Tianxian region, and it was ranked at the bottom. What about the other heaven's favorites? How powerful was he? How graceful was she? Lu Ming wanted to see how he could become stronger by clashing with those peerless talents. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the corners of Xianxia's lips curled up slightly. He smiled and said, "Sure, of course I'm going with you. I haven't even fulfilled the promise I made to myself." "Promise? What promise?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "Of course I'm going to defeat you and trample you under my feet. You can't run away." Xianxia chuckled. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This girl still remembered this. How long had it been? It seems that women are really narrow-minded. They hold grudges too much. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. However, he still felt a sense of urgency. Xianxia's improvement was too shocking. If he had been a little slower, he would have been surpassed by Xianxia. Moreover, during the time that Xianxia disappeared, the martial arts technique that he cultivated had changed again. It seemed to be even more amazing. Where did she go? Should she barge into a secret place or return to her own home? If she's from her own family, then her family background must be very shocking. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and pondered. However, Xianxia obviously didn't want to talk about her family background, so he didn't ask. "What are you looking at?" Xianxia rolled his eyes at him, then his eyes flashed as if he remembered something. "Lu Ming, did you find the secret of the martial emperor's treasure that your father told you about?" "You mean this?" A jade sword the length of a finger appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Xianxia's eyes lit up. A jade sword the length of a finger appeared in his hand. It was almost identical to the one in Lu Ming's hand. Buzz. Buzz. The two of them poured their Zhenyuan into the jade swords at the same time. The jade swords glowed, and a map appeared on each of the jade swords. On the map, there was a route that led to a destination. The two of them had the same destination. "It seems like there are quite a lot of these jade swords," Lu Ming said. "As far as I know, this jade sword should be the key to the martial emperor's treasure. There should be 9 of them, and they are scattered all over the Eastern Barren Territory. Only when all 9 of them are gathered can we find the key to the martial emperor's treasure." Xianxia said. 9? Then we only have 2. It seems that we have no chance of getting the martial emperor's treasure. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. No, 9. 8 of them have already been born. Xianxia said. 8 swords? How did you know? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming, don't you study this jade sword? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming, speechless. Ahem, I didn't really study it. Lu Ming coughed awkwardly. He indeed hadn't studied it much. Before, he had been focused on improving his cultivation with the goal of defeating the sacred constellation. After that, he had been focused on studying the Tao of inscription and hadn't really studied the jade sword. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming speechlessly. Look, on the hilt of this jade sword, aren't there a few faint inscriptions? Lu Ming looked at it seriously and he really saw some faint inscriptions. There are 9 inscriptions on it, which represent 9 keys. Now, 8 of them are shining, which means that 8 keys have already been born and are in the hands of different people. And this map points to the end point. It's in the chaotic astral ocean. I reckon that the other people who have obtained the key will definitely rush to the chaotic astral ocean. Go directly to the chaotic astral ocean? Xianxia said. Chaotic astral ocean. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The chaotic astral ocean is extremely famous in the eastern barren territory. It was an inland sea, vast and boundless, more than 10 times larger than the Tianxian region. The chaotic astral ocean is filled with islands scattered like stars. Countless martial arts experts live in these waters. As its name suggested, Riot referred to the chaotic inland sea where countless evil people gathered. This was because this place was not the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, or the Sky Demon Valley. Even the Overlord forces would find it hard to conquer this place. Therefore, all the experts who have offended these Overlord forces hide in the chaotic astral ocean. No one will be able to find them. In addition, there are countless big and small powers in the chaotic astral ocean, making this area extremely chaotic and full of killing. It's common for people to draw their blades and kill people if they don't agree with each other. You're not afraid, are you? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming with a half-smile. The chaotic astral ocean is just what I want. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming had the bloodline of the 9 dragons. This place was most suitable for him. All right, when do you plan to set off? We'll set off in 2 days. He had been back for a few months. It was time to leave. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and Xianxia bade farewell to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Although the couple was a little reluctant to part, they were happy to have Xianxia and Lu Ming go out and explore. Only by adventuring together could they quickly increase their relationship, right? Buzz. Buzz. 2 rainbow lights streaked across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Their speed was unbelievably fast, and they arrived at Tianxian City in a few days. Given Lu Ming's current reputation, it was not an easy task to take the inter-province transportation array. 2 days later, Lu Ming and Xianxia stepped into the inter-province transportation portal. The inter-province transportation formation formed a huge whirlpool. With a flash of light, the 2 of them disappeared from the altar. The Cloud Peak area is a large area close to the chaotic astral ocean, and its territory is extremely vast. However, in this region, the power of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace did not cover the sky with one hand. Several powerful forces had established their own forces here, such as the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Heavenly Demon Valley. They had also set up inter-province transportation formations. If you want to go to the chaotic astral ocean, you can only teleport here first and then fly there. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia had one more thing to do before they reached the chaotic astral ocean. To be precise, Xianxia wanted to seize a treasure from a force in the Yunfeng region. The inter-province transportation formation in the Ditian Divine Palace of the Yunfeng region flashed and 2 figures appeared. They were Lu Ming and Xianxia. Whoa, this fee is too expensive. Lu Ming's heart ached as he shouted. The distance between the Tianxian region and the Yunfeng region was 23 large regions. The teleportation fee was 1.5 million supreme spiritual crystals per person. The two of them had a total of 3 million supreme spiritual crystals. In order to show that Lu Ming was a man, he had to pay out of his own pocket. In the end, he felt a great heartache. Now, he was only left with more than 3 million supreme spiritual crystals. It looks like I'll have to find a way to get some supreme-grade spirit crystals. Otherwise, I won't even have enough to use, let alone break through to peak-tier king. Lu Ming thought to himself. Chapter 624. 624 Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. The two of them left the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and turned into 2 rays of light, heading west. The Cloud Sea Elixir Academy was extremely famous in the Yunfeng region. It was an extremely famous force other than the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and a few other overlord forces. This force mainly focused on alchemy. They were very famous for their alchemy skills, and the pills they made were also sought after by many. Most importantly, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution had a good reputation and reputation. Every month, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy would open its doors. Warriors who liked alchemy could enter the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy and study there for 3 months. In these 3 months, the alchemy masters of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy would impart their experience and alchemy skills. Everything was free. It was because of this that the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution was able to survive under the influence of the overlords. It was also able to live a comfortable life and become stronger. Their goal was to go to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy and take one of their treasures, the Heavenly Demon Fruit. Cough cough. It doesn't seem very good for us to snatch other people's treasures for no reason. On the way, Lu Ming coughed a few times. Lu Ming was a man of principle. Unless it was an enemy, he would not snatch someone else's treasure for no reason. Furthermore, this power had a good reputation. I'm doing this for the people. Do you really think the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution is as good as the rumors say? That's just a trick the people of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy used to deceive the world. I've already investigated clearly. The things that the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy has done in the dark can be said to be infuriating to both man and God. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light. What do you mean? Lu Ming said. Follow me, I'll take you to see. Xianxia said. The two of them flew and a few days passed in a flash. They were already within the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy's sphere of influence. The two of them landed on a mountain range and walked forward. There was a small town in front of them. Most of the residents were ordinary people, but there were also a few low-level martial artists. The two of them strolled around the town. How is it? Did you see anything? Xianxia asked. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the room and his brows furrowed even more. The people in this town are very strange. Most of them don't have much vitality, especially the children. Lu Ming said. That's right. Do you know why? Xianxia asked. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. During this period of time, he had made great progress in the Tao of inscription. Naturally, his vision was different. He thought of a possibility. Before Lu Ming could say anything, Xianxia had already started explaining. That's because the people from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution often come here and secretly extract the innate blood qi of the babies. When the babies are born, the acquired qi is not strong, so the innate blood qi is the most useful. They use the innate blood qi to make pills. As a result, the babies who have their innate blood qi extracted will not live past 30 years old when they grow up. It's enough for the people of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy to live to 30 years old. They've already married and had children. Their children will end up the same way. Perhaps in the eyes of the people of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, these ordinary people are just some animals they raise or some human-shaped spiritual herbs. Beast? A human-shaped spirit herb? Lu Ming's heart trembled. A cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. If that was the case, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution was a group of greedy demons and scumbags. It's not just this town. All the remote towns and villages within 1,000,000 miles of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy are in a similar situation. Most of these villagers are ordinary people. The strongest are only warriors. They haven't traveled too far in their lives. They think that people will die at about 30 years old. Xianxia sneered. Lu Ming's expression was extremely gloomy. These people could have lived to 80 or 90 years old, but because their khanate blood qi had been extracted when they were babies, their lifespans had been greatly reduced. They thought that everyone could only live to 30 years old. How sad was this? The Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy does far more than this in the dark. They use this infant's blood and qi to concoct pills and then sell them at a high price to some martial artists in the chaotic astral ocean who practice evil techniques, making a huge profit. Xianxia explained. He seemed to have investigated the Cloud Sea Elixir dispensary very thoroughly. Let's go. I'd like to meet this Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes had disappeared. However, his tone was very cold. The Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy was located on a magnificent mountain range. It was as beautiful as a fairyland, with a magnificent atmosphere and dense spiritual qi. The Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution was actually a family called the Yun family. Because they often opened their doors and taught alchemy to others, they were later called the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. It was said that the head of the Yun family was a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Of course, Lu Ming and the rest could not just charge in like this. They planned to sneak in and check out the situation first. In the past few days, the Cloud Sea City in front of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy's gate had become lively. This was because the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy opened its doors every month to impart the art of alchemy. Warriors from all over the Yunfeng region who were interested in alchemy had gathered here. There were even people from other regions. The two of them came at the right time. Tomorrow was the opening day of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, so the two of them started to stroll around the Cloud Sea City. Along the way, it attracted the attention of many passers-by. It was mainly due to Xianxia's beauty. Such a beautiful woman was rare in the world. Young lady, are you also going to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy to learn alchemy? A slender and handsome young man walked over and asked with a smile. His eyes were fixed on Xianxia, revealing a trace of passion. Xianxia glanced at him coldly and did not answer. Miss, I am Gu Huaxiu, the young master of the Gu family. This must be your first time in Cloud Sea City, right? If you don't mind, I'm willing to show you around Cloud Sea City. The young man continued, revealing his family background as he stared at Xianxia without blinking. As for Lu Ming, he had completely ignored him. Get lost. Xianxia frowned and coldly spat out a word. Gu Huaxiu's face darkened. Xianxia actually told him to get lost. There had never been a woman who dared to speak to him like this. With a wave of his sleeve, Gu Huaxiu strode away. Before he left, Gu Huaxiu shot Lu Ming a murderous look. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and was completely speechless. He didn't even say a word and was directly implicated. However, he knew Xianxia well. When the young man came up to greet him, he already knew that this would be the result. The two of them continued to walk around for a while. They found a restaurant to have a meal and then found an inn to rest. The next day, it was time for the opening of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Lu Ming and Xianxia left the Cloud Sea City and headed for the institution. It was easy to enter the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. You just had to fill in some basic information. Lu Ming discovered that there were about a few hundred people who had entered the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution to study. Chapter 625. 625 Yun Haitang. Everyone, you will be studying alchemy in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy for 3 months. You should all have the basics of alchemy. At that time, there will be an alchemy teacher in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy who will teach you. Of course, you can also exchange ideas with the teacher. A skinny middle-aged man appeared in front of the crowd and introduced them loudly. It's still early, so I'll show you the front yard of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. There are some finished pills there, so you can learn from each other," the middle-aged man said. Then he led everyone to the back. Everyone followed closely behind. Lu Ming looked around and realized that there were hundreds of them. There were men, women, old and young. It was very diverse, and they came from all over the world. The crowd followed the middle-aged man and walked around the front yard. The front yard was very large and was formed by several huge peaks. There were palaces and pavilions everywhere, and a faint medicinal fragrance could be smelled. In some places, there were even medicine fields with all kinds of spiritual herbs growing on them. These herb fields were all guarded by specialized people. These people were either skilled in the water or wood concepts. They were the most suitable people to cultivate spirit herbs. Lu Ming, there should be an assessment later to test your alchemy skills. Are you sure you can do it? Xianxia asked in a low voice. It's fine, right? Lu Ming said. In the Tao of inscription, there were different preferences, and there were also a few major branches, such as those that were inclined to refining weapons, alchemy, or inscriptions and formations. However, they all had one thing in common, which was that one needed to use mental fire and inscriptions. During this period of time, Lu Ming's inscription had no problems at all. The number of inscriptions from level 1 to level 3 that he had mastered was enough to make those old monsters who had studied inscriptions for hundreds or thousands of years feel ashamed. However, alchemy not only required inscriptions, but also the identification of spiritual herbs and the prescription. In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had learned more than 10 of the most common pill refining methods from Dandan. He had refined them when he had the time, and his skills were quite good. As long as it was not too difficult to refine the pills, Lu Ming believed that it would be okay. Really? Xianxia was skeptical. In her impression, Lu Ming was a pure martial artist and did not cultivate the inscription Tao to assist him. Have you ignited your spirit fire? Xianxia asked. It was ignited a few months ago. Lu Ming answered honestly. How many months has it been? Xianxia pouted. However, the good thing was that even if he failed later on, he would not be chased out. He could still stay and study, but the treatment would be different. The group crossed a small bridge over a flowing river, walked past the pavilions, and followed the middle-aged man to a large hall. The moment everyone arrived at the main hall, they could smell the medicinal fragrance. In the hall, there were chilaviers. On the chilaviers, there were some small jade boxes with pills on them. These pills were refined by the disciples of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. You can take a look and compare it with your own alchemy skills. The middle-aged man said. Everyone began to look around in the hall. Lu Ming and Xianxia were also watching. The medicinal pills here ranged from level 1 to level 4. Each pill was full of color, round, and had a medicinal fragrance that made one feel comfortable all over. On the surface of many of the pills, there were fine inscriptions engraved on them, making them look very beautiful. Golden Crow Pill, Essence Enhancing Pill, Wood Returning Pill. Lu Ming saw at least dozens of different types of pills. These pills are full and round, and their purity is very high. It's a pity that the inscriptions are still a little lacking, causing the fusion of the spiritual herbs to not reach a perfect stage. The medicinal effects are also a little lacking. Lu Ming picked up a vitality pill and looked at it. He muttered as he looked at it. This is still lacking? Is that true? At the side, Xianxia was speechless. Lu Ming had only been in contact with the Tao of inscription for a few months. Could he really tell the quality of these pills? You're really full of yourself. Most of these pills were made by the elite disciples of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Each one is full and the inscriptions are very profound. Each one of these pills is of high quality. Even if I were to make them, I would only be a little better than this. What do you know? A sarcastic voice was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in a blue robe sneering at him. This blue-robed young man was Gu Huaxiu, the one who tried to hit on Xianxia but was rejected. Then, Gu Huaxiu turned to Xianxia and said, Miss, your friend is really nothing much. He only knows how to talk big and has no real talent. Miss, I advise you to stay away from him as soon as possible. Xianxia glanced at Gu Huaxiu and said, What does it matter to you who I'm with? You really don't know what a good person's heart is like. A fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Gu Huaxiu snorted coldly and walked away. Lu Ming was a little speechless. This brother was really sick. Everyone watched in the hall for a while. After about half an hour, the middle-aged man said, All right, it's almost time. You guys can come with me. The group followed the middle-aged man to a square. Look, Miss Yun Haitang is here. At this moment, someone pointed at the sky and shouted. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and saw 3 figures approaching. In the middle, there was a young woman. This woman looked to be in her 20s and was extremely beautiful. She wore a tight red chiffon dress that outlined her impressive figure. This was a stunning beauty. Most men would be moved by her. 2 elders stood beside the woman. They exuded a powerful aura. A late-stage king tier. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that the 2 elders were both at the level of a king's tier. However, the young woman was obviously the leader of the 3. The 3 of them landed on the square, and the crowd was in an uproar. Most of the men, regardless of their age, were staring at Yun Haitang with burning eyes. I didn't expect that Miss Yun Haitang would receive us in person this time. Is she going to exchange alchemy knowledge with us this time? That's great. It is said that Miss Yun Haitang is not only the most beautiful woman in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, but also the most skilled alchemist among the younger generation. Her alchemy skills are already extremely profound, surpassing many of the older generation. This time, I must have a good experience to learn from her. Hey, I think you're just pretending to ask for advice. You're really trying to get close to Miss Yun Haitang, aren't you? You're already so old, but you still don't have any self-respect. So what if I'm older? You can still have spring when you're older. The scene was noisy. These stinky men. At the scene, some of the women looked at the men with disdain. How is it? Isn't she beautiful? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and asked. It's very beautiful. Lu Ming smiled. Xianxia's lips began to curl up. However, compared to you, I'm still far from it. Lu Ming continued. Chapter 626. 626 Pill Refining Assessment. Xianxia's face turned red as a faint smile appeared on his face. However, if she's really in charge of leading our group, we can start with her. Xianxia continued. Oh, what do you mean? Lu Ming was a little curious. The 2 of them were speaking via voice transmission, so no one else could hear them. I've asked around. Some of the important treasures of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy are hidden in an underground cave in the back mountain. However, the underground cave is full of inscription arrays. Only the inscription tokens refined by the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy can enter. There are only 10 such tokens in the entire Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, and all of them are with some important figures of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. Most of the important people are in seclusion, so we can't find them at all. But as far as I know, Yun Haitang has an inscription token. As long as we get the token, we can secretly enter the treasure land of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy and take the heavenly demon fruit. Of course, it's also good to take some other treasures along the way. Xianxia smiled and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. He started to think about how to get the inscription token. Quiet down. Yun Haitang spoke. Her voice was so sweet that it could melt anyone's heart. For men, this was definitely a killer weapon. As expected, many people's eyes became even more heated. The fire in Gu Huaxiu's eyes seemed to be able to burn Yun Haitang. This time, you'll have 3 months of study, and I'll be in charge of it. Yun Haitang said, Of course, I also know that some of you are already very good at alchemy, possibly far better than Haitang. So, I don't dare to say that I'm teaching you. In the future, we can exchange our alchemy experiences and improve together. This is the most important thing. Yun Haitang smiled sweetly and spoke very politely. Miss Haitang, you're too humble. Everyone in the Yunfeng region knows about your alchemy skills. I hope that you can communicate more with Miss Haitang in the future. Miss Haitang, I am the descendant of the Lu family. I hope Miss Haitang can give me some pointers. Haitang I am. Some young men with extraordinary backgrounds introduced themselves one after another, hoping to attract Yun Haitang's attention. But Yun Haitang only smiled and nodded, not saying much. After a long while, Yun Haitang spoke again. All right, according to the rules, there will be an alchemy test. There is no other meaning. I just want to see everyone's alchemy standards and what you are good at. In the future, it will be more effective to exchange ideas. Does anyone have any objections? No, of course I want this. Everyone shouted. Some of them had even begun to rub their fists and get ready to perform well to attract Yun Haitang's attention. Hee, this trash wants to attract Haitang's attention? He's a toad lusting after a swan's meat. In my opinion, no one in this group can compare to Brother Gu in alchemy. That's right. In a moment, Brother Gu will definitely amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and attract Haitang's attention. In the future, even if Brother Gu returns with a beauty, it is possible. We are really envious. Beside Gu Huaxiu, a few young men started to flatter him. The Gu family was very influential in the Yunfeng region, so naturally, there were many people who wanted to flatter Gu Huaxiu. Gu Huaxiu's face was filled with pride. In his opinion, these people were all half-baked, while his Gu family was a professional alchemist. In the Yunfeng region, their reputation was only a little less than the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. He had absolute confidence in his alchemy skills. The test is simple. You just need to refine a cultivation pill and hand it over to me. Yun Haitang introduced. Then, the disciples of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution presented an alchemy furnace to the public square. Everyone was given a spiritual medicine to make a Peiyuan pill. Pill furnaces and spirit herbs were the same. Next, it was time to test his alchemy skills. Lu Ming and Xianxia casually walked to the front of two alchemy furnaces. However, he realized that Gu Huaxiu had also come to their side. This guy was definitely doing this on purpose. He probably wanted to show off his skills to Xianxia and Lu Ming. Alright, let's start now. The time is half an hour. Yun Haitang announced after everyone had chosen their elixir furnaces. As soon as Yun Haitang finished speaking, everyone focused their attention and began to refine. In the square, wisps of mental energy fire appeared, and the heat began to rise. I didn't expect it to be to refine the essence cultivating pill. My luck is pretty good. Lu Ming revealed a smile. The vitality pill was a very common pill. It was a level 2 pill. Lu Ming happened to have the vitality pill among the pills he had. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to start refining. Instead, he scanned his surroundings. He realized that everyone was concentrating on controlling their mental energy fire and refining pills. This girl is actually a 4th-rank alchemist. I can't tell. Lu Ming noticed the green flame in Xianxin's hand. It flashed and disappeared. The green mental fire represented a level 4 alchemist. The cultivation of an inscriber was much more difficult and slower than that of martial arts. It was already impressive that he had become a 4th-rank inscriber at such a young age. More importantly, Xianxin's progress in martial arts was even more terrifying. Lu Ming realized that there was also a green flame in Gu Huaxiu's hand. It flashed and disappeared. He was also a 4th-rank alchemist. No wonder he was so proud. Then I'll start too. Lu Ming smiled. With a roll of his quintessential essence, the lid of the alchemy furnace opened. Lu Ming patted the furnace, and a wisp of yellow mental energy fire flashed and disappeared. It surged into the alchemy furnace and began to heat it. Just as Lu Ming began to refine the pill, Yun Haitang's expression suddenly changed, and she looked in Lu Ming's direction. What a strong and pure mental fire. Although he's only a 3rd-rank alchemist, the fire seed he uses is no small matter. The number of mental lamps he has lit is no small matter either. He has at least 4 or even 5 in each rank. Yun Haitong's mind whirred. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Ming's side, and they were filled with wonder. However, he did not think that Lu Ming could have lit more than 6 spirit lamps at each level. That was because he was already a true inscription blacksmith. It was too difficult to reach that level. To become a true inscription refiner, it did not mean that one only needed to light 6 spirit lamps at a certain level. One had to light more than 6 spirit lamps at each level. Lu Ming did not know that he had attracted Yun Haitong's attention. He was focused on refining the pills. After a while, the pill furnace was heated up. He used his true essence to roll it up and began to put in various spirit herbs. The order in which the spirit herbs were put in was also very particular. The time and timing between each ingredient needed to be grasped precisely. Lu Ming put in the spiritual herbs one by one. When he had put in all the spiritual herbs, he closed the lid of the furnace and continued to input the mental energy fire to start the refinement. A moment later, a strong medicinal fragrance was emitted. At this time, he could start to condense the pill. This was the most important step. To congeal the pill, one needed to use inscriptions. The better the control of the inscriptions, the more exquisite the pill would be, the better the fusion of the two would be, and the better the effect would be. Chapter 627. 627. A useless pill? Lu Ming's fingers started to inscribe runes in the air. The runes flew into the pill furnace and disappeared. Such exquisite inscription techniques. On the square, Yun Haitong's eyes lit up again. Lu Ming focused his attention and runes flew into the furnace. After a while, there was no longer any medicinal fragrance coming from the furnace. Success! Lu Ming revealed a smile. Then he opened the furnace, took out the elixir, and placed it on a jade plate. Lu Ming looked around and realized that the others had also started to open their furnaces to take out pills. This is the pill you made? What kind of dog shit is this? No one would even pick it up if it was thrown on the road. At this moment, a sneer was heard. Gu Huaxu walked towards Lu Ming with a jade plate on which the pills he had refined were on. He looked at the pills on Lu Ming's jade plate with disdain and said sarcastically, "The color is uneven. It's obvious that you've placed the spirit medicine at the wrong time. Also, what the hell is this? There's not a single inscription on the pill, and there's no medicinal fragrance coming from it. This is clearly a useless pill. Don't tell me you don't even know how to write an inscription." Gu Huaxu laughed and revealed a look of disdain. His laughter attracted the attention of the people around him. They all looked at Lu Ming's pill. As expected, there's not a single inscription on it and there's no medicinal fragrance at all. It's indeed a useless pill. This person doesn't know how to refine pills at all. What is he doing here? He's probably some hedonistic son of some family. He's like a toad lusting after swan meat and wants to pursue Haitang. TSK, I've seen many people like this. How could Haitang take a fancy to such a person? The people around them looked at Lu Ming's pills and started whispering. Young Master Gu, this person is obviously a popinjay who doesn't know how to refine pills. How can he be compared to young Master Gu? That's right. Look at young Master Gu's elixirs. They are round and full with even colors. The inscriptions are exquisite and the medicinal fragrance is strong. They are obviously the top-grade Level 2 elixirs. No one in this group can compare with young Master Gu. Beside Gu Huaxu, a few young men started to flatter him. Although they were flattering him, they were right. The Pi Yuan pill that Gu Huaxu refined was indeed the best. When the surrounding people saw Gu Huaxu's pills, they all shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't compare to Gu Huaxu's pills at all. Lu Ming, ignore them. Xianxia walked over and looked at Lu Ming's pill. Her opinion was similar to the others. However, she knew that Lu Ming had only been in contact with the Tao of inscription for a few months. It was normal for him to refine a useless pill. After all, Lu Ming's main focus was on cultivating martial arts. Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled. He did not say much. "Alright, bring out your pills and sign your names." Yun Haitang ordered. Everyone took the refined pills and put them into a jade bottle, then signed their names on the label of the jade bottle. Alright, today, you will follow Deacon Suifeng and find your own dormitory. Tomorrow morning, you will gather here, Yun Haitang said. After that, everyone followed the middle-aged man and went to find their own accommodation. After the crowd left, Yun Haitang took out a jade bottle immediately. The name on the bottle was Lu Ming. Yun Haitang poured out the pills that Lu Ming had refined and observed them carefully. Haitang, this is clearly a useless pill. What is there to see? The two old men at the side said. A useless pill? Uncles, this time, you've misjudged. Yun Haitang smiled slightly, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Oh. The two elders were a little puzzled. They observed the pills that Lu Ming refined in detail. After taking a closer look, the two old men's expressions changed. They became a little solemn, and slowly, their solemn expressions turned into shock. What a brilliant inscription technique, and what a pure pill! The two old men exclaimed in unison. Uncles, I'm sure you can tell that the color of this pill is not well proportioned on the surface. The timing of adding the spiritual herbs was not particularly precise. However, the pill is extremely pure and has almost no impurities. This means that the person who refined the pill has an extraordinary mental energy fire that can burn all the impurities and extract them. Also, this person's inscription technique is extremely exquisite. It's completely hidden under the surface of the pill and can't be seen from the outside. However, he has fused the pill perfectly and completely locked the medicinal effect. That's why there's no medicinal fragrance coming out. After saying that, a green flame appeared between Yun Haitang's fingers. A green flame represented a fifth-level alchemist. Yun Haitang was only in her 20s, but she had already become a fifth-level alchemist. It was shocking. The green mental energy fire flowed across the surface of the pill. Inscriptions appeared on the surface of the pill, intertwining with each other in a harmonious and beautiful manner. The two old men's eyes widened, and their surprise became even stronger. This Lu Ming is interesting. A strange smile appeared on Yun Haitang's face, and there seemed to be a hint of greed in her smile. As for the other pills, Yun Haitang didn't even look at them. She was not interested. The Cloud Sea Elixir dispensary was huge. Everyone had their own small courtyard, and the environment was not bad. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in his room in the courtyard. He activated the meditation and began to cultivate his mental energy fire. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation base had already reached a bottleneck while the Dragon God's 3 absolutes had been cultivated to perfection. As for the 5th step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, it was too difficult and could not be achieved in a short time. The power of the 5th step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was equivalent to the 6th stage of a low-grade demigod martial technique. It was extremely terrifying. Martial techniques above the heaven level, even at the demigod level, were also divided into low-grade and high-grade. Only after the demigod level was the god level. Therefore, Lu Ming spent more time on cultivating the inscription Dao. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The next day, everyone gathered in the square again. Lu Ming and Xianxia came together. Soon, hundreds of people had arrived. In the sky, 2 figures stepped through the air. A man and a woman. The woman was naturally Yun Haitang. The man was about 25 or 26 years old. He was very handsome, and there was a faint arrogance on his face. He came side by side with Yun Haitang and landed in the sky above the square. That's the other peerless genius of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, Yun Songxing. He's extremely powerful in both alchemy and martial arts. He's the second most talented person in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, only Yun Haitang. Furthermore, his father is the head of the Yun family, a Sea of Soul Realm expert. He's so handsome and has a good background. He's handsome and talented. If I can marry him, my life will be worth it. A young woman said as if she was smitten. Everyone. Yun Haitang called out, and the crowd quieted down. I've seen all the pills you made yesterday. Sure enough, some of you are very good at alchemy. Even Haitang admires you. I don't dare to teach you. This time, we're mainly exchanging ideas and improving each other. Yun Haitang smiled and continued. This time, Haitang has decided that the one with the best alchemy skills can enter Haitang's courtyard at any time and discuss alchemy with her. Chapter 628. 628 Embarrassing to the extreme. As soon as he said that, it immediately caused a commotion. Among their group, there was someone who had caught Yun Haitang's attention and was able to enter Yun Haitang's courtyard at will to discuss the art of alchemy with her. What did this mean? This meant that Yun Haitang had placed this person on the same level as her. More importantly, he could enter Yun Haitang's courtyard at any time. As the saying went, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. If he came into contact with Yun Haitang more often, he might develop feelings for her. Most of the men, young or old, had eyes full of anticipation. Those who knew their own limits sighed inwardly, knowing that it wouldn't be them. I think Miss Haitang is most likely talking about you, young Master Gu. That's right. Among this group of people, who has less alchemy skills than Gu? I'm envious. The few people beside Gu Huaxiu started to suck up. Hey, it might not be me. Maybe there are people who are better at alchemy. You should know that there is always a higher mountain. Gu Huaxiu said humbly. Although his words were humble, the pride on his face could not be concealed. Haitang, he must be talking about me. Could it be that he has secretly taken a fancy to me? Otherwise, why would he let me go to his courtyard to discuss alchemy? It must be so. Gu Huaxiu thought to himself. Congratulations, young Master Gu. You'll be returning with a beauty soon. Someone even whispered beside Gu Huaxiu, making him laugh so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Haitang, who is the person you are talking about who is so skilled in alchemy? Someone shouted. Yu Haitang smiled and said, this person is young and has a graceful bearing. He is a young man. Haitang, you're too polite. I'm not worthy of your praise. As soon as Yun Haitang finished speaking, Gu Huaxiu stood up and pretended to be humble. Many people also looked at Gu Huaxiu with envy. In their eyes, the person Yun Haitang was talking about must be Gu Huaxiu. However, Yun Haitang looked at Gu Huaxiu in shock and said, Brother, what are you doing? I'm not talking about you. The smile on Gu Huaxiu's face froze. The entire place suddenly fell silent. Pucci! After a while, someone couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. Gu Huaxiu's expression was too funny. Some people tried their best to hold it in until their faces turned red, while some people laughed out loud. The few people who were flattering Gu Huaxiu just now were also frozen there. Gu Huaxiu's body trembled, and his handsome face turned red. It was embarrassing. It was too embarrassing. It turned out that the person Yun Haitang was talking about wasn't him at all. To think that he was still thinking about his own wishful thinking. He had lost a lot of face. And what did Yun Haitang call him? Brother? She didn't even know his name. Gu Huaxiu wished there was a crack in the ground so he could just jump in. In the end, he could only sit down with a red face. The few people beside him did not even dare to look at him. The hero I'm talking about is called Lu Ming. Yun Haitang smiled and continued. Lu Ming. As soon as he said that, the people around them looked at each other. Who is Lu Ming? How come I've never heard of it? Only one person widened his eyes in surprise. Lu Ming, she's not talking about you, right? Xianxia widened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. She had also taken a glance at the pills that Lu Ming had refined back then. How was it possible? If there's no other person named Lu Ming at the scene who is equally graceful, then this Lu Ming should be me. Lu Ming touched his nose and said, Really shameless. Xianxia rolled his eyes at Lu Ming, but he was still very curious. Don't tell me that the pill you refined has some sort of skill? Hee, maybe Miss Yun Haitang has taken a fancy to me. Lu Ming chuckled. Shameless. Xianxia said in disdain. At this moment, Yun Haitong's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Brother Lu, what do you think of Haitong's suggestion? Lu Ming looked around and finally confirmed that Yun Haitang was talking about him. He smiled and stood up. Thank you, Haitang. I think it's very good. Yun Haitong's face lit up with joy. Brother Lu's alchemy skills. This little sister admires you very much. In the future, please guide me. Haitang, you're too polite. Lu Ming said with a smile. Impossible, how could it be him? Haitang, you must be mistaken. At this time, a gloomy voice sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. It was Gu Huaxiu. Oh, how did I get it wrong? Yun Haitang asked. Miss Haitang, the pill this man refined yesterday was not well proportioned in color and did not have a strong medicinal fragrance. It was clearly a useless pill. This man's alchemy skills are a mess. Miss Haitang, don't be fooled. Gu Huaxiu shouted. That's right, Hai. I also saw that this person basically doesn't know how to make pills. Yes, I saw it too. Around them, many other people also spoke. Oh, don't you trust my judgment? Yun Haitang asked, still smiling. Miss Haitang, it's not that we don't trust your eyes, but I'm guessing that this guy used some method at the last minute to exchange for the pill. The pill he gave you was not refined by him at all. Gu Huaxiu shouted. Initially, when he saw that Xianxia was with Lu Ming and Xianxia ignored him when he greeted him, he was already very unhappy with Lu Ming. Just now, it was because of Lu Ming that he had lost all his face. Now that he had the chance to embarrass Lu Ming, he would naturally seize the opportunity and not let it go. Oh! Yun Haitang nodded slightly. A jade bottle appeared in her hand, and she poured out a pill. Holding it in her hand, she asked, Are you guys talking about this pill? This is the pill. Gu Huaxiu was stunned and nodded. That's right, it's this one. The others nodded in agreement. That's good. I said that Brother Lu's alchemy skills are superb because of this pill. Yun Haitang said with a smile. How could this be? This is clearly a useless pill. Gu Huaxiu's face was filled with shock. A useless pill? You guys watch carefully. The green spiritual fire on Yun Haitang's finger flowed through it. The next moment, lines of inscriptions appeared on the surface of the pill, intertwining with each other. It was extremely beautiful. The inscription was hidden and the medicinal effect was deeply locked. How was it possible? How is this possible? Gu Huaxiu cried out in disbelief. After all, he was a level 4 alchemist born in the world of alchemy, so he had a good eye. Naturally, he could see the truth of the pill at a glance. The others also widened their eyes in shock. The inscription was introverted. This was not something that ordinary people could do. Only those who had a profound understanding of inscriptions and were proficient in them could do it. This represented a certain realm, and only grandmasters in the alchemy world could do it. As far as everyone knew, there were only 3 people in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy who could do this. Chapter 629. 629 Weird Logic. Yun Haitang held the pill that Lu Ming had refined and explained. Under the effect of the inscriptions, this elixir combined all the spiritual herbs perfectly. It's also very pure, and its medicinal effect is deeply locked. It's more than 30% better than the most top-grade level 2 energy cultivation elixir. Now, is there anything that you're not convinced about? Yun Haitang's eyes swept across the crowd. No one spoke. How could this be? You should die. Gu Huaxiu roared in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Today, he had really lost a lot of face. It was embarrassing before, and even more so now. He sat down with a gloomy face. He was extremely jealous of Lu Ming. Not only was there a rare beauty by Lu Ming's side, but he also had the opportunity to interact with Yun Haitang. He was so jealous that his eyes were about to burst into flames. You bastard! Xianxia was speechless. She realized that he could never see through Lu Ming. Brother Lu, take this begonia flower and you can enter my courtyard at any time. Yun Haitang waved her hand and a begonia flower flew toward Lu Ming. It was a begonia flower sculpted from beautiful jade, as if it was real. "Thank you, Miss Haitang." Lu Ming reached out to receive it and smiled. Then he sat down with a smile. "Pervert, you can't move after seeing a beautiful woman. You're indeed a perverted man." Xianxia snorted in disdain. "You're not jealous, are you?" Lu Ming looked at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia blushed and pouted. "Who's jealous? Don't be so smug. Who would be jealous of you? Go and find your Haitang girl. But let me tell you, this Haitang flower is very prickly. Don't get yourself into trouble before you get to take advantage of her." "Don't worry. I'll get her token of inscription." Lu Ming smiled and sent a voice transmission. "Everyone." At this moment, Yun Songxing, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. "I also want to learn from Haitang and choose a person with great alchemy skills. He can come to me at any time to discuss alchemy." Yun Songxing's words made many women's spirits rise, especially some young women. They looked at Yun Songxing with burning eyes, hoping to attract his attention. Yun Songxing's eyes turned and finally landed on Xianxia. His eyes flashed with a fiery light and he smiled gently. "Miss Xianxia, I admire your alchemy skills. You can come to my courtyard anytime to discuss alchemy with me. How about it?" The crowd followed Yun Songxing's gaze and looked at Xianxia. So it's her. No wonder she attracted Yun Songxing's attention. The same thought flashed through many people's minds. Xianxing's beauty was known to everyone. Other than Gu Huaxiu, there were more than 10 other young men who tried to talk to Xianxia, but they were all chased away by Xianxia. Many girls looked at Xianxia with jealousy, but they also sighed in their hearts. They knew that they couldn't compare to Xianxia. "I'm not interested." To everyone's surprise, Xianxing's reply was a cold one, no interest. The smile on Yun Songxing's face froze. He didn't expect Xianxia to reject him so directly. How could he get out of this situation? "Miss Xie, please consider it." Yun Songxing's face turned cold. "I'm not interested." Xianxia rejected her without hesitation. Yun Songxing's face darkened. He had heard from others that there was a beautiful woman in this group, which was why he had come out with Yun Haitang. As soon as he arrived, he saw Xianxia. Xianxing's beauty moved his heart. He had wanted to learn from Yun Haitang and let Xianxia interact with him more. After a while, how could Xianxia escape from his grasp? However, he didn't expect Xianxia to reject him so blatantly. Good, very good." "Good," Yun Songxing said. A vicious look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then he turned around and left. Xianxia pursed his lips and didn't take it to heart. Yu Haitang glanced at Xianxia. No one knew what she was thinking, but she smiled and said, "All right, today, I will be explaining some knowledge of alchemy. If Haitang says something wrong, everyone can raise it and we can discuss it together." Then, Yun Haitang sat cross-legged on a futon and began to explain. Lu Ming also listened to it seriously. Although his mastery of inscriptions had reached a certain level, he was still a little rusty in alchemy. Otherwise, the pill wouldn't have such an uneven color. To be honest, Yun Haitang did have a deep understanding of the art of alchemy. Lu Ming was like a sponge, absorbing the knowledge of alchemy like crazy. Yun Haitang's lecture went on for 3 hours before she ended it. The crowd also dispersed. "Lu Ming, when do you plan to make your move?" Xianxia asked on the way. "In 2 days, find an opportunity to take action and seize the token of inscription." Lu Ming said. "Hey, I say, don't be unable to resist the temptation of beauty." Xianxia glared at Lu Ming and said worriedly. However, Lu Ming suddenly looked at her. Without blinking, he suddenly approached her and whispered, "Don't worry, I can definitely withstand other people's beauty, but I can't withstand your beauty." "Pervert." Xianxing's face turned red and he kicked out. Lu Ming laughed and flew back, avoiding the kick and moving forward. "Hey, this guy, why is his luck so good? He can meet beautiful women everywhere he goes. I've never met so many beautiful women in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Dandan sighed repeatedly. She was jealous of Lu Ming. Soon, they were close to the dormitory. A few figures blocked the two's path. Gu Huaxiu and a few other young men. Lu Ming smiled faintly. It seemed that Gu Huaxiu could not hold it in any longer. What business do you have here? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What business do you have? Kid, don't you know what you've done wrong? A young man beside Gu Huaxiu shouted. That's right. Today, you've embarrassed young Master Hua. You've committed a heinous crime. Do you know your crime? Another young man followed suit. I embarrassed him? How laughable. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Kid, what are you laughing at? What's so funny about that? Gu Huaxiu said coldly. Isn't it funny? Did I embarrass you? You asked for it, all right? In the beginning, before Haitang could finish, you stood up by yourself. And later on, you were the one who stood up and said that my pills were not good enough. From the beginning to the end, have I ever said a single word? If you didn't ask for this, then what? Lu Ming said with a smile. How dare you? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have lost face in public. If it wasn't for you, the first place would have been me. Gu Huaxiu shouted. Lu Ming was speechless. He really did not understand the logic of this brother. He didn't have the ability, yet he blamed everything on others. How ridiculous was this? This was akin to blaming others for their good grades when one could not be the top scorer. Lu Ming could not understand such logic. Chapter 630. 630 Chapter 630 Conspiracy. Lu Ming shook his head. He could not be bothered to say anything to such a person. Kid, kneel down and admit your mistake. Then destroy your cultivation and get out of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. If you do that, I can spare your life. Gu Huaxiu said coldly. Idiot. Lu Ming sighed. Kid, what did you say? Gu Huaxiu's face turned dark. I said, idiot, get lost. Good dogs don't block the way. Lu Ming said coldly. Little bastard, you're looking for death. How dare you talk to young Master Gu like that? I'll cripple you. At the edge of the ancient flower void, a young man rushed out. He pointed his fingers like a sword and shot out beams of sword chi at Lu Ming's major acupuncture points. This young man had the cultivation of a level 5 martial king. If he was stabbed, Lu Ming's cultivation would be crippled. Bang! However, before his sword aura could even get close to Lu Ming, he was kicked away by Lu Ming. After flying for a few hundred meters, he crashed into a mound and dust filled the air. At this moment, some people in the surroundings were alarmed and stopped to watch from a distance. That Lu Ming seems to be quite powerful. He's just a 5th level lower tier king and he was sent flying with one move. I've never heard of him before. Could he be a genius from another region? In the surroundings, some people were whispering to each other. Gu Huaxiu's face turned even colder. So you have some ability. However, this bit of ability is nothing in front of me. Gu Huaxiu's figure moved and he struck a palm at Lu Ming. The palm struck and the air rumbled with a sonic boom. The force of the palm was like an avalanche, surging towards Lu Ming. A king tier at the peak of the 7th level of the martial king realm. This was Gu Huaxiu's strength. At this age, to be able to reach this stage was already very good. Unfortunately, he had met Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in his hand and he swept it out. Bang! The spear collided with Gu Huaxiu's palm, and Gu Huaxiu's body retreated rapidly. Lu Ming and Wei Ran did not move. Of course, this was the result of Lu Ming holding back his power. Otherwise, Gu Huaxiu would have been blown up by the spear. Lu Ming did not want to reveal too much of his power and attract the attention of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to obtain the heavenly demon fruit and the other party would definitely be more vigilant. Lu Ming suppressed his strength to be slightly stronger than Gu Huaxiu. Damn it, kill! Gu Huaxiu roared in anger and charged at Lu Ming again. His palm turned red and gold. One palm print after another landed on Lu Ming. The violent palm force shook the space. Lu Ming's long spear vibrated and shot out rays of spear radiance that clashed with Gu Huashu's palm force. With every spear radiance, Gu Huashu's palm print crumbled. Lu Ming strode forward and closed in on him. Lose. In the end, Lu Ming shouted and whipped his spear at Gu Huashu, sending him flying. Gu Huashu struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he glared at Lu Ming with hatred. "Kid, just you wait." After saying that, Gu Huashu ran away. This Lu Ming is so strong. Not only is his alchemy technique brilliant, but his cultivation level is also very strong. He's a pretty good genius to have reached the late stages of the king tier at such a young age. Let's try not to provoke him in the future. The rest of the people looked at Lu Ming with fear and left one after another. "I thought you would kill him in one move," Xianxia said. "It's easy to kill him, I'm just afraid of alerting the enemy." Lu Ming smiled and the two of them returned to the dormitory. As night fell, two figures were discussing something in a luxurious courtyard of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. This was Begonia Courtyard. These two people were Yun Haitang and Yun Songsheng. Hee, that Gu Huashu actually made a move. That saved us a lot of trouble. I was planning to send someone to test Lu Ming's strength. Yun Haitang picked up a cup of red wine, took a sip, and smiled. Lever 7 King Warrior is not bad, but he's not a threat to us. That /TCH Xianxia actually dared to reject me in public. Damn it she's just /B/T/ she's just putting on an act. I'll make her beg for mercy in my bed one day. Yun Songsheng said coldly. His voice was ice cold and his eyes were filled with lust. Don't touch that woman for now. At least, don't touch her before I get my hands on her. Otherwise, what if my prey is scared away? I feel that Lu Ming's mental energy fire is extraordinary. It must be delicious. As she spoke, Yun Haitang stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Her eyes were filled with greed. This action was extremely provocative. Yun Songsheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he watched. His eyes were burning and his abdomen was burning. What's wrong? Want to come? I'll accompany you. Yun Haitang licked her lips and looked at Yun Songsheng with a seductive gaze. However, Yun Songsheng shivered and his body shrank back. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes as he smiled and said, "Forget it, I still have things to do, I'll be leaving first." After he finished speaking, Yun Songsheng left Begonia Courtyard as if he was escaping. "Lu Ming," Yun Haitang murmured, and the greed in her eyes grew stronger. For 3 days in a row, different people explained the art of alchemy to them every day. Lu Ming's understanding of alchemy improved by leaps and bounds, and his alchemy skills also improved a lot. During this period, Lu Ming also tried to refine a few pills. He could clearly feel that every time he succeeded in refining a pill, the law of inscription would drop a trace of inscription power, strengthening his mental energy fire. However, the level of the pills he refined was lower than his inscription level. The flame of inscription that dropped was very little. Only by refining high-quality elixirs or elixirs of a higher grade than one's own would the inscription flames descend from the inscription laws be more. It would be of great help to the cultivation of mental energy fire. However, to reach that level was not something that could be achieved in a short time. For the past 3 days, Lu Ming did not look for Yun Haitang, and Yun Haitang did not send anyone to look for him. On the 3rd day, as night fell, a figure appeared in Lu Ming's dormitory. It was Xianxia. "Lu Ming, I'll bring you to see something interesting," Xianxia said. "Interesting things?" Lu Ming was stunned. "Follow me. Be careful," Xianxia said. Then, the two of them concealed their auras and left the Cloud Sea Elixir dispensary. Soon, a few figures in black robes leaped out from the other side of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy and flew into the distance. "Let's go, we'll follow," Xianxia muttered as the two of them followed the black-robed men and flew for hundreds of thousands of miles. At this moment, A few black-robed men suddenly landed in a small village. We need to hurry up. We must collect the 99 innate blood qi by tonight. One of them said. Lu Ming found his voice somewhat familiar. They are indeed here to collect the innate blood qi. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Chapter 631. 631 Killing Yun Songxing. A total of 3 black-robed men silently rushed into a wooden house. In the wooden house, there was a young man and a young woman who were not even 20 years old, and an infant. The black-robed man waved his hand, and 2 streams of zhenyuan poured into the bodies of the young man and woman, causing them to fall unconscious. Then, the 3 black-robed men carved runes on their hands and inserted them into the baby's body. A blood-red gas was slowly extracted from the baby's heart. Damn it! Lu Ming's eyes flickered with cold, murderous intent. Although he had heard about it, he still could not control the murderous intent in his heart when he saw it with his own eyes. Extracting the connate qi of infants to refine pills was a brutal method that took away one's life. Lu Ming did not hide his aura anymore. He strode into the wooden house. Who is it? The 3 black-robed men immediately noticed someone and shouted. The person who will kill you. Lu Ming walked into the wooden house with a cold look in his eyes. Xianxia followed suit. It's the 2 of you. Since you've discovered this, I can only send you on your way. I originally wanted to let you live for a few more days. One of the black-robed men sneered. Yun Songxing. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. No wonder he felt that this person's voice was familiar. At this moment, he guessed that it was Yun Songxing. That's me. The black-robed man took off the hood on his head, revealing a face full of killing intent. It was Yun Songxing. Yun Songxing's fiery eyes fell on Xianxia and he sneered, Bitch, you actually dared to reject me in public. Do you know that it's your fortune that this young master has taken a fancy to you? Today, I'll cripple your cultivation first, and then let you enjoy it, Lu Ming, leave this guy to me. Xianxing's voice was cold and emotionless. Of course you can. Lu Ming had already mourned for Yun Songxing in his heart. Attack. Just cripple their cultivation, I want them alive. Yun Songxing waved his hand. Buzz. Buzz. At the same time, Lu Ming and Xianxia retreated from the wooden house and flew into the sky. You want to leave? Don't even think about it. Yun Songxing and the other 2 chased after him and reached a high altitude. Leave? Who wants to leave? It's just that it's more convenient here. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Do it. I'll leave this kid to you. I'll personally serve that bitch. Yun Songxing sneered and released a powerful aura. He was at the peak of Level 8 Martial King Realm. Yun Songxing had actually reached the peak of Level 8 Martial King Realm. No wonder he was so arrogant. Boom. Boom. The other 2 black-robed men's auras also burst out. They were also at the early stage of the Level 8 Martial King Realm. Both of them pounced toward Lu Ming. Whoosh. Whoosh. Before the 2 black-robed men could reach him, their throats were pierced by the 2 spear lights, and they even let out a scream. Lu Ming's body flashed past and devoured their blood essence. The storage ring was also in his hands. This. Yun Songxing's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at this scene in disbelief. Wasn't Lu Ming's cultivation level only slightly higher than Gu Huaxu's? How did he suddenly become so strong? 2 Level 8 Martial King Realm experts were killed before they could even react. Hiding his abilities. Lu Ming must have hidden his abilities earlier. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Yun Songxing turned around and ran. To be able to kill 2 Level 8 Martial King Realm experts so easily, her combat strength was definitely above his. You want to leave? Xianxing's eyes turned cold. He raised one of his jade-like hands and pressed it in the air. An invisible force field was created, and Yun Songxing's body was frozen in the air, unable to move at all. What a wondrous martial technique! Lu Ming was shocked. He had already experienced this martial arts technique before. It was indeed extremely powerful. He had asked Xianxia about it and learned that it was called the Sky Demon Force Field. However, Xianxia had only just started learning about it. She had come to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution to obtain the Sky Demon Fruit to cultivate the Sky Demon Force Field. With the Heavenly Demonic Fruit, her Heavenly Demonic Power Field could be upgraded to a higher level. Yun Songxing was extremely frightened and tried his best to stab the needle. However, with his cultivation, he couldn't break free from the restraint of the Sky Demon Power Field. Let me go, what do you want? My father is the head of the Yun family, a Sea of Soul Realm expert. If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you off. Yun Songxing shouted in fear. Lu Ming, wait for me here, he said. Xianxia waved his hand and flew away with Yun Songxing. Not long after, Yun Songxing's shrill screams could be heard. Lu Ming couldn't bear to hear them. It seems that it's better to not offend women in the future. Lu Ming could feel his back sweating profusely. After a moment, the screams stopped and Xianxia flew back alone. Let's go back, Xianxia said. Dead? Lu Ming asked. N. Xianxia nodded and flew forward. Lu Ming caught up and said, Yun Song's death will probably cause a commotion in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. We'd better keep a low profile. Xianxia nodded. With their current battle power, it would be very difficult for them to fight against Sea of Soul Realm experts. The Spirit Sea Realm was much stronger than the Martial King Realm. An ordinary peak-tier king, an expert at the first level of the Spiritual Ocean tier, could kill a group of them with a single slap. The two of them returned to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution without anyone noticing. In a mountain range hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, Gu Huashu sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. Damn it, that brat, if I don't kill him, I'm not a human. Gu Huashu roared in a low voice, his face filled with hatred. Hee hee, kid, you want to take revenge? Stop dreaming. If I'm not wrong, Lu Ming didn't use his full strength when he fought you. You can even say that he only used a little strength. Suddenly, a dry and unpleasant voice sounded. This voice was extremely sudden, but there was clearly only Gu Huashu here. Gu Huashu didn't seem surprised at all, he just frowned and roared. Are you saying that Lu Ming did not use his full strength? You should die. Hee hee, that's right. If I'm not wrong, that Lu Ming definitely has the combat strength of a peak-tier king. And that young lady gives off a very dangerous feeling. She's probably not weaker than that kid, or even stronger. The shriveled voice sounded again. Damn it, how did this happen? Then wouldn't I be unable to take revenge? Detestable. Gu Huashu roared. That's not for sure. You should have prepared the things I told you to prepare, right? As long as you do as I say, I can guarantee that your cultivation will skyrocket in a short time. It'll be more than enough to defeat the man and woman. The shriveled voice said. I've prepared everything, but I can really defeat Lu Ming in a short time. You said just now that he has the combat strength not weaker than a peak-tier king. Gu Huashu was in disbelief. Chapter 632. 632 Rapid Improvement. Brat, you're short-sighted. What's the big deal about defeating that brat? In the future, your cultivation will continue to soar, and it will be easy for you to enter the list of top 1,000 talents. At that time, Yun Haitang will throw herself into your arms, and you can have as many beautiful women as you want. The shriveled voice came out and painted a beautiful future for Gu Huashu. Gu Huashu's eyes were burning with passion. All right, senior, I'll listen to you. Gu Huashu gritted his teeth and a wine jar-sized jade bottle appeared in his hand. The jade bottle contained a dark green liquid that gave off a nauseating smell. Gu Huashu frowned. Boy, this strange medicine is my life's work. Although it stinks, it's only temporary. A great future awaits you in the future. Drink it quickly. The shriveled voice said. All right. Gu Huashu gritted his teeth, picked up the jade bottle, and gulped down the entire bottle of dark green liquid. Good, good, huh? The voice laughed excitedly. After a while, dark green lines appeared on Gu Huashu's abdomen. They covered his entire body and started to gather towards his head. What's going on? Why do I feel like I can't use my Zhenyuan? I can't even use my intent, and I can't even move my body. What's going on? Gu Huashu called out in panic. The heavens are on my side, the heavens are on my side. I can finally be resurrected. The shriveled voice let out a maniacal laugh. Then, a shadow flew out from Gu Huashu's body. It looked like an old man, and his eyes were filled with excitement. What are you trying to do? Gu Huashu finally felt that something was wrong. What do you want? Of course, I'm going to use your body to come back to the world. All my efforts were not in vain. The old man laughed wildly before turning into a ray of light and entering Gu Huashu's forehead. What are you doing? Get out. And NBSP, arg, Gu Huashu hollered. His face was extremely vicious and he was struggling like he was fighting with something. However, half an hour later, Gu Huashu's voice became softer and the light in his eyes dimmed. He closed his eyes, but in the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened, revealing a look of excitement and joy. I've finally seized this body and returned to the world. Good, good, very good. Moreover, I've made it in time for the Battle of Kismet, and this body just so happens to meet the requirements. This time, I'm going to seize a great opportunity. Gu Huashu laughed. To be exact, he was no longer Gu Huashu. Gu Huashu, I'll use your identity for now. However, your cultivation is too weak and needs to be improved first. Also, there seems to be some good things in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. You must get them. And NBSP, Gu Huashu grinned and then sat down to cultivate. As he cultivated, the spiritual qi in the world started to gather in Gu Huashu's body. His aura also started to increase. Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. As expected, from the second day onwards, Lu Ming and Xianxia felt that the atmosphere in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution had changed. It had become a little heavy. Moreover, there was no one to give lessons to them. Lu Ming and the rest suddenly became idle. Yun Haitang had also disappeared. She had not shown her face and did not come to look for Lu Ming. Lu Ming knew that something must have happened to Yun Songxing, which had alerted the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Many of the things that the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution had done couldn't be exposed. They were afraid of attracting the attention of the major forces. He believed that during this period of time, they would not dare to go out and collect the innate blood qi. Since he was fine, Lu Ming simply stayed in the dormitory and cultivated in peace. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the Supreme Shrine. There were some strange metals placed beside him. They were all refining materials. With a roll of his essential core, a piece of dark golden metal appeared in front of Lu Ming. He stretched out his hand and pointed. A yellow flame flew out, wrapped around the dark golden metal, and began to burn. Lu Ming's mental energy fire used the geocentric flowing flame as its kindling. Its temperature was terrifyingly high. In a short while, the dark golden metal had completely turned into a pool of liquid. It rolled in the air and sizzled in the flame. One could see wisps of black flames floating upwards. These were the impurities in the metal that had been burned. After a moment, Lu Ming added another piece of metal and continued to condense it with his mental energy fire. Just like that, Lu Ming added 6 types of metals in a row. The 6 types of metals turned into liquid and fused together. Slowly, the liquid metal turned into a long sword with strange patterns on it. The blade was extremely sharp. However, it was only a semi-finished product. When the long sword was formed, Lu Ming began to inscribe rapidly in the air with his fingers. Lines of inscriptions flew into the sword and disappeared. The aura on the sword grew stronger and stronger, giving off a sharp feeling. The speed at which Lu Ming's fingers inscribed the runes was getting faster and faster. It was so fast that only a bunch of shadows were left. Half an hour later, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and stopped inscribing. He also kept his mental energy fire. The long sword landed in Lu Ming's hands. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming picked up the long sword and waved it a few times. There was a sharp sound of the sword cutting through the air. A third-level upper spiritual weapon. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up into a smile as he felt the inscription power from the inscription law. This was Lu Ming's first time forging a weapon, and he had already forged an upper third-level spiritual weapon. Lu Ming was already quite satisfied. This was related to Lu Ming's previous 2 levels, where he had lit up 10 mental lamps in the state of perfection. As long as Lu Ming was familiar with it for a period of time, it would not be too difficult for him to refine third-level exquisite or peerless spiritual weapons. He could even refine fourth-level spiritual weapons. In the following period of time, other than taking some time out every day to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth and the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming spent most of his time cultivating the underworld god meditation, refining pills, and refining weapons. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that he was more talented in refining. Under Danden's guidance, Lu Ming managed to forge a superior third-level spiritual weapon 3 days later. 7 days later, he managed to forge a peerless third-level spiritual weapon. 12 days later, Lu Ming successfully refined a lower 4th-level spiritual weapon. If one refined a high-quality spirit weapon or a spirit weapon that was beyond one's level, the power of inscription from the law of inscription would increase greatly. It was much faster than cultivating the underworld god visualization. Lu Ming's mental energy fire was improving very quickly. In just half a month, Lu Ming had successfully lit up the 8th spirit lamp and was close to the 9th. Lu Ming's goal was 10 mind lamps. It was only possible for him to possess the underworld god visualization and be able to forge spirit weapons above his level. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to think about it. The atmosphere in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy had been very strange for the past half a month. However, as time passed, it slowly returned to its previous state. On the 16th day, an elder finally came out to give a lecture. Young Master Lu Ming, Miss Hai Tang would like to invite you to Begonia Courtyard for a chat. At this moment, a young maidservant came to Lu Ming. Chapter 633. 633 Begonia Courtyard. It was finally here. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Your good fortune is here, you must grasp it well. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming and said in a strange tone. Lu Ming smiled wryly and winked at Xianxia. Then, he followed the maidservant and headed to Begonia Courtyard. Begonia Courtyard was located on another mountain peak with beautiful scenery. Although it was a courtyard, it was built in a luxurious way and occupied a large area. It could be said that this entire mountain peak was Begonia Courtyard's territory. There were even stone palaces built in the middle of the mountain. The maidservant led Lu Ming around the place and arrived at a stone hall. This stone palace was built in the middle of the mountain, so light couldn't directly shine in. The walls of the stone palace were inlaid with some luminous stones, making the stone palace look hazy. In the stone hall, there was a jade table and a few jade stools. On the jade table, there were already some spirit fruits, wine, and food. After the maidservant brought Lu Ming here, she left, leaving him alone in the stone hall. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings with great interest. Then, he picked up his glass, poured himself a glass of wine, and finished it in one gulp. Good wine. Lu Ming could not help but sigh in admiration. This wine was rich in taste. After it entered his stomach, he felt warm all over and it had an endless aftertaste. Since it's good wine, Brother Lu must drink a few more cups today. A sweet voice was heard, and Yun Haitang walked in. Today, Yun Haitang was wearing a black gauze dress and looked very beautiful. To be honest, Yun Haitang's figure was extremely impressive and was only slightly inferior to Mulan's. Any man would be tempted. Lu Ming was a normal man. Yun Haitang sat on the stone bench next to Lu Ming and smiled. Brother Lu, I gave you the right to come to Begonia Courtyard to find me at any time, but you didn't come after such a long time, and even asked this little sister to send someone to invite you. That's not very kind of you. You must drink 3 cups as a punishment. Yun Haitang poured a glass of wine for Lu Ming. She smiled sweetly and her voice was so sweet that it could penetrate one's heart. All right, you deserve to be punished. Lu Ming smiled, picked up the glass of wine, and drank it in one go. Then, Yun Haitang poured another glass of wine for Lu Ming. Just like that, Lu Ming drank 3 glasses in a row. I'm really impressed by Brother Lu's Tao of Inscription. I feel that even though you're only a 3rd-rank alchemist, your spiritual power should be on par with some 4th-rank alchemists. Could it be that you've lit 5 spiritual lamps at every rank? Yun Haitang blinked her big eyes and stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. Not bad. I'm lucky to have lit up 5 mental lamps in the first 2 levels. As soon as Lu Ming said this, Yun Haitang's eyes suddenly lit up. There was a flash of greed in the depths of her eyes. Brother Lu's talent is really admirable. Come, let me toast you. Yun Haitang picked up the glass and drank it all. After drinking the glass of wine, Yun Haitang's face immediately flushed red, making her look even more alluring. At this moment, a maidservant hurriedly walked in. Yun Haitang's face immediately darkened. Can't you see that I'm drinking with young Master Lu? What are you doing here? Miss. The maidservant's face paled, and a hint of fear appeared on her face. However, she still walked over and whispered a few words into Yun Haitang's ear. Yun Haitang's expression changed slightly. You may leave. The maidservant immediately took her leave. Brother Lu, I have a small matter to deal with. Wait for me here. Yun Haitang said in a sweet voice. Alright, it's fine. Haitang, please do as you please. Lu Ming smiled. Yun Haitang stood up and left. Lu Ming picked up the glass of wine and took another sip. Then, he stood up and started to inscribe in the air with his hands. Runes appeared one after another and entered his body. This was an inscription formation that had been inscribed before to conceal one's aura. Although this formation wasn't very advanced, it had a unique effect in concealing one's aura. According to Dandan, this was its own creation. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even a Sea of Soul Realm expert would not be able to sense his aura. Runes appeared on Lu Ming's body and disappeared in a flash. The aura on Lu Ming's body also disappeared without a trace. It was much more effective than him circulating his cultivation to hide his aura. Then, Lu Ming moved and left the stone hall. He passed through several corridors and secret rooms before he saw another stone hall. A voice came from the stone hall. Lu Ming dashed into the stone hall silently and hid in a corner. This stone hall was even bigger than the one Lu Ming had been in earlier. A young man was sitting at a table with Yun Haitang. Haitang, I haven't seen you in a while. I've missed you so much. You see, I came to see you as soon as I finished my business. The young man looked at Yun Haitang, his eyes burning with anger. You really missed me? You're not allowed to lie to me. Yun Haitang smiled and poured the young man a cup of wine. Of course it's true. Sigh, if it weren't for the problem with my cultivation of mental fire recently, not only not making any progress, but also constantly regressing, I really don't want to leave. I want to stay here and accompany you. The young man said. Your family's elders didn't find out the reason for your mental fire's regression. Yun Haitang's eyes flashed as she asked in a sweet voice. No, it's really strange. The young man mumbled. Then his eyes fell on Yun Haitang with a burning desire. I don't care. If my mental fire has regressed, so be it. As long as Haitang is here, even if I can't cultivate, it doesn't matter. As he spoke, the young man put his arm around Yun Haitang. The two of them were entangled. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He did not expect to encounter such a scene when he came to check on the situation. To be honest, this was the first time Lu Ming had seen such a situation. He touched his nose and watched with great interest. The young man's breathing became heavier and heavier. A moment later, the young man let out a low roar like a wild beast. At this moment, a scene that shocked Lu Ming appeared. 3 green spirit lamps appeared above the young man's head. On them were green spirit fire. This meant that the young man was a level 4 inscriber. Above Yun Haitang's head, a spirit lamp also appeared. There were 5 green spirit lamps. But at this time, Yun Haitang's spirit fire had actually gathered into a poisonous snake. It opened its mouth and sucked. The young man's spirit fire was absorbed by the poisonous snake and turned into Yun Haitang's spirit fire. Chapter 634. 634. You're making me very awkward. The young man was currently immersed in happiness and did not notice his own abnormality at all. Yun Haitang's eyes flashed with crazy greed. That poisonous snake kept absorbing the young man's mental energy fire. The flames of the young man's 3 mind lamps quickly dimmed, especially the flame of the 3rd lamp, which was on the verge of being extinguished. It was no wonder that the young man had said that his mental fire was weakening and that his cultivation of the mental fire was not advancing but regressing instead. He played this game with Yun Haitang every day, so it would be strange if he didn't leave. Moreover, he had not noticed it at all. Yun Haitang was using this method to cultivate her mental energy fire. Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine. This process only took about a dozen breaths of time. The mental energy fire above their heads had hidden and disappeared. The young man was like a pile of mud, lying limply on the ground. You rest here for a while, I still have something to deal with, Yun Haitang said to the young man. The young man nodded. At this moment, Lu Ming quietly retreated from the stone hall and returned to the stone hall from before. He poured himself a glass of wine and slowly sipped it. Not long after, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Yun Haitang had returned. Brother Lu, sorry to keep you waiting, Yun Haitang said in a sweet voice as she walked over. Lu Ming could not help but shiver at the thought of the scene just now. He was not in the mood to admire it at all. He only said perfunctorily, I didn't wait long, you're pretty fast. He did feel that the old man was quite fast. Yun Haitang smiled faintly and sat down beside Lu Ming. She poured a glass of wine for him and another for herself. Brother Lu, I'll drink a cup as punishment. Then he picked up his wine cup and drank it all. After putting down the wine glass, Yun Haitang blinked her big eyes and stared at Lu Ming. After a while, she said, Brother Lu, I've invited you here today because I have something to tell you. Oh, what did he say? Lu Ming said with a smile. Yun Haitang's face blushed as she inched closer to Lu Ming and placed her hand on his shoulder. Actually, the first time I saw Brother Lu, I thought you were the man I've been waiting for my whole life. I've been missing you a lot recently. With that, Yun Haitang was about to sit on Lu Ming's lap. Her fragrance assailed his nose. No man would be able to resist the temptation of such a rare beauty like Yun Haitang. If Lu Ming had not seen that scene just now, he might have been tempted. But at this moment, he didn't feel anything at all. He said indifferently, In my opinion, you don't miss me, but my mental energy fire. His calm and indifferent voice made Yun Haitang's movements freeze. Her body, which had almost sat on Lu Ming's lap, froze in the air. There was an ugly smile on her face. She looked at Lu Ming and said in a tender voice, Brother Lu, what are you saying? I don't understand what you're talking about. There's a problem that I have to correct you. I'm younger than you, and you're calling me little sister. It's embarrassing. Lu Ming said very seriously. Hee, so it's little brother. I thought you were older than me. Yun Haitang's face froze for a moment, then she smiled again. One more thing. After you left, I was bored, so I walked around and happened to see the wonderful scene between you and that young master. Hee, I wonder what will happen if this scene gets out? Lu Ming chuckled. Yun Haitang's expression changed completely. She became extremely gloomy, and her eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. Little brother, it's not good to walk around in other people's territory. You'll have to pay with your life. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Haitang's fingers were like sharp swords, aimed at Lu Ming's throat. Her hand was originally on Lu Ming's shoulder, and they were too close. Yun Haitang was 100% confident that she could kill Lu Ming with this move. However, the next moment her 100% confidence turned into 0. This was because Lu Ming's hand had already grabbed her wrist. She did not even know how Lu Ming had managed to grab her wrist. Even with her cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial King realm, she did not feel anything. Kill. In an instant, a short sword appeared in her other hand and she slashed it at Lu Ming's throat. However, at the next moment, her hand was grabbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed her wrists and a terrifyingly powerful vital essence surged into Yun Haitang's body. Yun Haitang's body went soft and her vital energy dissipated. She had no strength to resist. Her heart sank. "Who are you? What are you trying to do?" Yun Haitang cried out. Lu Ming's cultivation level was too terrifying. It was far above his. "Nothing much? I just want to take your inscription plate. If I can get rid of evil for the people, I don't mind helping you." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "You killed Yun Songxing, didn't you?" Yun Haitang asked. "It can be considered so." Lu Ming nodded. "Why? The Yun family's ancestor won't let you off if you do this." Yun Haitang called out. "Is that so?" Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and murderous intent filled the air. "Miss." At this moment, a few maidservants heard the commotion and rushed in. Lu Ming flicked his fingers and a spear's gleam shot out, piercing through the maidservants, dantians and crippling their cultivation. He also sealed their ability to speak, preventing them from speaking for the time being. Feeling the cold killing intent from Lu Ming, Yun Haitang was scared. Her face turned pale and she begged, "Lu Ming, brother Lu, I'm begging you, please let me go. I can give you anything you want. Furthermore, I'll serve you well until you're comfortable. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." The implied meaning was self-evident. "I don't need it anymore." Lu Ming smiled faintly. With that, he moved like the wind and pointed at Yun Haitang's dantian. Yun Haitang's breathing current collapsed, and she fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Her eyes were filled with despair. Then, Lu Ming tapped Yun Haitang's glabella a few times. 5 spirit lamps appeared above Yun Haitang's head. The spirit lamps swayed a few times and then collapsed one by one. Yun Haitang's cultivation and Tao of inscription had been completely destroyed. Lu Ming used his essential core to take Yun Haitang's storage ring and held it in his hand. "Lu Ming, kill me if you can, otherwise, I won't let you off." Yun Haitang let out a venomous cry. "You will never be able to pose a threat to me." Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Yun Haitang, his tone full of confidence. Yun Haitang was nothing to him. Furthermore, she was a person who had lost her cultivation and her Tao of inscription. With a flick of his finger, a burst of vital essence flew out and sealed Yun Haitang's acupuncture points, making her unable to speak. Then, Lu Ming left Begonia Courtyard in a flash and went to Xianxia's dormitory. Chapter 635. 635 The Strange Gu Huaxiu. What's wrong? Since you've returned so quickly, why don't you take the opportunity to get closer to a beauty? Xianxia mocked Lu Ming when he saw him. Why would I get close to other women? If I want to get close, I should get close to you. Lu Ming chuckled. Xianxia's face reddened. Don't give me that. Who would want to be close to you? Tell me, did you have lustful thoughts about her and got chased out? Lu Ming was speechless. Was his character that bad? Seeing that Lu Ming did not say anything, Xianxia smiled. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. It's more important to get down to business. Lu Ming took out Yun Haitang's storage ring and focused his mind on it. After a while, a token appeared. This is an inscribed token? You're taking action so quickly? Xianxia said. Of course, if you don't do it now, I'm going to sacrifice my body. Let's take action now, Lu Ming mumbled. If we're too late and others find out that Yun Haitang is in trouble, we won't have a chance anymore. All right. Xianxia was not one to hesitate and immediately nodded. Wait a moment. Lu Ming called out. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming in confusion. I'll inscribe an inscription formation for you to conceal your aura first. Lu Ming continued to inscribe runes on Xianxia's body. After a while, the inscription array that concealed his aura was completed. Lu Ming, I didn't expect your inscription technique to be so brilliant. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming curiously. It's nothing. Let's go. In a flash, he went into the depths of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy with Xianxia following behind. At the same time, in a secret room of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, a deep roar like that of a beast was heard. A white-haired old man's heart was pierced through by Gu Huaxiu. Who was it? Ancient flower void. Not this strong? The old man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a core elder of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution and a peak-tier king. Even if Gu Huaxiu had sneaked an attack on him, he wouldn't have been able to pierce through his heart. The cultivation that Gu Huaxiu had just revealed was extremely terrifying. Hee, you're about to die, why care so much? I only want your inscription plate. True Yuan exploded, and the old man's aura was extinguished. Gu Huaxiu sneered and licked his lips. He took off the old man's storage ring. After a while, a token appeared in his hand. It was exactly the same as the one that Lu Ming and the others had gotten from Yun Haiteng. Then, Gu Huaxiu's body flashed and he also headed towards the treasure vault of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. Lu Ming and Xianxin's cultivation levels were high. Their movements were as fast as lightning. Coupled with the inscription array that concealed their aura, no one could discover them. Soon, the two of them arrived at the depths of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. There was a huge mountain. On the mountainside, there was a stone door. The stone door was tightly closed, and there was a large inscription formation engraved on all sides. If they didn't have the token, not to mention whether they could break in, if they tried to force their way in, it would alert the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, including that Sea of Soul Realm expert. Lu Ming and Xianxia rushed to the mountainside, took out the inscription token, and injected their vital essence. Buzz! The inscription token glowed and inscriptions appeared on it. Inscriptions also appeared on the stone door. These inscriptions formed a light shield in front of them. At this moment, the light barrier split into two, forming a door. The stone door opened automatically. Let's go! The two of them flashed and rushed in. The light shield closed automatically, and the stone door also closed. Behind the stone door, there was a wide passage. It was obviously man-made, and the surrounding walls were full of holes. The two of them followed the passageway and advanced quickly. The tunnel slanted downward, leading to the underground. The two of them ran forward carefully for a few minutes. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt his hair stand on end and a sense of danger erupted from the bottom of his heart. Be careful! Lu Ming suddenly pulled Xianxia and retreated. Chi. Two sharp beams of qi shot into the place where the two had been, leaving two deep, thumb-sized holes in the ground. Die! A figure pounced at them with dark green claws aimed at Lu Ming and Xianxin's vital points. The speed was unbelievable. Buzz! A long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hands. The spear's gleam pierced through the void and stabbed forward. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia pressed his hand forward and a powerful force field burst out, enveloping the other party. Bang! Lu Ming's spear gleam collided with the other party. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly, while the other party retreated rapidly. So strong! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Under his and Xianxin's combined attack, the other party was only pushed back and not injured. This showed the other party's combat power. Of course, it was also because the two of them were in a hurry and didn't use their full strength. Gu Huaxiu. At this moment, Lu Ming saw the person in front of him. He was shocked and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Beside him, Xianxia was in the same state. The person who had ambushed them was actually Gu Huaxiu. Half a month ago, Gu Huashu was only at level 7 Martial King realm. In just half a month he had improved to such a terrifying level. Hee, your battle strength is beyond my expectations. Gu Huashu sneered and licked his lips. He stared at Lu Ming and Xianxia coldly. Lu Ming and Xianxia furrowed their brows. They did not expect to meet Gu Huashu here. You're also here to steal the treasures of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, right? Lu Ming said. Not bad. I didn't expect you to come in here. Good, I'll take this opportunity to finish you off. Gu Huashu's body flickered and turned into a dozen phantoms, charging toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. Each phantom looked real and exuded a powerful aura. Sky Poison Claw. Gu Huashu roared as a claw light shot out. More than a dozen figures attacked at the same time, their claws covering Lu Ming and Xianxia's vital points. Sky Devil Force Field. Sky Demon Cut. Xianxia shouted as the Sky Demon Force Field exploded. It contained a terrifying cutting force. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear turned into more than 10 spear gleams and pierced through more than 10 phantoms. Bang! Bang! After a dozen or so deep explosions, Gu Huashu's dozen or so figures all collapsed and turned into one. He quickly retreated 100 meters away, and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. In the battle between the three of them, all of their true chi was restrained. Otherwise, with their combat strength, if their chi spread in all directions, it would probably penetrate the mountain. I didn't expect that your battle strength would reach such a level. I'm afraid that even the sovereigns at the bottom of the list of top 1,000 talents are no match for either of you. Gu Huashu said with a serious expression. Chapter 636. 636 Linghai takes action. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia were equally shocked. Gu Huashu had reached such a terrifying level in just half a month. His cultivation had already reached the peak tier king level, and his battle power was extremely strong. If it was a one-on-one battle, Lu Ming did not have the confidence to win. This guy's condition is too strange. Dandan's black eyes stared at Gu Huashu, her eyes spinning. Dandan, what did you see? Lu Ming asked. Dandan said that it had lived for a long time. Lu Ming now felt that it might be true. Perhaps Dandan could really see something. It's a little like possession, but the difficulty of possession is not small. It requires a series of coincidences, otherwise it's very difficult to succeed. Dandan muttered. Possession. Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions changed. There was disbelief in their eyes. They had also heard of the legend of possession. It was said that when a martial artist cultivated to the spiritual god realm and condensed a spiritual god, even if his physical body was destroyed, the spiritual god would not collapse for a while. He could even use his spiritual god to possess another body and be reborn. However, possession wasn't as easy as one would imagine. Once a spirit god left the body, it was extremely weak and wouldn't exist for long. The most important thing was that everyone's will was extremely strong, and it even involvered the laws of life. Basically, it was impossible for a spirit god to possess someone else's body. If a spirit god wanted to possess someone else's body, they would often end up in a situation where they would be reduced to ashes. But in history, there were also successful cases of possession, but they were too few. Could it be that Gu Huashu's body had been possessed by a powerful being? At this moment, Gu Huashu's expression changed. I'll let you two off for now, but I'll take your lives in the future. Gu Huashu snorted and quickly retreated into the tunnel. Chase. The two of them quickly chased after him. The three of them, one in front and one at the back, moved forward and passed through the east and west bay. After a while, a huge underground cave appeared in front of them. Blood-red gemstones were embedded in the stone walls of the underground cave, scattering blood-red rays of light. In the middle of the underground cave, there was actually a medicinal field, growing more than a dozen kinds of spirit herbs. Blood infant fruit, dragon poison fruit, my senses were indeed correct. As soon as Gu Huaxu arrived here, he revealed a look of ecstasy and charged towards the fruit trees. The heavenly demon fruit. Xianxia immediately saw a fruit tree as tall as a man. It was pitch black and there was only one fruit on it. It was the size of a fist and had strange patterns on its surface. This was the heavenly demon fruit that Xianxia needed. Xianxia pounced toward the heavenly demon fruit. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the air trembled violently. The vibrations were so dense that it was as if there were countless bees flying around. However, the sound of the vibrations was thousands of times stronger than that of the bees. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, beetles flew out from the ground of these fruit trees like bullets, piercing through Gu Huaxu and Xianxia. His speed was shockingly fast. The vibrations were caused by the flapping of the beetle's wings. Be careful! Lu Ming exclaimed softly and rushed over quickly. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia pressed his palm down, and the powerful Sky Demon Force Field enveloped the beetles. However, the speed of the beetles was only slightly affected, and they continued to rush towards Xianxia. Sky Demon Cut. An extremely sharp cutting power burst out, and a wind blade-like cutting power cut toward the beetles. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. The powerful cutting force cut the beetles, but it produced the sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. Only a few beetles were cut in half, and the rest were only sent flying. After a moment of delay, they charged again. On the other side, a short sword appeared in Gu Huaxu's hand. He kept on slashing, but the result was the same. Only a few of the beetles were killed, and the rest were sent flying. Sacred beetle! Damn it! Why are there sacred beetles here? Gu Huaxu roared. And NBSP. The beetles flew up again, and there were no less than 1,000 of them. Lu Ming rushed forward and a huge spear's gleam condensed in his hand. He swept it out and dozens of scarabs were swept away like bullets. They crashed into the surrounding walls, blasting big holes in them. However, more scarabs pounced toward Lu Ming. And NBSP, this type of sacred beetle had a long, sharp thorn in its mouth. It was clearly not ordinary, and no one wanted to be pierced by it. Little Qing, pick the heavenly demon fruit and retreat. Lu Ming shouted. Juniors, none of you can leave today. All of you can stay. At this time, a bone-chilling voice rang out. Boom! In the sky above the cave, a vast and terrifying aura pressed down. This aura gave people the feeling that they were facing a vast ocean. Not good, it's a sea of soul realm expert. Lu Ming's expression changed. It seemed that the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy had already taken precautions and had been waiting for them here. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He immediately used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and turned into a ray of light. In a flash, he dodged the large group of scarabs and rushed toward the sky demon fruit. Bang! Bang! Then, he swept his long spear and the group of scarabs in front of him were swept away. He then swept his quintessential essence forward and caught the sky demon fruit. He pulled it back and put it into Lu Ming's storage ring. The heavenly demon fruit is in my hands, let's go! Lu Ming shouted as he flew towards the exit at top speed. At the same time, Xianxia retreated quickly. Junior, stay here. An angry shout rang out, and 2 powerful forces pressed down on the 2 people's heads at an unbelievable speed. There were 2 rings of fire, and they exuded a shocking pressure. It's so hot. That's the 2nd-level fire concept. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. 3 types of concepts erupted and a spear's gleam shot out, striking the ring of flames. With a loud boom, Lu Ming felt a boundless pressure surging toward him. His body trembled slightly and he could not help but retreat. On the other side, Xianxia was in a similar situation. He took a few steps back. In the sky, a burly middle-aged man in a red robe stood in the air. His eyes were cold as lightning as he scanned the 3 of them. Did you kill my son Yun Songsheng? Today, I'm going to bury all of you with me. The red-robed man's cold voice rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his hands down and a total of 9 rings of fire shot towards Lu Ming, Xianxia and Gu Huaxiu. And NBSP. At the same time, the sacred beetle began to shake and fly toward the 3 of them. Sky Devil Force Field. Destruction Cut. Xianxia shouted as he pushed out his palms. A powerful force field covered a radius of 10 meters. Invisible cutting forces destroyed everything. And NBSP, this time, many of the sacred beetles were cut in half, leaving only 3 flame rings to charge through the force field. This is the destruction domain. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Xianxia had actually comprehended the intent realm of destruction. At the same time, he had cultivated the intent realm of wind. Chapter 637. 637 Chapter 637 Joining Hands. The destruction mentality was a special kind of mentality. Its attack power was extremely terrifying. It could destroy everything. In terms of attack power, even the thunder mentality was a lot weaker. At the same time, Xianxia had also comprehended the wind mentality. However, the 2 mentalities were obviously not combined. Exterminate. At this moment, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He had not used the infinite dragon spear since he got it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The infinite dragon spear turned into a series of shadows. Dozens of spear lights burst out. As the spear lights were too sharp, they tore through the air and created dozens of vacuum passages. And NBSP, the spear radiance struck dozens of sacred beetles, causing them to explode. The tip of the infinite dragon spear was made of indestructible steel. It was extremely hard and sharp, and it could easily break through the sacred beetle's defense. On the other side, Gu Huaxiu let out a long howl and his dark green sword qi exploded. It was also stronger than before and split apart the sacred beetles. Boom! Boom! Then, there was a violent explosion. Lu Ming and the rest collided with the ring of flames, creating a shocking explosion. The entire mountain shook violently. Damn it! The red-robed middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming's group of 3 was too powerful. Not only could they break through the sacred beetle, but they could also block his attack. They were only martial kings, but they were so terrifying. Raging flames billowed to the heavens. Slash the world. The red-robed man waved his hands and pressed down. Immediately, dozens of rings of fire formed and shot toward the 3 of them. This kind of fiery disk was the combination of the red-robed man's vital essence and will. It was extremely powerful, and the edge of the ring was extremely sharp. It also carried the explosive intent of fire. If someone was hit by it, they would definitely explode. Lu Ming, how about the 3 of us join forces? Gu Huaxiu suddenly shouted. His opponent was a Sea of Soul Realm expert. No matter if it was Zhen Yuan or intent, they were both too strong. They couldn't be his opponent alone. If they wanted to leave this place safely, they had to work together. Otherwise, they would only be defeated one by one. All right. Lu Ming was also very clear about this. He nodded and agreed without hesitation. Regardless of whether Gu Huaxiu was possessed or not, he had to get through this first. Gu Huaxiu's body flashed and he appeared beside Lu Ming and the rest like a ghost. In the spiritual ocean tier, the Dantian turns into the sea, and the Zhen Yuan is too rich. We can't fight him head-on, or our Zhen Yuan will definitely be exhausted in advance. The other party is a martial artist at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier, so we can only change from passive to active and counterattack to have a chance of winning. Gu Huaxiu analyzed. What method do you have? Lu Ming asked. It was very likely that Gu Huaxiu had been possessed by a spirit god. He might really have a way. The few of them blocked the red-robed man's attacks while conversing through voice transmission. The 2 of us will open up a path and attack the other party. Let this little girl use her force field to cover the other party and reduce his speed. Only then will we have a chance of winning. Gu Huaxiu said. All right, let's lead the way. Lu Ming nodded. Then, he activated his second blood meridian and his power increased. An extreme strike. Lu Ming unleashed his strongest attack. He became one with the spear and turned into a ray of spear radiance. It pierced through the void and rushed up into the sky. Bang! Bang! A few rings were destroyed by Lu Ming and the sharp spear's gleam was pointed at the burly man in red robes. Sky Poison Sword. A dark green light flashed in Gu Huashu's eyes. Even the short sword in his hand turned dark green. With a slash, a few rings were broken and the dark green sword light slashed towards the red-robed man. The red-robed man's eyes turned serious. He clenched his fists in the air and the rings of flames flew back. They turned into two rings that emitted a powerful aura and shot toward Lu Ming's spear radiance and dark green sword chi. Boom! Boom! Two earth-shaking explosions were heard as violent chi spread out. Two pillars of chi shot up into the sky from where the three were fighting. Boom! The stone wall above the cave was directly penetrated, and the whole mountain shook violently. Countless boulders came crashing down, but when they were still several dozen meters from the four, they were shattered by the energy from their bodies. Charge out! Lu Ming called out to Xianxia. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming and Xianxia turned into two streaks of light and rushed up. On the other side, Gu Huashu did the same. If you want to leave, then stay. The red-robed man let out an earth-shattering roar and turned into a sea of fire, blasting towards the three of them. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia pressed his little hand and the Sky Demon Force Field acted on the red-robed man, blocking his figure for a moment. In this way, Lu Ming and the other two rushed out of the mountain peak. Stay here! The burly man in red robe bellowed. The next moment, the Sky Demon Force Field was shattered. He turned into a flame and broke through the sky in an instant. With a wave of his hand, dozens of rings of flame were blasted toward Lu Ming and the other two. Lu Ming and the other two retaliated. With a loud bang, the sky exploded like fireworks. As for the mountain peak below, it had completely collapsed. Detestable! Gu Huashu roared. The spirit herbs he wanted were still inside. What's going on? Something has happened in the forbidden area. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed the entire Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. Countless people were flying around in the sky. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. More than 20 figures were flying toward Lu Ming and the rest. Forefather, what happened? Forefather, what's going on? These people asked one after another. These people have trespassed the forbidden area. All of you, attack and take them down. The red-robed man ordered. What? How dare you? You're looking for death. The 20-odd people shouted one after another. Their powerful auras exploded and surrounded Lu Ming and the other two. Every one of them was a late-stage king, and they were the strongest force in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. Kill them. The red-robed man instructed. Kill. Kill. Over 20 late-stage king tiers attacked together. All sorts of techniques and lights were unleashed toward the three of them. Brat die. As for the red-robed man, he waved his hand and everyone's attacks were directed towards Gu Huashu. He wanted to break them one by one. Just now, his attacks were too scattered. That was why Lu Ming and the rest managed to block them. Now, he was going to focus on one person. Gu Huashu was shocked, and he quickly retreated as a dark green sword chi burst out. Die! The red-robed man pressed down with his hand and a ring of fire spun rapidly, colliding with the sword chi. The sword chi only resisted for a breath before it collapsed. The ring did not stop and continued forward. Clang! Gu Huashu's body trembled as his short sword struck the ring, and he quickly retreated. No, I'm not his match alone. We have to work together. Gu Huashu charged at Lu Ming without a care. But the red-robed man stopped him. Chapter 638. 638 Wanting to slaughter the Spirit Sea. On the other side, Lu Ming and Xianxia were also entangled. Alchemists were skilled in inscriptions, so they were naturally also skilled in joint attacks. More than 20 upper-tier king tiers joined forces and set up a combined attack formation, entangling Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming was very clear about the other party's intention. They would hold the two of them back first. The burly man in the red robe would kill Gu Huashu first and then kill them. They were broken one by one. If that was the case, they would be in danger. That red-robed man wasn't an ordinary person who had just broken through to the spiritual ocean tier, but had already reached the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier. If they fought him alone, they would only be defeated. Charge out and join forces with Gu Huashu. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. Sky Demon Force Field, Destruction Cut. Xianxia pressed his hands together, and the Sky Demon Force Field surrounded the 20 or so masters. The destructive power of the force field cut them up. If there were only a few late-stage king tiers, they would have definitely been minced into meat paste. However, with the combined forces of over 20 king tiers, their auras merged together, and their formation, they were actually able to withstand the attack. Devour! Lu Ming pressed his left palm down and a powerful devouring force erupted. It acted on the 20-odd phenomenal success kings and was about to devour their blood essence. Steady! One of the elders shouted. This elder had the strength of a peak-tier king. In fact, there were 8 peak-tier kings among the 20-odd people. Otherwise, they would not have been able to stop Lu Ming and Xianxia's joint attack. True Dragon Strike, break. Lu Ming thrust his long spear and a 3-colored true dragon flew out, crashing toward the 20-odd people. Block him, block him. In just a little while, the patriarch will be able to kill that person and come help us. An old man roared. They were also extremely shocked. Where did these young men come from? They were so strong that they did not seem to be martial king realm warriors. They were too terrifying. At this moment, countless people from all over the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy were looking at the battle in the sky in shock. Whoosh! Just as Lu Ming executed the true dragon strike, a beam of sword light suddenly flashed from a mountain peak below. The sword light was extremely sharp, as if it had come from beyond the heavens. The target of the sword gleam was the same as Lu Ming. It was the experts from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Boom! The 3-colored true dragon first clashed with the attacks of the people from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. They had never expected that there would be another sword light. He wanted to defend, but he lacked the strength. The sword light slashed across, and 7 or 8 late-stage kings were cut in half. The formation was broken. As soon as the formation was broken, Xianxia's Sky Demon Force Field exploded and blood splattered everywhere. A few more masters were killed. Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy is such a dirty and disgusting place. Today I will destroy it. A figure stepped into the air and appeared in the sky. It was a young man, about 25 or 26 years old. He was wearing a white robe and was handsome and elegant. Come and help me. On the other side, Gu Huashu shouted. He couldn't hold on any longer. He was spitting out blood and couldn't hold on much longer. The two of you, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go help him. The white-robed young man turned into a sword light and attacked the red-robed man. Yun Luo, you old fogey, today is the day you die. The white-robed youth's voice was filled with killing intent. Damn it, who are you? The red-robed man, Yun Luo, roared. Detian Divine Guard, Li Xiaoyun, I've been investigating what your Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy has done for a long time. You must be destroyed. The white-robed young man shouted coldly as endless sword chi burst out from his hand. It was extremely powerful. The white-robed youth's cultivation was also at the peak-tier king tier, but his battle power wasn't any weaker than Gu Huashu, Xianxia, and the others. Li Xiaoyun. He's ranked 943rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming's expression changed. Charge. Let's break out together. At that moment, An old man who was trapped in the sky demon power field was trying to break out of the encirclement. With the formation broken, their strength was greatly reduced. At this time, Xianxia had killed a few of them. The remaining 10 or so people were struggling in the sky demon power field, but they couldn't get out at all. Now, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and hundreds of three-colored true dragons flew out, pouncing on the experts from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Division. At the same time, the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline enveloped the other party through his left palm. This was equivalent to Lu Ming and Xianxia working together. How could ordinary peak-tier kings withstand this? They were instantly killed. Swallow. Drops of blood essence flew into Lu Ming's left palm and were devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming curiously. He did not know what Lu Ming's purpose of devouring blood essence was. Now, let's go kill that old man. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not explain. He couldn't explain the bloodline of the 9 dragons yet. As for the 20 or so storage rings, Lu Ming and Xianxia kept them all. All right. Xianxia nodded. Meanwhile, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy was in an uproar. The most powerful elders of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution were all dead. They had all been killed. Those who knew Lu Ming and Xianxia were even more shocked. Lu Ming and Xianxia's names aren't on the list of top 1,000 talents. How are they so strong? Peak-tier kings can't even fight back against them. The most terrifying one is Gu Huaxiu. He's also shockingly strong. He's still alive under the attack of the old ancestor. The great era is coming. I heard that in recent years, geniuses have emerged from all over the Eastern Barren Territory. All kinds of supreme talents have emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain, and many of them are no weaker than the geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. It's over. The Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution has been targeted by these monsters. It's most likely over. We'd better leave quickly. Some of the people who were studying alchemy here all retreated far away to avoid being implicated. Some disciples of the Cloud Sea Elixir Dispensary also retreated to some hidden places to watch. If the situation didn't look right, they would leave immediately. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Xianxia were already charging towards Yunluo. Even with Gu Huaxiu and Li Xiaoyun working together, they were still not Yunluo's match, but they could barely hold her off. Sky Devil Force Field. Before Xianxia even arrived, the Sky Demon Force Field had already enveloped Yunluo. True Dragon Strike. The dazzling spear radiance turned into a 3-colored True Dragon and pounced toward Yunluo. At the same time, Gu Huaxiu and Li Xiaoyun also launched their counterattacks. Boom! Boom! Yunluo's body trembled violently as she retreated. Buzz! Buzz! Li Xiaoyun and Gu Huaxiu moved and blocked his way. The 4 of them surrounded Yunluo. Hee, you're arrogant. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Gu Huaxiu sneered. Yunluo, I've investigated what your Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution has done. From today on, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution will be removed from the world. Li Xiaoyun's sword soared into the sky, and his voice was extremely cold. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not say a word, but their cold gazes explained everything. Countless people were shocked. The 4 geniuses were going to kill a powerful being from the Spirit Sea today. Furthermore, Yunluo was a powerful being at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean realm. If she was killed, it would definitely be a big piece of news. It was extremely rare for a king to kill the spirit ocean. This was because the difference between a king and the spirit ocean was too great. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, it would still be extremely shocking. Chapter 639. 639 List of Top 1,000 Talents, Li Xiaoyun. You think you can kill me? Yunluo's aura was as turbulent as the ocean as she scanned her surroundings. But his heart was unusually heavy. The 4 people in front of him were all too powerful. Normal peak-tier kings would be instantly killed by them. If he was alone, he had the confidence to defeat and kill him. But with the four of them working together, he felt great pressure. Especially, he looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, but he was already so powerful. This made him tremble in fear. The battle of karmic luck is about to begin. All these freaks have been mobilized. Yun Luo felt a little bitter. While it's rare for a king to kill a spirit sea expert, there have been a few in history. Gu Huashu sneered and licked his lips. Kill! Lu Ming did not waste any words and attacked directly. He had devoured a large amount of blood essence, so he had to end the battle as soon as possible and refine the blood essence. The moment Lu Ming moved, the other three moved as well. Each of them unleashed their unique skills and charged towards Yun Luo. The sky instantly boiled over. The violent attacks caused the entire world to shake. Wisps of energy seeped out and fell to the ground. Boom! Boom! Each wisp of chi was like a bombshell. Mountains and rivers exploded, and palaces collapsed. The Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy was in shambles. Let's go, let's go! The disciples of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution screamed and ran. Some of them were too slow and were killed by the explosion. The 5 figures turned into 5 dazzling lights and engaged in a life-and-death battle in the sky. But at this time, Yun Luo was already completely at a disadvantage. A moment later, blood splattered in all directions as an arm was cut off. Yun Luo let out a beast-like roar, and suddenly, a blood-red light filled the air. Yun Luo turned into a blood-red light, rushed out of the encirclement, and quickly went far away. For little bastards, just you wait. I will definitely take revenge for my broken arm. His voice rumbled and reverberated between heaven and earth, but he had already gone far away. Yun Luo had escaped. What a pity he escaped. Li Xiaoyun sighed. Lu Ming's expression was calm. The 4 of them did not have an overwhelming advantage over Yun Luo to begin with. It would not be that easy to kill her. It was already good enough that they were able to leave her with an arm and severely injure her vitality. If the other party doesn't die, he'll definitely take revenge. I won't be accompanying you. Gu Huashu sneered. He looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia before his figure flashed and disappeared into the horizon. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This guy was cautious. He left immediately after the battle was over. He was most likely afraid that Lu Ming and Xianxia would find trouble with him. To be honest, Lu Ming would not mind getting rid of him if he had the chance. Gu Huashu gave Lu Ming a very dangerous feeling. May I know how I should address the 2 of you? Li Xiaoyun cupped his fists at Lu Ming and Xianxia and smiled. Lu Ming. Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia answered. Lu Ming? Xianxia? I've never heard of it before. It seems that we've really entered a golden era with countless geniuses. If the list of top 1,000 talents is rearranged, I doubt I'll be squeezed out of it. Li Xiaoyun said with a bitter smile. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked like they were in their 20s, but they had such cultivation and combat strength. He was shocked. Brother Li is too modest. I've heard of Brother Li's great name like thunder. Lu Ming was being polite. What are your plans next? Did you come here to go to the chaotic astral ocean as well? Li Xiaoyun asked curiously. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. He had nothing to hide. The Battle of Kismet is approaching. Now, many geniuses have been mobilized. As far as I know, many geniuses have entered the chaotic astral ocean recently to train them slaviers. After I've settled the affairs of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, I'm also planning to go to the chaotic astral ocean to adventure. Li Xiaoyun said with a smile. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, the chaotic astral ocean is incomparably chaotic. It's an unreasonable place where people may attack you at any time. There's no lack of life and death battles there. Under such an environment, it was indeed possible for one to constantly improve and break through. Because if he didn't break through, he would most likely die. It was normal for many geniuses to enter it to train. Lu Ming could not help but look forward to it. Li Xiaoyun was ranked 943rd on the list of top 1,000 talents, which was dozens of places higher than the Saint Planet. His battle strength was much stronger than the Saint Planet's. Li Xiaoyun could easily defeat Saint Starlight. He was only a few dozen ranks higher and he was already so powerful. How powerful would those geniuses who were ranked higher be? Not to mention the geniuses who had reached the Sea of Souls realm, there must be many geniuses who were stronger than Li Xiaoyun in the Martial King realm. Lu Ming really wanted to meet them. "Brother Li, we'll take our leave then," Lu Ming said. He was in a hurry to find a place to refine the blood essence. "All right, when we meet again, we must have a good drink," Li Xiaoyun said with a smile. "Definitely." Lu Ming nodded and left with Xianxia. Buzz. After Lu Ming and Xianxia left, two figures appeared beside Li Xiaoyun and bowed. "Young master, send the news to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in the Yunfeng region and get someone to deal with this Cloud Sea Alchemy institution. Using the Khanate blood qi to refine pills is an evil and crooked way," Li Xiaoyun said coldly. "Yes." The two old men bowed. Lu Ming and Xianxia flew to the west. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, they landed in a mountain range. The two of them planned to cultivate in seclusion here for a while. Xianxia wanted to use the heavenly demon fruit to cultivate the heavenly demon force field, while Lu Ming wanted to refine his blood essence. "Dandan, help us guard the area," Lu Ming said. 10 level 5 spiritual herbs. Dandan demanded an exorbitant price. 2, or not a single one, Lu Ming threw him 2. Dandan was helpless and could only grab 2 spiritual herbs to guard at the side. Xianxia sat cross-legged, took out the heavenly demon fruit, and began to cultivate. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged 100 meters away. Boom, boom, boom. In the bloodline of the 9 dragons, a huge amount of blood essence was being refined. This time, he had obtained the blood essence of over 20 late king tiers, including 8 peak tier king tiers. The blood essence was simply too rich. The 9 dragon bloodline had already accumulated to a certain level, reaching the limit of a 7th level king bloodline. This time, it broke through directly. 8 Esilavir chakras flashed and disappeared. The 9 dragon bloodline had advanced to the 8th level king realm. Fortunately, Xianxia was also in seclusion, otherwise his jaw would have dropped. Bloodline of the 9 dragons, why does it sound so familiar? Sigh, I can't remember. Not far away, Dandan was mumbling while gnawing on spirit herbs. Let's see if I have enough supreme-grade spirit crystals. If I have enough, I can break through to the peak tier king realm. More than 10 storage rings appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Min and Xianxia each took Tulavir storage rings from the 20 over kings from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Lu Ming's mind sank into it and he gathered all the top-grade spiritual crystals together. After a while, Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. Chapter 640. 640 Breaking through to peak tier king tier. As expected of the storage ring of a peak late-stage king, it was simply too rich. There were more than 80 million supreme spiritual crystals in the 12 storage rings. 80 million was really terrifying. Alchemy is really a huge profit. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Moreover, the people in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution made use of the brutal method of the baby's innate blood qi to refine pills and make a profit. Naturally, they earned more supreme-grade spirit crystals. Normal peak-tier kings and late-stage kings weren't this rich. Lu Ming estimated that Yun Luo's storage ring definitely had more top-grade spiritual crystals. It was a pity that he had escaped. It's more than enough to break through to the peak-tier king level. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia after he was done sorting out the best-grade spirit crystals. At this moment, an invisible force field emanated from Xianxia's body, covering a radius of 100 meters. It trembled continuously and shrank. Xianxia held the heavenly demon fruit in his hand. The fruit glowed and wisps of light were absorbed by Xianxia. It seemed that Xianxia's cultivation would not end anytime soon. With a single thought, Lu Ming's body disappeared and he entered the supreme shrine. The next breakthrough would cause a huge commotion. If they were outside, Xianxia would most likely be alerted. Let's start. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of top-grade spiritual crystals appeared. There were a total of 1 million pieces. Bang! Bang! All 1 million supreme spiritual crystals exploded and turned into extremely rich spiritual qi. The 9-dragon bloodline emerged. After reaching the 8th level of the king level, the 9-dragon bloodline's body seemed to have become larger. Its body was winding, and its scales were dense. It was becoming more and more like the legendary true dragon. He opened his mouth and inhaled. A terrifying devouring power burst forth. The energy of 1 million pieces of top-grade spirit crystals was swarmed into the 9 dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique and began cultivating. Breaking through to peak tier king tier required an abnormally large amount of energy, and he had to condense his chi vortex to the extreme in preparation for breaking through to the spirit sea realm. Therefore, he needed a lot of supreme spiritual crystals. The devouring and refining power of the 9 dragons' bloodline had increased several times. It did not take long for him to refine 1 million pieces of top-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming took out another 1 million. Just like that, 1 million followed another. Endless energy was being accumulated. After Lu Ming had refined 18 million pieces of top-grade spirit crystals, the qi cyclone in his dantian finally reached an extremely condensed stage. It was like a liquid that was spinning, like the eye of the sea. At this moment, a powerful aura rose from Lu Ming's body. He had broken through to a peak-tier king. Boom, boom, boom. Circulating the true war dragon technique, his essential core surged and flowed. Lu Ming felt that the strength of his essential core was several times stronger than before. Naturally, Lu Ming's combat strength had also increased by a large margin. Lu Ming opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. Peak-tier kings were considered to be standing at the peak of king tiers. The next step would be to open the spirit sea and step into the spirit sea realm. However, this step wasn't that easy. First of all, one had to comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth to the 2nd level. Without the 2nd level intent realm of heaven and earth, trying to break through to the sea of soul realm would only lead to death. It has only been a day since I refined so many top-grade spirit crystals. Let's go and see how little Qing's cultivation is going. With a single thought, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, he felt a powerful force field surging and his body was under immense pressure. Lu Ming moved and retreated a few hundred meters before the pressure disappeared. The demonic fruit in Xianxia's hand had disappeared. Her long hair was flying in the air, and a lotus flower was floating above her head. A beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged on the lotus flower. A powerful force field emanated from Xianxia's body. It's not simple, it's not simple. Dandan circled around Xianxia, her eyes darting around as she carefully sized up Xianxia. 8 hours later, the force field around him suddenly shrunk and disappeared into Xianxia's body. At this time, Xianxia opened his eyes. Little Qing, how is it? Did you break through the sky demon power field? Lu Ming walked over and smiled. Of course I did. How was it? You want to test its power? Xianxia's lips curved into a sly smile. He stared at Lu Ming with ill intentions. You think you can defeat me just because you've broken through? Then you'll be disappointed again. Lu Ming smiled confidently. Oh really? Then I'll have to try. Xianxia smiled. As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed her palms forward. Buzz! An extremely powerful force field burst forth and enveloped Lu Ming in an instant. It was as if a majestic mountain was pressing down on him. So strong. He's several times stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. He circulated his essential core and gathered 3 types of heaven and earth intent realms, opening up the power of the demonic power field. You've made a breakthrough in your cultivation? Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. Of course. You've already broken through, so how can I not? Lu Ming chuckled. Just in time, destruction cut. Xianxia shouted and pressed his palms together. A terrifying cutting force burst out from the sky demon power field. This cutting force was formed by the will of destruction and the sky demon power field. It was so sharp that even a 5th-level spiritual weapon would be cut apart. In Lu Ming's hands, a long spear was condensed from vital essence. With the tip of the spear as the center, the long spear spun rapidly like a drill bit and drilled in Xianxia's direction. Bang! Bang! With a loud boom, the domain in front of him was broken. Lu Ming stepped forward and dodged Xianxia's attack. If he wanted to defeat Xianxia, the first thing he had to do was to rush out of the domain and attack Xianxia. Little Qing, I'm going to reward you after I take you down. Lu Ming's gaze swept across Xianxia's body. You want to take me down? Dream on. Xianxia shouted as her blood meridian burst out. Her delicate hand pressed down again. A beautiful arm formed out of thin air and slapped at Lu Ming. The terrifying palm force swept toward Lu Ming like a stormy sea. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not dare to be careless. He thrust his spear forward and a huge 3-colored true dragon pounced out, colliding with the beautiful palm. Boom! The ground trembled terrifyingly, and the terrain rose and fell. Violent energy swept in all directions. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he took 3 steps back. Xianxia also took 3 steps back. They were equally matched. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to activate his blood meridian to fight Xianxia retracted his demonic force field and said, "No more fighting, no more fighting, today is considered a draw." You're not fighting? Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. Other things aside, Xianxia was a good opponent. Lu Ming was about to activate his blood meridian and fight with all his might, but Xianxia stopped. You're a man, yet you're fighting with a little girl. And you're so serious. How petty. Who wants to fight with you? Xianxia's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Lu Ming in disdain. Chapter 641. 641 Chapter 641 Chaotic Stars City. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. All right, Xianxia was the one who said that they wanted to have a competition. In the end, it was Lu Ming who was in the wrong. What could Lu Ming say? He could only tell himself in his heart that he should never try to reason with a woman, because his reasoning might not be her reasoning. With a smile, Xianxia's figure flashed. He grabbed Dandan and placed her on her shoulder. Then he rose into the air and flew to the west. Lu Ming stepped on the air and chased after him. The distance from here to the chaotic astral ocean was not close. It was almost as far as half of the Yunfeng region. Even with their speed, it would still take them nearly 10 days to fly. Little Qing, you're cultivating the destruction and wind concepts, right? Lu Ming asked on the way. That's right. The intent of destruction is something I comprehended from my bloodline. Xianxia said. Those 2 concepts don't seem to have fused together. Do you think it's that easy to merge 2 intents together? Xianxia rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Then he thought of something and said, unlike you, you're so perverted. I can teach you some experience in the fusion of wills. How about it? Do you want to learn? Lu Ming said with a smile. Xianxia's eyes brightened. Indeed, Lu Ming had successfully fused 3 concepts. If she had Lu Ming's experience, she might really be able to fuse 2 concepts together. If she could really merge the destruction and wind concepts, her sky demon power field would be raised to a terrifying level. You're not that kind to teach me? Xianxia asked. Of course I'm not that kind. I have conditions. Come, give me a kiss, and I'll tell you the method of fusion. Lu Ming said with a smile. Kiss you? Xianxia's face was as red as a ripe apple. He glared at Lu Ming and said, I knew it, you pervert, you wish. After saying that, he even gritted his teeth. If that's the case, then forget it. I can't do anything about it. Who asked me to be a pervert? Lu Ming heaved a long sigh. Phew. Xianxia gritted her teeth. The look in her eyes kept changing. Then she stared at Lu Ming with her eyes wide open. Her face turned redder and redder. In the end, she actually closed her eyes slowly and raised her mouth to kiss Lu Ming on the face. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he retreated a few meters away. He smiled and said, Little Qing, what are you doing? It was just a joke, did you really take it seriously? Ha! Lu Ming. A shrill scream came from Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia blushed and glared at Lu Ming. He gritted his teeth and wanted to bite Lu Ming. In the end, she bared her teeth and pounced on Lu Ming, ready to bite him. Lu Ming dodged it and flew forward, shouting, Nest, the tigress bit me. Stop. No, I won't stop. The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, disappeared into the horizon. Time passed day by day. Along the way, Lu Ming would occasionally tease Xianxia. He was in an extremely good mood. Of course, he wasn't going to be stingy. He shared some of his experience with Xianxia. On top of that, he also gave Xianxia a bunch of destruction intent crystals. The destruction ultimacy crystal was one of the many ultimacy crystals that Lu Ming had obtained in the heaven realm. When Xianxia saw Lu Ming take out a large pile of destruction ultimacy crystals, there were even quite a few middle-grade ultimacy crystals. He could not help but be dumbfounded. Of course, she kept it without any hesitation. Then, she took out a martial arts secret manual and passed it to Lu Ming. The exploding star fist, a superior heaven-level martial arts technique, could burst out a terrifying power when combined with the concept of fire, like the explosion of stars. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His current attack methods were indeed a little monotonous. With this book on the exploding star fist, he would have more attack methods. He had obtained some martial arts secret manuals from others before. However, they were either heaven-level low-rank martial arts manuals which Lu Ming did not care about at all. Most of them had to be cultivated together with the weapon and were not suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming was just the right person for this martial arts technique. The two of them were not in a hurry to travel. They cultivated as they traveled. If he had any comprehension, he would stop and cultivate. Lu Ming's understanding of the exploding star fist was also improving rapidly. What was originally a 10-day journey took the two of them more than 20 days to arrive. The chaotic stars city was located on the shore of the chaotic astral ocean. It could be considered the common border between the Yunfeng area and the chaotic astral ocean. The chaotic stars city could be said to be the most prosperous city in the Cloud Peak region. Everyone who wants to enter the chaotic astral ocean from the direction of the Cloud Peak area has to go through the chaotic star city. There were countless merchant associations and caravans gathered here. The chaotic astral ocean can be said to be the largest inland ocean in the East continent. Its surface area is even larger than many large domains. There are many precious materials and strange treasures inside that cannot be found in the outside world. Therefore, there are countless chambers of commerce that take the risk to enter the chaotic astral ocean, search for the materials and treasures unique to the chaotic astral ocean, and sell them in other big regions. They can obtain rich profits. And these chambers of commerce all had to set off from chaotic star city. It's really lively. Lu Ming and Xianxia walked to the streets of the chaotic star city. They could not help but sigh as they looked at the people coming and going on the streets. There were shops on both sides of the street. There were all kinds of wonderful materials and items from the sea. Lu Ming had never seen them before and it was an eye-opener for him. After walking around for a while, the two of them headed towards the harbor outside the city. The so-called port in Chaotic Stars City was not a place for ships to dock, but a place for flying demonic beasts to dock. This is because there are a lot of aquatic demonic beasts living in the chaotic astral ocean. These aquatic demonic beasts possess unparalleled strength in the ocean. They are capable of summoning clouds and rain and are incomparably powerful. If a ship sailed on the sea, it would definitely be destroyed by the sea demon beasts. Therefore, the majority of the people who enter the chaotic astral ocean ride on flying demonic beasts. Of course, riding on a flying demonic beast is not completely without danger. In the chaotic astral ocean, the weather is constantly changing, so you might encounter a storm or a thunderstorm at any time. The storm and lightning rain were not ordinary ones. Some of them were so terrifying that even kings would die inside. In addition, the greatest danger in the chaotic astral ocean is pirates. Pirates are everywhere and rob passers-by. The only outcome for those who were robbed was death. Therefore, any martial artist who wants to enter the chaotic astral ocean will enter in groups. The most common way is to follow some caravans. The caravans had powerful forces and would hire some guards with high cultivation. Therefore, as long as he gave them some spirit crystals, they would agree to go with him. The benefits were mutual. One side could get the protection of the caravan's military force, while the other side would have more people in the caravan, which would be more powerful. They were using each other. Lu Ming and Xianxia also wanted to find a caravan to go with them. It's not that they're afraid of the pirates of the chaotic astral ocean, but because the ocean is too big. If they don't have someone to lead the way, it's very easy for them to get lost. They planned to first follow the caravan into the chaotic astral ocean. Then, they would train while waiting for other people with the key to the martial emperor's treasure to appear. Chapter 642. 642 Demonic Beasts in the Sea. The Chaotic Stars City's port was bustling with activity, and many massive flying demonic beasts were parked there. There were chaotic wind eagles, gale eagles, four-winged flying tigers, and many more. There were all kinds of flying demonic beasts. These demonic beasts all had one thing in common, which was that they had extremely good endurance and huge bodies. Each demonic beast could carry at least a few dozen people. These demonic beasts did not all stand together. Instead, they were clearly divided into different forces. The Luyuan Chamber of Commerce is going to Fengyuan Island. Each person only needs 10,000 high-quality spiritual crystals. The Flame Chamber of Commerce is going to the Golden Sand Island. Let's go together. 12,000 supreme spiritual crystals per person. The huge Wave Chamber of Commerce has called for guards to go to Sea Lion Island. The price will be set according to the cultivation. Let's discuss it face to face. When the two of them arrived at the port, they heard shouts. Which island are we going to first? Xianxia asked. I can do anything. Let's choose a bigger island. Lu Ming said. The map displayed on the keys of the Martial Emperor's treasure only points to the chaotic astral ocean, but it doesn't point to its specific location. The two of them speculate that it will only point to its specific location when all 9 keys are born. Therefore, they don't have a specific target now, so they can only choose a random place. Then let's go to Golden Sand Island. Golden Sand Island is a big island with many warriors gathered there. Xianxia said. All right. Lu Ming nodded, and the two of them walked in the direction of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. You too, are you going to Golden Sand Island? A middle-aged man with a goatee asked with a smile. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. To Golden Sand Island, 12,000 best-grade spiritual crystals per person. Our young lady is there, so you can register and pay the fee there. The goateed middle-aged man pointed. The two of them looked over and saw a young woman, surrounded by a group of people, standing under a huge four-winged flying tiger. All right, thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked over with Xianxia. Are you two going to Golden Sand Island? The lady looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia with a faint smile. The woman was in her 20s. She was wearing a light yellow long dress, which made her look pretty and lovely. This was the young lady that the man with the goatee had mentioned. Yes, this is the fee for the two of us. Lu Ming took out 24,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals and handed them to the young lady. The woman kept it and smiled. My name is Luo Xin. How should I address the two of you? Lu Ming. Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia also reported their names. Young Master Lu, Lady Xie, the journey to Golden Sand Island will take half a month. You can choose a four-winged flying tiger first. We will set off in 2 hours. Luo Xian said with a smile. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then he and Xianxia chose a four-winged flying tiger. The four-winged flying tiger was 20 meters tall and had a wide back. It lay there, and a few people were already sitting cross-legged on its back. The two of them landed on the four-winged flying tiger's back and sat cross-legged, waiting quietly. As soon as Lu Ming and Xianxia left, a young man with a cold expression beside Luo Xin said, 2 more useless people. This time, there are no experts on the way to Golden Sand Island. What bad luck. Qinzhao, this is very normal. It's not every time that there are powerhouses setting off together. As a caravan, we have to rely more on our slaviers. Luo Xian said. Of course I know that. However, if we have a strong person with us, we can save a lot of people if we run into danger. Qinzhao said. The others nodded in agreement. The reason why their caravan brought people along was firstly to earn some fees, and secondly, they had the intention of borrowing strength. If they encountered danger on the road, these people who were traveling together would also help. If there were a few experts together, it would be a great deal, and the safety factor would increase greatly. As they were chatting, someone else came over. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed. The people of the Flame Trade Caravan, as well as the guards, all landed on the back of the four-winged flying tiger. Let's go! Luo Xian shouted. The four-winged flying tiger let out a loud roar and immediately soared into the sky, flying towards the chaotic astral ocean. Lu Ming took a quick glance. There were a total of 64 winged flying tigers and each of them had about 20 people on them. In total, there were more than 1,000 people. Most of them were from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. 1 to 200 of them, like Lu Ming and the rest, had followed the team to the Golden Sand Island. There was nothing else on the four-winged flying tiger's back except for people. People would not have goods, and warriors were naturally different from ordinary merchant caravans. Mortal caravans usually carried a large amount of goods with them, but the goods of martial artists were all stored in storage rings. The four-winged flying tiger roared as it moved. It had 4 huge wings that were more than 50 meters wide. When it flapped its wings, a strong wind blew, and it was extremely fast. 60 huge four-winged flying tigers flew thousands of meters in the air and formed a certain formation. On the four-winged flying tiger at the front stood a white-robed elder who was looking into the distance. This old man was the guide of the caravan. Not only could he tell the direction, but he could also avoid thunderstorms and storms. He could be seen from far away and had never taken a detour to avoid them. This was something that every caravan would have, and it was also called an Feng Xiang Master. And Feng Shui Master was the most valuable asset of a caravan. They could help a caravan avoid many dangers. The salty sea breeze blew and Lu Ming felt refreshed. This is the real ocean. Lu Ming stood on the back of the four-winged flying tiger and looked into the distance. The blue ocean was boundless, as if it was connected to the sky. The surface of the sea was very calm. It was completely different from the sea that Lu Ming had seen in the heaven realm. After a while, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. The journey to Golden Sand Island would take half a month, and he could use this time to cultivate. His mind sank into his sea of consciousness and he sat cross-legged under the lightning cauldron to comprehend the lightning concept. A few hours later, Lu Ming ended his comprehension of the thunder concept. He began to deduce the exploding star fist in his mind. Time flew by and 3 days passed. Walala! The sound of waves crashing could be heard from below. At the same time, chirping sounds could be heard. Lu Ming looked down and was slightly shocked. On the surface of the sea below, there were huge black fish. Lu Ming estimated that each of them was no more than 100 meters long. There were more than 100 of them in total. They were rolling in the sea and letting out sharp cries. Here in the deep sea, all kinds of sea demonic beasts gradually appeared. Voila! Suddenly, a large part of the water sank down, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A black fish was caught off guard and was directly bitten in two by the sharp teeth. A huge shark jumped out of the water, its aura monstrous. What a big shark! Lu Ming estimated that the shark was at least 1,000 meters long. It was huge and looked like a small island in the ocean. The shark opened its mouth wide and swallowed the big fish. Then, it rushed to the other big fish. The other big fish naturally scattered and fled in all directions. Chapter 643. 643 Chapter 643 Snobbish. The ocean was instantly dyed red with blood as the giant sharks chased after it. At this moment, two huge furry hands reached out from the ocean. They were almost 100 meters wide. They grabbed the shark's mouth and broke it. The shark's mouth was split in half. Even its body was almost torn apart. Blood gushed out. A gargantuan ape emerged from the ocean. It opened its mouth, which was filled with teeth, and bit the shark, tearing off a large piece of shark meat. This is a water ape. It's so powerful. It's at least equivalent to a peak-tier king. Not good, it's targeting us. Someone exclaimed. At that moment, the water ape's huge eyes looked up at the sky, filled with a brutal aura. Fortunately, it only took a few glances before it grabbed the shark's corpse and slowly sank into the sea, disappearing. The demonic beasts in the ocean are really powerful. Lu Ming secretly sighed. The most amazing thing was that the monstrous beasts in the sea were too huge. They were often hundreds of meters long or thousands of meters long. On land, there were very few such huge bodies, unless they were some powerful monstrous beasts that had inherited the bloodline of divine beasts. In the ocean, the law of the jungle was displayed even more vividly. Lu Ming continued to fly. Along the way, he saw more huge and powerful sea beasts. One time, they encountered a sea beast that looked like a flood dragon. It was 2,000 meters long, and its aura was boundless. It was definitely a sea beast equivalent to the spiritual ocean tier. Fortunately, they had avoided it from a distance, or else the consequences would have been unpredictable. No wonder it said that ships can't move forward in the chaotic astral ocean. If a ship is on the ocean, it will definitely be torn to pieces by these huge sea beasts. 5 days later. There's a thunderstorm ahead. Turn right and move forward. Feng Fengshe shouted as he rode on the first four-winged flying tiger. The people of the flame caravan immediately changed direction and flew to the right. In the blink of an eye, it had been 7 days since they set out to sea. Lu Ming focused on comprehending the concept of thunder and the exploding star fist. He spent the rest of his time cultivating his mental energy fire. In addition, Lu Ming had already cultivated the explosive star fist to the 2nd level during the journey. Its power was already considered not bad. After all, he lacked practice and it was not good to take out the path understanding ancient tree to cultivate. The cultivation speed was naturally not fast. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. On the evening of the 8th day, a series of buzzing sounds suddenly rang out in front of him as the sound approached at an extremely fast speed. Not good, it's swordfish, a school of swordfish. A loud roar reverberated through all the four-winged flying tigers. Get ready for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling attack had already erupted in front of him. Lu Ming's four-winged flying tiger was at the back of the formation and was not attacked. He looked forward. The sky in front of him was densely packed. They were a type of fish with wings. They were about half a meter long and had sharp mouths like arrows. Whoosh! Whoosh! These fish were known as swordfish. They flapped their wings, and their bodies shot out like arrows, piercing through the air and making tearing sounds. Most of these fish were only at the martial arts grandmaster level, but there were too many of them. A small number of them had reached the level of a martial king. Boom! Boom! Colorful attacks flashed out, and large numbers of flying arrowfish were killed, falling into the sea like raindrops. Everyone, quickly kill this school of flying swordfish and leave this place. Chen Zhao roared as he hovered in the air. With a single palm strike, thousands of flying arrowfish were killed, showing the strength of a level 7 martial king realm. Lu Ming shook his head and did not make a move. Although there were many flying swordfish, their combat strength was not strong. They could not cause much harm to the caravan and did not need his help. On the side, Xianxia had no intention of making a move. He continued to sit cross-legged. As expected, it didn't take long for the school of swordfish to be almost all killed. The caravan successfully charged out and continued to fly forward. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and the rest. It was Qin Zhao. At that moment, Qin Zhao's face looked even colder. He stared at Lu Ming and Xianxia and said, "Why didn't the two of you make a move just now?" His tone was very unfriendly, and he questioned her in a commanding tone. Lu Ming frowned. He did not like it when others spoke to him in such a tone. Therefore, he naturally did not look happy. He said indifferently, "Just a few flying swordfish, we don't need to do anything. When we're needed, we'll naturally attack." "Ha, I don't need you to do anything. What a joke. Do you think you're peerless experts? It's ridiculous. I think you guys don't even dare to attack, afraid of death." Chen Zhao laughed and revealed a mocking expression. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly. Lu Ming frowned and said coldly, "It's none of your business whether we're experts or not. Besides, we've paid the spiritual crystals for this trip. I've never heard of any rule that states that we must take action." Phew! Chen Zhao's expression froze. Indeed, there wasn't a rule that stated that people had to pay spiritual crystals and go with the caravan. In fact, people like Lu Ming and the rest did not need to do anything. It was just that many people would help when they encountered danger. It was also to prevent the caravan from getting into trouble and to rush to the destination as soon as possible. "Chen Zhao, that's enough." At this moment, Luo Xian flew over and chided them. She then smiled at Lu Ming and the other man. "Young Master Lu, Monsieur, Chen Zhao has a short temper. I hope you don't mind." Xianxia snorted coldly. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not say anything. "If you're weak and afraid of death, just say it." Chen Zhao said coldly and left, flying forward. "Young Master Lu, Monsieur, I'm sorry." Luo Xian smiled apologetically and left. "You're looking down on me." Xianxia pouted. Lu Ming smiled faintly and touched his nose. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but that he had already seen that the swordfish basically didn't pose a threat to the caravan. It didn't matter whether they helped or not, so they didn't help. If the caravan were to encounter a crisis that they couldn't handle, they naturally wouldn't sit by and do nothing. A small disturbance passed just like that, and the caravan continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. On the evening of the 10th day, a small island appeared in front of them. "Ahead is island. Let's go down and rest for the night. We'll set off tomorrow." Luo Xian's voice was heard. The four-winged flying tiger had been flying for 10 days. No matter how strong it was still tired and needed to rest. It couldn't keep on flying. The four-winged flying tiger roared and flew toward the island below. This island was not big, with a radius of about 1,000 miles. It was originally a place for some caravans to rest. They landed on a huge square on the island. "Manager Yen, the Flame Chamber of Commerce is here. Please prepare some good food for us." A burly man flew down from the flame caravan and shouted. Huge stone houses were built on the side of the square. In the past, the caravans that passed by would rest here and eat something. However, no one responded after the burly man called out. Chapter 644. 644 The Blood Fiend Pirates. What happened today? In the past, Manager Yen would come out to welcome us attentively before we even landed. Why is there no one here today? Chen Zhao said with a frown. Luo Xen also frowned and her face suddenly changed. Not good, there's a problem. Let's leave quickly. Go, quickly go. Clearly, some of the more experienced people had also thought of something and called out. Haha, it's too late to leave now. You can all stay. A sneer was heard. Then, the sound of the air being torn could be heard. Figures appeared from all directions of the square. There were more than 1,000 people, standing in the air and surrounding the flame caravan. Pirates, it's pirates! Someone exclaimed. The faces of Luo Xen and the others also darkened. In the chaotic astral ocean, pirates are the most terrifying. The chaotic astral ocean was originally a gathering place for some fiends. Those fiends in the eastern wastelands who could no longer survive would go to the chaotic astral ocean, and no one would be able to find them. The chaotic astral ocean's pirates are even fiercer than the fiercest ones. They specifically kill passing merchant teams and seize their cultivation resources. Their methods are extremely ruthless and they leave no survivors. There were even some pirates who cultivated evil cultivation techniques that required slaughter, blood, and even the souls of warriors to cultivate. Everyone, we're from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. I hope you can give us some face. I understand the rules. I'll give you 1 million supreme spiritual crystals in exchange for us leaving. How about it? Luo Xen flew out and wanted to discuss with the other party. The Flame Chamber of Commerce is considered a huge chamber of commerce in the chaotic astral ocean. It is quite powerful and famous. Some pirates will give some face to it when they hear about it. Unfortunately, Luo Xen was wrong. From the other side, a burly man with a knife scar on his face flew out. His eyes scanned Luo Xen's curvaceous body with a fiery gaze and sneered, "Do you think you can dismiss us with just 1 million supreme spiritual crystals? Do you think we are beggars? How about this? You can keep half of all the goods you have this time. Also, you can serve me for a night. If I'm satisfied with your service, I can consider letting you leave." After saying that, the knife-scarred man licked his lips, and his eyes were full of lust. Luo Xen's face turned pale. "You're dreaming. Don't think that you can defeat us. You only have 1,000 people, and we have more people than you. If we really fight, it's not certain who will win." Chen Zhao shouted, his anger soaring. So what if you have more people than us? In my eyes, they're all sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Kid, let me tell you, our blood fiend pirates never rely on numbers to win. The knife-scarred man laughed contemptuously. What? You're from the blood fiend pirates? Luo Xen, Chen Zhao, and countless people at the scene had a drastic change in their expressions. Their faces were filled with fear. It seemed that the blood fiend pirates were very famous. Hee, looks like you've heard of the blood fiend pirates before. You should know that we've always been ruthless. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you go. As long as you serve me well and leave me half of your goods, I'll let you go. The knife-scarred man sneered. Chen Zhao's expression kept changing, but he did not continue speaking. Don't even think about it, miss. I'll do my best to escort you out later. You can't trust the blood fiend pirates. Even if we agree to their conditions, they'll go back on their word. An old man walked out from behind Luo Xen, exuding a powerful aura. This elder was a peak-tier king. Old man, you want to send her out by yourself? Stop dreaming. The man with the knife scar sneered, and a powerful aura spread out from his body. Peak-tier king. This burly man was actually a peak-tier king as well. Not only that, but another powerful aura also rose up behind the knife-scarred burly man. He was also a peak-tier king. The blood fiend pirates had sent out 2 peak-tier kings. Everyone's heart sank. There was only one peak-tier king in the flame caravan, and he usually didn't attack just in case. Ordinary pirate groups rarely have peak king warriors, But the Blood Fiend Pirate Group is an extremely powerful pirate group in the chaotic astral ocean. It's normal for them to have peak king warriors, but he didn't expect two to come at once. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Now you have no chance. The knife-scarred man's eyes flickered with a fierce and bloodthirsty light, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Kill. Cripple the young women's cultivation and leave them behind. Kill the rest. The knife-scarred man roared. Kill! Kill! The Blood Fiend pirates roared, their murderous auras filling the air. From their auras, everyone in the Blood Fiend pirates was covered in blood and had been through many battles. This kind of person had rich fighting experience. Ordinary martial artists would even feel uneasy and their combat strength would be weakened if they were suppressed by the other party's baleful chi. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. A series of voices roared as they rushed towards the Flame Chamber of Commerce. Chen Zhao, take the young lady and break out of the encirclement. I'll block them. The peak-tier king of the Flame Chamber of Commerce roared and rushed toward the man with the scar. Old man, go to hell. The scar-faced man's eyes were extremely cold. With a blood-red saber in his hand, he slashed out, and a mighty blood river gushed toward the old man of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. Starbreaker sword. The old man from the Flame Chamber of Commerce thrust his sword forward. Specks of starlight filled the air as he charged at his opponent. Boom! With a loud boom, his body trembled and he retreated rapidly. With one move, he fell to the ground. Luo Xen and the others were even more desperate. You want to stop me with this little combat strength? You're really looking for death. The knife-scarred man sneered. Go, you guys hurry up and leave. The old man shouted at Luo Xen and the others. He go where to? A sneer was heard and a figure as tall as a bamboo pole appeared in front of Luo Xen. The aura on his body was unfathomable. This person was the other peak-tier king of the Blood Fiend pirates. Luo Xen, Chen Zhao, and the others' faces were as white as paper, and their hearts were like dead ashes. At this moment, screams could be heard from all directions. The Blood Fiend pirates had the upper hand. People from the Flame Chamber of Commerce were being killed. Fifth brother, this little girl is really not bad. After you play with her, you have to let me play with her. The skinny man looked at Luo Xen, his eyes flashing with a fiery light. All right, sixth brother, since you've taken a fancy to it, of course you can. The knife-scarred man sneered. Luo Xian's body began to tremble. Damn it. If my big brother was here, he would definitely be able to kill them easily. Chen Zhao let out a low roar. Die! Then, the knife-scarred man slashed at the old man again. Boom! The old man's body was pushed back again, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Among peak-tier king-tiers, there was a huge difference in battle prowess. Clearly, the knife-scarred man was stronger than the old man. Old man, I'll kill you with 3 more slashes. The knife-scarred man sneered. You have no chance. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. 2 young men, 1 male and 1 female, suddenly appeared behind the elder. Chapter 645. 645 Let me practice some boxing. The knife-scarred man was shocked. He didn't even see how the 2 people appeared. These 2 people were naturally Lu Ming and Xianxia. The scar-faced man heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Ming and Xianxia's age. How much of a threat could 2 young men in their 20s pose? It seemed like he had been too careless earlier and had not noticed them. It's them. Luo Xen, Chen Zhao, and the rest also saw Lu Ming and Xianxia. What are the 2 of them doing here? Are you looking to die? Chen Zhao couldn't help but ask. Young Master Lu, in this situation, the Flame Chamber of Commerce can't even protect them slaviers. They can't protect you either. You'd better run for your lives. If you're lucky, you might be able to escape. Hurry! Luo Xian's character wasn't bad. At this time, she could still think of others. Leave, not a single one of them can leave. Ha, There's actually such a beauty in the world. What luck! At this moment, the scar-faced man's eyes were fixed on Xianxia's body, burning with fire. Fifth brother, the previous one is yours, this girl is mine. The skinny man's eyes were similar. He stared at Xianxia, his eyeballs almost falling out. It was too beautiful, too beautiful. Luo Xian was considered a pretty beauty, but compared to Xianxia, she was nothing. They kept sighing and rejoicing. Their luck today was too good. Luo Xian sighed. It's over. Xianxia is so beautiful. Now that he's been targeted by two peak-tier kings of the Blood Fiend pirates, how can he escape? Xianxia's brows furrowed, his eyes filled with killing intent. All of you will die. Xianxia's cold voice startled everyone. Xianxia actually wanted to kill two peak-tier pirate kings? What a joke. Little Qing, leave these two guys to me. I'm looking for someone to practice my fist arts with. You go help the others. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia's cold eyes swept across the knife-scarred man and the skinny man. All right, I'll leave them to you. Don't kill them easily, I'll do it. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The others were dumbfounded. What were Lu Ming and Xianxia doing? Could it be that in their hearts, the knife-scarred man and the skinny man were trash that could be killed at will? These were two peak-tier king tiers. A newborn calf was really not afraid of a tiger. Senior, you go help the others. Leave these two to me. Lu Ming strode forward and said to the peak-tier king from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. This. The old man was also a little stunned. Brat, you're trying to be a hero on my head. It's your mistake. The scar-faced man shouted coldly and slashed his saber at Lu Ming. The blood-red saber ray whistled through the air and slashed at Lu Ming's head. The power was stronger than before. Be careful. Luo Xian subconsciously exclaimed. I'll use you guys as practice. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he threw a punch. The space trembled with the exploding star fist. A fiery red fist light shot toward the saber light of the knife-scarred man like a meteor. Wherever the fist radiance passed, the air was directly turned into liquid due to its ferocity. The liquid wrapped around the fist radiance and collided with the saber radiance. Boom! With a deafening sound, the knife light of the knife-scarred man was directly shattered and disappeared without a trace. Not only that, but the remaining fist light also hit the knife-scarred man and forced him to retreat. This. Luo Xian, Chen Zhao, and the others' eyes almost popped out, and their mouths were wide open as they stared blankly. Lu Ming had actually destroyed the saber flare of the burly man on the bus, who had been extremely arrogant just now, with one punch and forced him to retreat. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so terrifying? Expert, this was a top expert. The scar-faced man's expression changed drastically as well. He had never expected Lu Ming to have such powerful combat strength. Come over here. At this moment, Lu Ming threw a punch. A dazzling fist radiance pierced through the void and headed toward the thin bamboo pole. The skinny man wanted to stop Xianxia, but Lu Ming quickly pulled him over. It wasn't easy to find a few training targets. It would be a pity if Xianxia killed him in one move. The explosive fist radiance created a huge pressure on the skinny man. He could only block it with all his strength. Boom! The fist radiance exploded, and the thin bamboo pole was blown away for 1,000 meters. Let's join forces and kill this little bastard. The knife-scarred man roared. All right. Buzz. Buzz. The skinny man and the knife-scarred man joined forces. Both of them unleashed their full strength and charged toward Lu Ming. Good. Lu Ming threw 2 punches in a row. The fist radiance burst out, tearing through the void 1,000 meters away and blasting toward the two of them. With 2 loud bangs, the two of them were sent flying by the fist radiance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately after, 2 more fist lights pierced through the void and headed toward the two of them. The fist energies seemed to be endless. The knife-scarred man and the skinny man were completely suppressed and were at a disadvantage. This was the result of Lu Ming suppressing his quintessential essence and his explosive star fist. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Lu Ming. Sky Devil Force Field. On the other side, Xianxia's voice was heard. She pressed her hand down and a terrifying Sky Demon Force field covered 1,000 meters. All the Blood Fiend pirates, regardless of whether they were late-stage kings or ordinary kings, were cut into pieces and died. Luo Xn and the others were dumbfounded. Geniuses. I didn't expect that we would have 2 peerless geniuses in our team this time. We're so lucky. The elder at the peak of the king's realm sighed, his face filled with joy. Yeah, I really didn't expect this. Luo Xian also sighed. As for Qin Zhao, he felt his face burning. He thought of what had happened 2 days ago. At that time, he had pointed at Lu Ming and Xianxia, saying that they were afraid of death and that their cultivation levels were low, so they did not dare to attack. Now that he thought about it, every word he said was like a pair of slaps on his face. Lu Ming was right. They did not make a move. Under such circumstances, there was no need for them to make a move. When there was a need, they would naturally make a move. However, he was mocking Lu Ming. Damn it, you made me lose face. Isn't it just a peak-tier king? My big brother is much stronger than them. Qin Zhao felt rather upset. He felt that Lu Ming had embarrassed him. Let's attack together and kill these Blood Fiend pirates. The old man's figure flashed as he charged towards the Blood Fiend pirates. With the help of the old man and Xianxia, the Blood Fiend pirates were killed in large numbers. Especially Xianxia, once the Sky Demon Force field was released, a large group of pirates were enveloped and had no way to escape. The more the Blood Fiend pirates fought, the more frightened they became. The fiendish chi from before had already subsided, and what was left was fear. Retreat, retreat. The enemy has too many peak-tier kings. Some of the Blood Fiend pirates shouted. They had already lost their fighting spirit. The moment their fighting spirit disappeared, their combat strength became weaker, and more people were killed. The Flame Chamber of Commerce had the upper hand. Chapter 646. 646 Large amount of blood essence. Kill. Many people of the Flame Chamber of Commerce shouted. Their eyes were red from killing. They had thought that they would die today, but the situation had suddenly reversed, and the morale was high. In just a few minutes, a few hundred Blood Fiend pirates had been killed. Finally, the Blood Fiend pirates collapsed and retreated. Xianxia and the others chased after him madly, leaving behind a large number of corpses along the way. Of the 1,000 Blood Fiend pirates, at least 800 were killed. Only 100 or 200 managed to escape. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's fist force was like a rainbow. The terrifying and powerful fist force cut through the void like a meteor, constantly blasting towards the knife-scarred man and the thin bamboo pole. It was as if there was no end to it. The knife-scarred man and the skinny man were already trembling, and blood was flowing out of their mouths and noses. Their internal organs had been injured by Lu Ming's fist force. Satisfying, satisfying. Lu Ming felt that the circulation of the explosive star fist was becoming smoother and smoother. It was much more comfortable than when he had comprehended it by himself. Lu Ming could feel that the level of the explosive star fist was approaching the 3rd level. The cultivation of martial techniques still required a great battle. The knife-scarred man and the skinny man watched as their men were either killed or escaped. The others, such as Xianxia and the old man from the Flame Chamber of Commerce, rushed back. Their hearts sank. They knew that they were most likely doomed today. Damn it. Even if I die today, I won't let you have a good time. Let's die together. The knife-scarred man roared with a murderous aura. In the chaotic astral ocean, they were used to seeing life and death, and often walked on the edge of life and death. At this moment, their ferocity was aroused. With loud roars, the chi on their bodies suddenly became violent. Let's die together. The aura on the skinny man's body also became violent. Not good, they're going to self-destruct. The old man from the Flame Chamber of Commerce exclaimed. Quickly retreat, quickly retreat. Chen Zhao and the others, who were watching the battle from all directions, shouted in horror. The self-destruction of a peak-tier king was extremely terrifying, and everything within 100 miles would be affected. You want to self-destruct? Did I allow it? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and his essential core exploded wildly. Lu Ming's essential core was extremely strong now. Once it exploded, the two fist forces immediately became incomparably terrifying. They instantly shattered the void and bombarded the knife-scarred man and the thin bamboo pole. Before the two of them could self-destruct, they were directly torn to pieces by the terrifying power. They didn't even have the time to let out a blood-curdling scream. Buzz! Lu Ming's body moved and he flashed past them. He devoured their blood essence and kept their storage rings. Of course, Lu Ming's devouring of the blood essence was done very discreetly. The devouring power was used on his palm and the blood essence was absorbed. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed past the corpses and he devoured all the blood essence. There were nearly 800 people, and 200 to 300 of them were martial kings. This blood essence was too rich, how could he miss it? Luo Xan, Chen Zhao, and the rest were dumbfounded. 2 peak-tier kings were killed by Lu Ming just like that. After a long while, a deafening cheer erupted. Most of the people were cheering, especially the people from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. They often visited the chaotic astral ocean and naturally knew of the blood fiend pirates' reputation. They had originally thought that they would be doomed this time. However, they didn't expect that Lu Ming and Xianxia were so unimaginably powerful. They were actually 2 young peak king warriors who could easily crush their opponents. Having escaped death, they naturally cheered, were happy and excited. I've heard that many young geniuses have entered the chaotic astral ocean to train. Some of them are even peerless geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Could it be that these 2 are the geniuses on the list? I don't know. I don't know what his name is. In my opinion, even if he's not on the list of top 1,000 talents, he's close to that level. Waves of discussion could be heard from the surroundings. Young Master Lu, Miss Xie, thank you for your help this time. Luo Xian is extremely grateful. Luo Xian walked to Lu Ming and Xianxia and bowed. Miss Luo Xian, you don't have to be so polite. I'll still say the same thing. If there's a need for this Lu to take action, this Lu will definitely take action. Lu Ming smiled faintly. If we don't make a move, someone is probably going to drive us away. Xianxia snorted and glanced at Chen Zhao, who was standing not far away. Of course, Chen Zhao also heard this. What's there to be proud of? Wasn't he just a peak-tier king? It had taken him so long to kill 2 pirates, and their names weren't on the list of top 1,000 talents. What was he so proud of? If my big brother wasn't over 30 years old, he would have been on the list of top 1,000 talents. Chen Zhao gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. All right, let's rest. Lu Ming strode towards a stone house. The others also began to clean up the battlefield. He walked into the stone house, but there was no one there. It was obvious that the people on this island had all been killed by the blood fiend pirates. Lu Ming randomly found a stone house and started to refine the blood essence. The blood essence of 2 peak-tier kings, more than 10 late-tier kings, and hundreds of martial artists of different levels were extremely rich. Lu Ming used all of them to improve his 9-dragon bloodline. Unfortunately, it didn't help the 9-dragon bloodline advance to the 9th level of the king class. In order to advance to the 9th level of the king class, the amount of blood essence required was enormous, and this amount was far from enough. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, when the 4-winged flying tiger was almost done resting, everyone set off again for Golden Sand Island. Although they ran into some trouble on the way, even a small pirate group, this group didn't even have a peak-tier king and was easily defeated. 5 days later, they finally arrived at Golden Sand Island. The Golden Sand Island is considered relatively large and famous among the many islands in the chaotic astral ocean. It has a circumference of several 100,000 li and is like a continent. There was a lot of golden sand on it, hence the name Golden Sand Island. In the sea area with a radius of tens of millions of miles, Golden Sand Island was a large gathering place. There were many forces here, and at least tens of millions of warriors had gathered here. It could be said that there were many masters. There were even quite a few Sea of Soul Realm experts, but they didn't usually show their faces. The four-winged flying tiger of the Flame Chamber of Commerce landed on a vast golden beach. Young Master Lu, Miss Xie, this must be your first time on the Golden Sand Island, right? The Flame Chamber of Commerce has a large stronghold on the Golden Sand Island. Why don't we go there and have a look? I'll be the host and show you around. Luo Xen walked to Lu Ming and Xianxia and smiled. Thank you, Miss Luo Xen, but the two of us still have other things to do. We'll chat again next time. Lu Ming declined. Oh, if that's the case, next time then. But young Master Lu, Lady Xie, the chaotic astral ocean is different from the outside world. Here, there is no law or order. If you make a move, there will be a massacre. You too must be careful. Luo Xian warned him kindly. Thank you, Miss Luo. Goodbye. After that, Lu Ming and Xianxia bade farewell and headed toward the Golden Sand Island. Chapter 647. 647 Blood splattered everywhere. Looking at the two of them leaving, Luo Xen sighed and said, "What a pity. It would be great if such a genius could be used by the Flame Chamber of Commerce." Young lady, that's impossible. These two are so young but they've already reached the peak king realm. They must be the heirs of some big force. In a few years, they might even be on the list of top 1,000 talents. Their future is limitless. How can our Flame Chamber of Commerce invite such people? The peak-tier king from the Flame Chamber of Commerce walked to the side and said softly, "Elder Wu, you think too highly of them. In my opinion, their combat strength is only average. My brother can definitely defeat them easily. They are just lucky to be born in a major power and rely on a large amount of resources to reach their cultivation base. There are many people like them in those major powers, so they will definitely not be able to get on the list of top 1,000 talents." Chen Zhao walked up and sneered. He was still very unhappy with Lu Ming. Luo Xian sighed. Chen Zhao was too narrow-minded, he wouldn't be able to do much. Lu Ming and Xianxia rose into the air and flew toward the inland of Golden Sand Island. Soon, a huge city appeared in front of them. The two of them flew toward the city. This city was not guarded by anyone. People came and went, flying here and there, and it was very lively. As Lu Ming and Xianxia approached the city gate, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Most of these gazes came from the burly men. These people were all burly and strong. They didn't even bother to hide their murderous aura as they stared at Xianxia with fiery eyes. Not only were there middle-aged brawny men, but there were also a few white-haired old men. Their eyes were also burning as they looked at Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Xianxia's charm was too great. He would attract attention wherever he went. However, Lu Ming could not stop others from watching. If someone wanted to take a step further, Lu Ming's fist would have long been itching. The two of them could not be bothered with the gazes from the surroundings and walked into the city. In the city, the shops formed a forest and it was even more lively. On both sides of the street, there were many stalls selling many strange things. I didn't expect that there would be so many warriors on Golden Sand Island. Lu Ming thought to himself. Moreover, Lu Ming noticed that the quality of the warriors on Golden Sand Island was very high. There were almost no weaklings. Lu Ming took a glance and saw that most of them were at the level of martial kings. Of course, there were also warriors below the rank of martial king, but they were all high-level martial arts grandmasters. The weaker ones did not dare to walk around. It's no wonder. In the entire eastern wilderness, Many of those extremely vicious and evil martial artists, or those who practice evil martial arts, come to the chaotic astral ocean. This has led to the chaotic astral ocean having an extremely large number of experts. The number of experts in the chaotic astral ocean far exceeds that of most big regions. Martial kings were everywhere. Kid, what the hell do you mean? I saw this piece of deep-sea cold iron first. What's the meaning of this? Do you want to die? I think you're the one who wants to die. So what if you like her? This piece of deep-sea cold iron, I want it. In front of a stall, two big men in their 40s started quarreling. You're looking for death. With a loud roar, one of the burly men pulled out his saber and slashed at another man. You're the one who's going to die. A long spear appeared in the other man's hand. The long spear turned into a flash of lightning and pierced the throat of the man in front. The man roared and fell to the ground. You're really looking for death. You still want to fight with the old man for the deep-sea cold iron. The man with the long spear put away his spear and took the man's storage ring before looking at the stall owner again. The deep-sea cold iron is mine. The burly man said, All right. The stall owner smiled and handed a piece of metal to the burly man. As for the death of one person, he did not find it strange at all. The people around him were the same. They only took a casual glance and then went back to their own business as if this was a normal thing. Not long after, a few men in black appeared and took the corpse away. Lu Ming and Xianxia took a few glances and continued walking. Old thief, you dare to touch my woman? Die. He had only taken a few steps when another loud roar rang out in front of him. A man in his 30s had split an old man in half with an axe. The surrounding people only took a few glances and went back to their own business. Chaotic astral ocean, it's indeed chaotic astral ocean. It's chaotic enough that killing people is a common occurrence. A word of disagreement would cause blood to splatter. Let's find a restaurant and have something to eat. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. The two of them were also used to seeing storms and had experienced countless life and death battles. Naturally, they got used to it very quickly. Xianxia nodded and the two of them walked towards a restaurant. Boom! Just as they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, the entire restaurant exploded with a loud bang. Broken wood and gravel flew everywhere. Some of the people with lower cultivation were directly injured by the gravel. Lu Ming waved his hand and his quintessential essence burst forth. The front part of the gravel and wood fragments that were shot at them was destroyed. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. Dozens of figures flew out from the 9th floor. Nest, those who curse and drink can't even rest in peace. Which bastard is fighting in the restaurant? Curses were heard. Boom. And NBSP. Two figures shot up into the sky from the dust and began to battle, their powerful auras filling the air. One of them was a brawny man, while the other was old Ou. Both of them were Level 9 Martial King realm martial artists. Many people immediately shut up. Boom. Boom. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves in the air. In the end, the burly man was stronger and killed old Ou with a single sword strike. Damn it. You dare to go against me, you're looking for death. The burly man cursed. He took the storage ring and was about to leave. Wait a moment. A short and chubby man dressed as a shopkeeper flew up into the sky and said with a smile, The two of you have destroyed my restaurant. You haven't even paid for it and you want to leave? That's too immoral. Fatty, you still want me to compensate? Hee hee, I think you're tired of living. The burly man glanced at the short and fat shopkeeper and revealed a ferocious smile. It's just a small business. If you destroy the restaurant, you have to pay. The short and fat shopkeeper said with a smile. Compensate? Fine, I'll use your head to compensate. The brawny man laughed hideously and slashed his sword at the short and fat manager's throat. The short and fat shopkeeper was still smiling. When the burly man's sword was about to approach him, he struck out his palm. A huge palm condensed and crushed the burly man's sword light, then caught him in his hand. Piqued her king. I'll pay. I'll pay. The burly man cried out in fear. However, with a clench of his hand, the burly man's body exploded and a storage ring flew into the short and fat manager's hand. Wouldn't it have been fine if you had compensated earlier? Sigh, I have to rebuild the restaurant again. What a loss, what a loss. The short and fat manager sighed repeatedly. It seems like we'll have to change to another restaurant to eat. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. This place is quite interesting. What do you think? Xianxia smiled slightly, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Chapter 648. 648 Chapter 648 Lone Wolf Adventurer Team. Indeed, this place was very interesting. To the strong, this was heaven, but to the weak, this was hell. They had to live in fear or else they could be killed at any time. In another restaurant, the waiter respectfully welcomed Lu Ming and his wife with a flattering smile on his face. The waiter wasn't even a martial arts grandmaster. On Golden Sand Island, he was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Anyone could kill him with one finger. Therefore, he lived in fear and trepidation. My 2 guests, if you need anything, just tell me. The waiter invited Lu Ming and Xianxia to a table on the 2nd floor and asked them with a smile. Just give us some wine and food. Lu Ming smiled and ordered some wine and dishes casually. Please wait for a moment, sir, I'll be right there. The waiter turned around and ran back, but he didn't pay attention and bumped into a big man. The big man's Jinyuan shook, and the waiter's body was pushed back 5 or 6 steps, sitting on the ground. Kid, don't you have eyes? You dare to hit me, I think you're tired of living. This burly man had only one eye. He wore an eye patch and was staring fiercely at the waiter. The waiter's face instantly turned pale, without a trace of blood. He knelt down in front of the one-eyed man and began to kowtow, shouting, my lord, please spare my life. I didn't do it on purpose. Please spare my life, my lord. The waiter kowtowed loudly. He didn't dare to use his true chi to defend himself, so his forehead started to bleed after a few hits. But he didn't dare to wipe it and continued to kowtow desperately. He spare you? You wish. Since you don't have eyes when you walk, I'll dig out your eyes and make you really not have eyes. The one-eyed man revealed a ferocious smile. The waiter's face was deathly pale and filled with despair. On Golden Sand Island, with his cultivation level, if he were to go blind, only death would await him. My lord, please spare me just this once. The waiter desperately kowtowed and begged. He. The one-eyed man remained unmoved, his eyes flashing with an ominous glint. One of his own eyes had been gouged out. Since then, he especially liked to gouge out other people's eyes. That way, he would have the pleasure of revenge. Whoosh! The one-eyed man's 2 fingers stabbed towards the waiter's eye like lightning. This burly man had reached the level of a lower-tier king while the waiter and Wu Zong weren't even there. There was a huge gap between them, and it was impossible for them to avoid him. Lu Ming frowned and raised his hand. A wave of essential core swept out and wrapped around Xiao. He pulled her back and dodged the attack of the one-eyed giant eye. The waiter was pulled to the side of their table by Lu Ming. He was still in a state of shock and his entire body was trembling. The one-eyed man looked in Lu Ming's direction with a menacing look in his eyes, especially when he looked at Xianxia. It was a look of pure desire. Brat, how dare you interfere in my business? You must be tired of living. The one-eyed man smiled hideously and walked toward Lu Ming and the rest. The waiter was terrified. However, Lu Ming did not even look at the one-eyed man. He picked up the glass and took a sip slowly. Ta! Ta! The one-eyed man walked to Lu Ming's table step by step. His voice was filled with killing intent. Kid, you're lucky today. Our big brother Li has taken a fancy to this little girl. Let her go over and drink with him. Also, destroy your eyes and we'll let this matter go. We'll spare your life. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He could tell that the man's target was Xianxia. As soon as they went upstairs, The one-eyed man's table was already staring at Xianxia with a fiery gaze. Then, the one-eyed man stood up and walked over. He deliberately stood behind the waiter, causing the waiter to bump into him. Everything was done on purpose by the one-eyed man. He was just looking for a reason to cause trouble. Get lost. Lu Ming took a sip of wine and coldly spat out the word, scram. The one-eyed man's face changed, and his expression became even more ferocious. Brat, I wanted to spare your life, but you're just looking for death. Whoosh. With that, the one-eyed man's fingers were like swords, piercing toward Lu Ming's eyes. Then there was a shrill scream. Of course, it was not Lu Ming who shouted, but the one-eyed man. Lu Ming flicked his finger and a spear's gleam flashed, blinding the one-eyed man's other eye. The one-eyed man covered his eye with his palm, blood flowing from his face. He let out a beast-like roar and scream. Kill, little bastard, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill your entire family. The one-eyed man roared and pounced on Lu Ming as if he had gone mad. The next moment, the one-eyed man's body flew out of the window of the restaurant and fell heavily on the street outside the restaurant. His cries stopped abruptly. The one-eyed man was dead. Boom, boom, boom. At a table by the window, 3 burly men suddenly stood up, exuding a powerful and cold aura, causing the temperature in the restaurant to drop sharply, as if it was winter. The one-eyed man was at the same table as these 3 people just now. It's Lone Wind. He's from the Lone Wolf Adventurer team. That kid is in danger. He just killed one of Lone Wind's men. Lone Wind will never let him go. That's for sure. On Golden Sand Island, the Lone Wolf Adventurer team is pretty strong. This Lone Wind is used to being a tyrant. The key is his big brother, Lone Wolf. He's a peak-tier king. The people around them were whispering to each other. Most of them were gloating at Lu Ming and Xianxia. The waiter's face turned even paler when he heard the name Lone Wolf Adventurer Team, and his body trembled. It's over, it's over. Young master, leave quickly, leave quickly. Don't care about me. I'm just a worthless life. Don't lose your life because of me. The waiter said in a trembling voice. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This waiter was quite kind-hearted. He was obviously scared to death, but he still asked Lu Ming and the rest to leave. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled slightly, his expression calm. Bang, bang. At this moment, the 3 burly men had already walked to Lu Ming and the rest. The person in front was in his 30s. His neck was slightly crooked, but his eyes were extremely cold. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, Brat, how dare you kill a member of the Lone Wolf Adventurer team? I'll make your life a living hell today. Then he turned to look at Xianxia. His eyes scanned Xianxia's body up and down, revealing his lust. Little girl, draw a clear line with this kid right now, and then come back with me to serve me well. Be my maidservant, and then you can live comfortably on Golden Sand Island. Do you understand? Hurry. Idiot. Lu Ming took another sip of wine and said indifferently. Gu Feng's eyes glowed with ferocity. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, what did you say? I don't care what kind of force you're from, but when you're in the chaotic astral ocean and on the Golden Sand Island, even if you're a dragon, you'll still have to coil up. Bzzz. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Feng had already made his move. His claw was aimed at Lu Ming's throat. Gu Feng was a Level 7 Martial King Realm expert. Chapter 649. 649 Chapter 649 Total Annihilation. However, before Gu Feng's claws could reach Lu Ming, he was enveloped by a huge force field. His movements immediately became as slow as a snail. Grumble, I can't even eat a meal in peace. So annoying. Xianxia said coldly. Gu Feng's face revealed a terrified expression. He wanted to turn his head, but with a bang he turned into a pool of blood mist. Yes, under the terrifying force field, he was turned into a pool of blood. There was nothing left of him except for his storage ring, which was caught by Xianxia. The other people in the restaurant were shocked. Xianxia's methods were truly evil. He didn't even move and turned Gu Feng into a cloud of blood mist. It was simply terrifying and made people's scalps tingle. As for the two burly men with Gu Feng, their faces turned pale, without a trace of blood. You killed Lone Wind, our leader will not let you go. Our leader is a Peak King. One of them said in a trembling voice. Oh, so this battle is inevitable? Lu Ming asked. No, not bad. The burly man replied. All right, then you guys stand here first and wait for us to finish eating. Lu Ming said indifferently. He picked up his glass and took a sip. Xianxia was the same, but her face was a little cold. The two burly men stood there. They wanted to leave but did not dare to. They could only look at each other and stand there, not knowing what Lu Ming was up to. A few minutes later, Lu Ming finished his meal and stood up. He said to the waiter, Little brother, you can go. Ah! The waiter was stunned, but he still looked at the two men from Lone Wolf in fear. Don't worry. From now on, there won't be any Lone Wolf adventurer team on Golden Sand Island. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The others were shocked. What did Lu Ming mean? They quickly understood. Lu Ming looked at the two burly men and said, Lead the way. What? The two big men were a little stunned. Lead the way to your Lone Wolf adventurer team's lair. Hurry up. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and murderous intent filled the air. The two burly men shuddered. Lu Ming actually wanted to go to the Lone Wolf adventurer team's lair. What was he going to do? Destroy the Lone Wolf adventurer team. Could it be that I've really provoked two fiends that I shouldn't have provoked this time? The two men's hearts turned cold. If you don't want to die immediately, then hurry up. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. The two burly men turned pale and nodded hurriedly. No matter what, they would leave this matter to their regiment commander, Lone Wolf. They prayed in their hearts that Lone Wolf would be able to kill Lu Ming and Xianxia. With the two burly men leading the way, Lu Ming and Xianxia headed for the Lone Wolf adventurer team's base. Let's go and take a look. These two young men are actually going to kill their way into the Lone Wolf adventurer team's lair. It's too shocking. They definitely have the right to be so confident. This time, the Lone Wolf adventurer team is likely to have kicked an iron plate. I've heard that recently, many young geniuses from the Eastern Wasteland have entered the chaotic astral ocean to train. It's very likely that these two are those geniuses. It seems that I must keep a low profile when I see young people these days. The rest of the people in the restaurant discussed as they followed Lu Ming and the rest. After the others on the road found out the truth, they also followed. In a short while, there were hundreds of people following behind. There are many adventurer teams in the chaotic astral ocean. These adventurer teams usually enter some dangerous places to take risks and search for treasures. However, most of the adventurer teams mainly worked as guards for the merchant teams and earned money. The Flame Chamber of Commerce had hired an adventurer team before. The base of the Lone Wolf adventurer team was in a mountain 3,000 miles west of the city. What's going on? Enemy attack. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, a loud cry was heard from the Lone Wolf adventurer team's lair. Lu Ming turned around and understood. There were hundreds of people behind them. It was no wonder that the Lone Wolf adventurer team was screaming in fear. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. In the next moment, streaks of light flashed in the mountains. More than 100 people appeared in front of Lu Ming and the rest. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and a ruthless look in his eyes. Leader, so. The two of them, kill Big Brother Li. The two burly men in front of Lu Ming shouted. The burly man in the lead was the leader of the Lone Wolf adventurer team, Lone Wolf. What? Second brother is dead? In an instant, Lone Wolf's eyes turned red. He then looked at Lu Ming with a murderous look and said in an extremely cold voice, "Brat, no matter what the reason is, I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons after you kill my second brother. Also, I'll reward you to my brothers. They'll take turns serving you. You'll have your fill." Gu Lang looked at Xianxia. As soon as Xianxia said that, everyone in Lone Wolf looked at him with burning eyes. "Oh, I originally wanted to explain to you why I killed your second brother, but it seems that there's no need to now." Lu Ming smiled faintly. The chaotic astral ocean follows the law of survival, the law of the jungle. What bullshit logic is this? It doesn't work here at all. As long as there was strength, there would be reason. Lu Ming understood this point very quickly. Lu Ming flicked his fingers and 2 spearlights shot out, killing the 2 burly men who were leading the way. Then he stepped forward and walked towards Lone Wolf. "Die!" Gu Lang's eyes turned cold. A giant wolf appeared above his head, and a violent and bloodthirsty aura burst out. Buzz! Lone Wolf's legs kicked in the air and his figure immediately turned into a series of afterimages, pouncing toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming's expression remained calm. A long spear condensed in his hand. With a wave of his arm, the long spear shot out like a bolt of lightning. The next moment, a shrill scream was heard, and a figure retreated frantically. It was Gu Lang. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. His chest had been pierced by a long spear. The powerful destructive force had already destroyed his internal organs. One move, just a casual move, and the long spear had pierced through his heart. That spear was too fast and too sharp. He couldn't avoid it at all. Clang! The spear's immense power sent Lone Wolf flying a few thousand meters and nailed him to the cliff of the mountain. Lone Wolf, dead. The people who came to watch were dumbfounded and shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. He was too powerful. Lone Wolf was completely defenseless in his hands. Who is this person? Could he be a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory? I don't know his name. A series of shocked discussions could be heard. On the other hand, the members of the Lone Wolf adventurer team looked terrified. Their leader, a peak-tier king, had been killed in one move. Run! Immediately, those people turned around and ran. Don't even think about leaving. Xianxia stepped into the air and pressed his palm. The Sky Demon power field exploded, and the 100 or so Lone Wolf adventurers were all enveloped by it. A destructive cutting power was produced, and in the next moment, all 100 or so people were killed. Their corpses fell to the ground like rain. As for the storage rings, they were all taken by Xianxia. Chapter 650. 650 Chapter 650 Life Battle Stage. CSI. Gasps of shock could be heard. The people who were watching the battle widened their eyes in shock. In the chaotic astral ocean, it was normal for people to die all the time. They were shocked by the strength of Lu Ming and Xianxia. One of them had killed a peak-tier king with a single move. With a wave of his hand, he had killed hundreds of experts, including many Level 9 Martial King Realm upper-tier King Realm experts. The strength of the two was very shocking. Those who had been coveting Xianxia's beauty at the start felt a chill in their hearts. They were secretly glad that they didn't make a move. Otherwise, they would be the ones who died. Now, they no longer looked at Xianxia with fire and greed in their eyes. There was only fear and dread. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the crowd. He could see everyone's expressions. Lu Ming had a deeper understanding of the word chaotic astral ocean. Chaotic astral ocean. If you're soft-hearted, then everyone will bully you. However, if one's methods were more ruthless and brutal than others, then everyone would be afraid of him. Lu Ming's figure flickered and he devoured the blood essence of all the members of the Lone Wolf adventurer team. Let's go. Then he left with Xianxia. Soon, the two of them returned to the city. The two of them planned to first find an inn to stay in, then buy a map of the chaotic astral ocean. After that, they will find a suitable place to go and train. When the two of them returned to the city, they saw many people flying in one direction. Go to the life battle platform. The King of Hell has made his move again. I heard that his opponent this time is Old Monster Chi-chan. What? The King of Hell and Old Monster Chi-chan are going up against each other. It's been years since Old Monster Chi-chan fought. Let's go and take a look. This battle will definitely be spectacular. One figure after another quickly flew in one direction. Life battle stage. Lu Ming and Xianxia were both stunned and curious. From the looks of it, it was a battle between two experts. What kind of expert could attract so many people to watch? Let's go and take a look. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming. I was thinking the same thing. Lu Ming smiled. Then, the two of them followed the crowd and walked forward. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge building. The building was round and huge. When they got close, they heard loud cheers and screams. Could it be that the battle has already begun? We can't be late, right? Let's go in quickly. Many people flew to the entrance of the building. Pay the full bill. 200 best grade spirit crystals per person. At the gate, there were guards who stopped the crowd and shouted, "These are my spiritual crystals, take them." Many people paid the spiritual crystals and rushed into the building. However, there were too many people and they had to line up. There are so many people here. It seems that King Yama and Old Monster Chi-chan are not ordinary. Lu Ming thought in his heart. After a while, it was their turn and they walked in. The interior of the building was circular. In the middle was a huge fighting stage that was several miles long and wide. Around it were circular stands. There were more than 100 levels, and at least a few 100,000 people could sit there. After the two of them walked in, they found that there were at least 100,000 people sitting in the stands. The fighting ring was empty. There was no one there, only a pool of blood. What's going on? Where was he? Wasn't it King Yama fighting against Old Monster 7 Diana? Why don't I see him? Yeah, where are they? The people who came in after him called out. People? He only came now, where was he? The war has ended. Someone said. What? The war had ended, but what was the result? Who won? Yama won. Yama and Old Monster Chi-chan fought for 100 moves and in the end, Old Monster Chi-chan was killed by Yama. Sorry I'm late. I've wasted 200 supreme spiritual crystals. Let's watch the other duels. Many people who had arrived late sighed and looked for a seat. Young Master Lu, thank you, young lady. Suddenly, Lu Ming heard a delicate cry. Luo Xin. He turned around and saw a young woman walking towards him. It was Luo Xin. Beside Luo Xin, there were two other people. One of them was Qin Zhao, and the other was in his 30s. He had a burly figure and looked similar to Qin Zhao. Miss Luo. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Young Master Lu, Lady Xie, what a coincidence. Are you here to watch the battle on the fated battle platform? Luo Xin said with a smile. That's right, but I seem to have missed it. Lu Ming said. That's right. Hell King is a top-notch expert who has risen recently. He has never lost a battle at the peak tier king level and has won 19 consecutive battles. With this battle, he has already won 20 consecutive battles. As for the 7 Zen Elder, he's lived for almost 800 years and has cultivated for so many years. His battle power is also extremely terrifying, and he's almost unparalleled among peak-tier kings. He also won 19 consecutive victories on the life battle platform, and many people are looking forward to their battle. I didn't expect that this battle would come so suddenly. It's a pity that we missed it. Luo Xin said, also showing a trace of pity. A battle between peak-tier kings, 19 consecutive wins? Lu Ming also revealed an interested look. Young Master Lu, Lady Xie, there should be other battles coming up. Let's find a place to sit down. Luo Xin said. Then, They found an empty space and sat down. On the side, Qin Zhao's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything. Buzz! At this moment, a figure rushed into the fighting ring. It was a bald old man, and the aura of a Level 7 Martial King Realm expert was fully revealed. "Who wants to fight me?" the old man shouted. "I'm here to kill you." A bald man rushed up to the stage, also revealing his Level 7 Martial King Realm cultivation. "Ha, really? Your storage ring is mine." The old man sneered. "I should be the one saying that. I've taken a fancy to your storage ring." The bald man also sneered. A saber appeared in his hand and he charged at the bald old man. The bald old man took out an iron rod and welcomed the attack. Boom! Boom! The two of them were engaged in an intense battle. However, after a few dozen moves, the bald old man had the upper hand. "Ha, die!" The bald old man laughed as he swung his iron rod at the bald man like a storm. The bald burly man kept retreating. After more than 10 moves, the bald old man hit the bald burly man's chest with his stick. The bald burly man screamed in pain, and a series of bone-cracking sounds came from his body. He was sent flying back and fell on the fighting ring, blood spurting out of his mouth. "I admit defeat, I admit defeat." The bald man roared. "Admit defeat? It's too late to admit defeat now, die." The bald man roared and flew up. The iron rod smashed on the bald man's head, and the bald man's brain instantly burst open, dying on the spot. "Ha, the storage ring is mine." The bald old man put away the bald man's storage ring and laughed. Chapter 651. 651 Chapter 651 Life Bet. Why are you so happy? Your storage ring is mine. With a cold snort, an old Ou Fei went up to the fighting ring. Old Ou was dressed in a bright red robe, and his aura was at Level 7 Martial King Realm. It's Grandma Red Flower. She's about to make her move. She's a ruthless person who has won 5 consecutive rounds in the Level 7 Martial King Realm. That's right. She only acts when she sees that the harvest is great. The bald old man had just obtained a Level 7 Martial King Realm martial artist's storage ring. Now, as long as we kill the bald old man, we'll be able to get 2 storage rings. Let's see if that bald old man dares to accept the challenge. Every time Red Flower Granny fought, her opponents would die miserably. As soon as old Ou went on stage, a burst of exclamations came from the surroundings. "Grandma Red Flower." On the fighting ring, the bald old man's expression also changed greatly. "Die!" Granny Red Flower's face turned cold, and her killing intent spread. She was about to attack. "Wait a minute. Wait a minute, I admit defeat, I don't want to fight." The bald old man quickly called out. "Don't fight." Red Flower Granny's face darkened. "Hand over 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals." "You're so gutless." The bald elder took out 200,000 spiritual crystals from his storage ring and handed them over to Granny Red Flower. Then he left the fighting ring and flew to the stands. "Is there anyone who wants to fight me?" Grandma Red Flower put away the spiritual crystals and looked around. However, no one went up. Granny Red Flower was an extremely powerful Level 7 Martial King Realm martial artist and had few opponents. Who would want to go up there and die? After waiting for a while and seeing that no one went up, Red Flower Granny also left the fighting ring. "Well, it's quite interesting. Miss Luo, what are the rules of this life battle stage?" Lu Ming asked Luo Xi. "Young Master Lu, it's your first time here. It's normal that you don't know. Let me explain for you." Luo Xen smiled faintly and said, "As the name suggests, it's the life battle stage. You fight with your life. As long as you get on the battle stage, it's a gamble of life. The winner will win all of the other party's belongings. The loser will not only lose his life, but also all of his belongings. All of his storage rings will belong to the other party." Lu Ming explained. "Then how could that bald old man admit defeat?" Lu Ming asked. "There's a rule on the fated battle platform. Those with higher cultivation levels can't challenge those with lower cultivation levels. Of course, if those with lower cultivation levels challenge those with higher cultivation levels, it's up to them. Once you're on the fated battle platform and someone challenges you, you have to accept the challenge. However, you can admit defeat before the battle begins. As long as you hand over a certain number of supreme spiritual crystals to the opponent, you can skip the battle. Just now, when Red Flower Granny challenged the Bald Elder knew that he was no match for her. However, before the battle began, he immediately admitted defeat and could leave the stage as long as he handed over 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals to her. If he admitted defeat after the battle began, the Bald Elder could choose not to accept it until he defeated and killed his opponent to take all his belongings. Of course, the higher one's cultivation level is, the higher the price of admitting defeat. If a peak-tier king admits defeat before the battle, he will have to pay his opponent 1,000,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Luo Xian explained to Lu Ming in detail. Then the death rate is very high. Lu Ming asked. Of course, after the war began, the death rate was as high as 80% to 90%. Only a few people could escape with their lives. Luo Xian said. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The death rate was as high as 80% to 90%. Basically, once they went up, they would either win or die. Miss, why are you talking so much to him? A young master like him, who came from a major force, would never dare to step onto such a fighting stage. This is a real life and death battle, not a sparring match between fellow disciples. It's a life and death battle, a fight of everything. At the side, Qin Zhao revealed a mocking expression and said disdainfully. Lu Ming had caused him to lose face that time and he was still brooding over it. Oh, then do you dare to go up? Lu Ming looked at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's face stiffened, then he said, what do you know? My big brother has won 6 times in a row, and he's a peak-tier king. He's much stronger than the peak-tier kings of the blood evil pirates. If my big brother was here last time, he wouldn't even need so many moves to kill them. Chen Zhao changed the topic and pointed at the brawny man in his 30s next to him. Why are you carrying your big brother out? I'm talking about you. You're also a level 7 martial king, right? If you're so awesome, why didn't you challenge Red Flower Granny? Lu Ming continued to ask. Chen Zhao's face stiffened and turned red. His combat strength was only considered ordinary among level 7 martial kings. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went up? However, Lu Ming had grasped this point and he could not refute it at all. Interesting. Beside him, Xianxia muttered, showing his interest. Lu Ming smiled, his eyes revealing his interest. Lu Ming was more interested in the fact that he had to stake all his assets in one battle. Although he had gotten 80 million supreme spiritual crystals from the elders of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, he had used up 18 million when he tried to break through to the peak-tier king realm, so he still had 60 million left. More than 60 million seemed like a lot. In fact, it was far from enough for Lu Ming. In the future, these spirit crystals wouldn't be enough to break through to the spiritual ocean tier. The spirit ocean realm was to open up the spirit ocean. A Zhenyuan ocean, the energy required was too much. The amount of true yuan a first-level spiritual ocean tier martial artist could store was more than 10 times that of a peak-tier king, or even more. Lu Ming needed 18 million supreme spiritual crystals to break through to the peak-tier king realm. Lu Ming estimated that he would need at least 300 million supreme spiritual crystals to open up the spirit sea realm. This was a conservative estimate. In fact, he might need more. He was still far from 300 million supreme spiritual crystals. Therefore, he needed to accumulate more supreme spiritual crystals. This life battle stage was a good channel. Furthermore, he could also train his martial arts techniques and devour his opponent's blood essence to increase the grade of his bloodline. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the life battle platform. At this moment, Another person stepped into the air and stepped onto the fated battle platform. His aura spread out without any reservation. Peak-tier king. This was a peak-tier king. The atmosphere in the hall became lively again. Spiritual ocean tier warriors rarely participated in this kind of gambling battle, and peak king tier stood at the peak of king tiers. Each battle would attract the interest of a large number of martial artists. Who wants to fight me? This peak-tier king was a burly man in his 40s, and he looked around. I'll do it. A white-haired old man stepped onto the fighting ring and stood opposite the burly man. Without any unnecessary words, the two of them began to fight. The violent chi spread out in all directions and was extremely terrifying. However, a light screen rose around the fighting ring and blocked the chi. It was obvious that the fighting ring was engraved with a powerful inscription formation to prevent the audience from being hurt. The battle was intense, and the two peak-tier kings weren't weak. They weren't any weaker than the scar-faced man from the Blood Fiend Pirates. That's right, without a strong combat strength, one wouldn't dare to step onto the fated battle platform, or else it would be courting death. Chapter 652. 652 Chapter 652 Qindao. However, after more than 20 moves, the white-haired elder suddenly exploded and killed the middle-aged man in one fell swoop, snatching his storage ring. He's so powerful. Is this old man the spiritual turtle master of Golden Turtle Island? That's him. I didn't expect him to be on Golden Sand Island. No wonder he's so strong. Master Spiritual Turtle has been in closed-door cultivation for many years. His combat strength is unfathomable. I wonder who will challenge him next. Waves of discussions could be heard in the surroundings. This spiritual turtle sage is not bad. Lu Ming nodded. He could tell that the spiritual turtle lord's sudden burst of power was a secret technique that could increase his battle power, which was quite good for peak-tier kings. Not bad? Hee hee. What big words, you sound like you're very strong. On the side, Qin Zhao showed a contemptuous smile. Lu Ming was speechless. Was this guy crazy? Wasn't it just that he did not take action that time? After that, she targeted him in every way. Lu Ming ignored such a narrow-minded person and did not even look at Qin Zhao. Seeing that Lu Ming had ignored him, Qin Zhao's expression turned even uglier. Who wants to fight me? Master Spiritual Turtle looked around, and for a moment, no one spoke. Hee hee, it seems like no one is going to fight. Master Spiritual Turtle sneered. I'll do it. At this moment, Chen Zhao's elder brother stood up beside him, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Chen Zhao's big brother was called Qin Dao. Chen Dao took a step forward and appeared on the life battle platform. It's Qin Dao. Qin Dao is going to fight. It's going to be interesting. Chen Dao has won 7 times in a row. He's extremely powerful and is one of the generals of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. If he fights Master Spiritual Turtle, it must be intense. Chen Dao's appearance made many people excited. Big Brother has made his move. Chen Zhao's eyes lit up. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, let's wait and see. Let's see how strong my big brother is. Let's see how strong a peak-tier king can be. However, he realized that Lu Ming had ignored him again. This made him rather depressed. Young man, you have guts. You dare to challenge me? Master Spiritual Turtle looked at Qin Dao and said coldly, Are you going to fight or surrender? Chen Dao's reply was simple but full of confidence. What big words. I've been in seclusion for decades. The youngsters nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. Let me teach you how to respect your elders. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed toward Qin Dao as fast as lightning. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out of his body. It was that kind of secret technique. Although the spiritual turtle was arrogant and confident, it used its full strength when it attacked. It did not dare to underestimate its opponent. Knowing his reputation and still daring to challenge him, how could he be a weakling? He had lived for hundreds of years, and he was very clear about this. A powerful fist force was sent towards Chen Dao. However, Chen Dao didn't move at all. When the fist force of the spiritual turtle sage approached, his eyes suddenly lit up. He moved. When he moved, it meant that he had drawn his saber. A bright blade light lit up, as if it had cut the space in half. Lord Spiritual Turtle's fist force was also split in half. He was shocked and retreated frantically to avoid the blade. But Chen Dao's attack had just begun. Kill! Chen Dao shouted with astonishing momentum. The pale saber light lit up again, stronger and sharper than the previous one. It instantly broke through the void and slashed toward Master Spiritual Turtle. Not good. Lord Spiritual Turtle was shocked. He waved his fists and a thick turtle shell formed in front of him. Clang! The blade light hit the turtle shell, causing it to shake violently and crack. Before Lord Spirit Turtle could even take a breath, Chen Dao had already made the third strike, followed by the fourth and the fifth. Saber after saber, each stronger than the last, slashed at Lord Spiritual Turtle without end. When he made the seventh cut, his turtle shell exploded and the saber light flashed. Immediately, Chen Dao retracted his blade. Lord Spiritual Turtle's eyes widened. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and extended downward. Plop! Lord Spiritual Turtle fell down and was cut in half. Master Spiritual Turtle was dead. Deafening cheers came from the crowd. Chen Dao had killed the Spiritual Turtle Sage and advanced to 8 consecutive wins. It was rare to see someone win 8 matches in a row. This meant that 8 peak-tier kings had died at Chen Dao's hands. Hee, did you see that? This is my big brother's strength. Chen Zhao glanced at Lu Ming smugly. Not bad. Lu Ming said calmly. He did think that Chen Dao was not bad. Chen Dao's battle power was probably close to the Holy Star. Of course, Chen Dao was already over 30 years old, which was 10 years older than Sacred Constellation. He had spent 10 more years on martial techniques, intent, and physical body. In terms of potential, he could not be compared to Sacred Constellation. The list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory selected young people under 30 years old. It not only looked at cultivation, but also talent, ability to fight above one's level, and potential. Some powerful forces had abundant resources and could produce a group of young peak-tier king tiers, but these people couldn't make it to the list of top 1,000 talents. You're really boasting. How many peak-tier kings can match my big brother's battle power? Chen Zhao sneered. Frog in the well. It was Xianxia who spoke. What did he say? Chen Zhao's face turned red. Someone is going up to challenge him. Lu Ming ignored Chen Zhao and looked at the fighting ring. Chen Zhao also looked over. A young man in a blood-red robe stepped onto the fighting ring. This young man was about 26 or 27 years old. He had a cold expression and a faint sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. He really doesn't know his own strength. He dares to challenge my big brother. He's just courting death. Chen Zhao laughed sarcastically. However, Chen Dao, who was on the fighting ring, looked serious. The other party was just standing there casually, but he made him feel as if he was facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He was under great pressure. Furthermore, the other party was so young, not even 30 years old, yet he dared to step onto the stage. He was definitely not simple. How should I address you? Chen Dao asked. Blood gang. The young man's face darkened. Shuegang. Chen Dao muttered to himself for a while and then let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that his opponent might be a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. If he really was on the list, he would have to consider whether to fight or not. However, Gang Shue's name wasn't on the list of top 1,000 talents. Obviously, he wasn't a sovereign on the list. Fight or surrender? Shui Gang's gloomy voice sounded. Fight. Chen Dao replied firmly. Hee, good, I was really afraid that you would surrender. Shui Gang licked his lips, and his expression became even colder. Boom! In the next moment, blood qi shot up into the sky from Shuigang's body. A huge blood-red palm floated above his head with 7 Esilavir chakras revolvering around it. King level 7th rank bloodline. Chen Dao's face changed. Those with second bloodlines who could reach the 7th level of the king level were absolute geniuses. For example, Qin Qingshan and the Holy Star were both 7th level kings. A battle blade was floating above Chen Dao's head. It was only a 6th level king class bloodline. Chapter 653. 653 Bloodline Martial Skill. Blood Flame Palm. Shuigang's palm shot out, and the air exploded, even turning into liquid. A blood-colored palm print shot towards Chen Dao. Buzz! Chen Dao attacked with his blade, and the blade light was extremely dazzling. But this time, Chen Dao's blade light didn't split the blood palm print. Instead, the blade light was dispersed by the blood palm. Chen Dao's face changed and he roared. The second slash was even stronger than the first. However, Shuigang's blood-colored palm prints arrived again. One after another, they were extremely overbearing. Chen Dao continued to attack, the 6th, the 7th. Soon, it was his 7th saber move. Before, he had killed the spiritual turtle sage with the 7th saber move, but now, he was still at a disadvantage. Chen Dao roared and slashed out the 8th and 9th blade. The blade light was resplendent as it split the palm print, but there were countless palm prints that followed, one after another. After the 9th slash, Chen Dao's body retreated rapidly. Bloodline martial skill, that is a heaven-level upper-class bloodline martial skill. Chen Dao is going to lose. A white-haired old man in the stands exclaimed. What? He has learned a bloodline martial technique. Many people were shocked. Bloodline martial technique? Lu Ming muttered. The so-called bloodline martial technique was the martial technique that a martial artist comprehended from his own bloodline. The bloodline of a martial artist contained endless wealth. It was not as simple as a pure bloodline explosion. The martial skills that a warrior comprehended from his or her own bloodline were the ones that truly belonged to him or her. They were the most compatible with him or her, and when he or she cultivated them, they would be extremely powerful. After all, the martial skills of others belonged to others. How could they be compared with their own bloodline martial skills? For example, if two warriors both cultivated to the 6th level of the heaven-grade superior class martial technique, but one of them cultivated a bloodline martial technique that was comprehended from his own bloodline, then the power would be at least 50% or even 100% stronger than the other's martial technique. The difference was too great. However, it was too difficult to comprehend bloodline martial techniques from one's own bloodline. It required a unique talent. Moreover, the higher the bloodline level, the stronger the bloodline martial technique might be. From one's bloodline, one could not only comprehend martial skills, but also secret skills, which were called bloodline secret skills. For example, Qin Qingshan and Saint Constellation, whom Lu Ming had met before, had both comprehended the secret bloodline technique. On the other hand, Xianxia's palm would form a beautiful arm that would attack his opponent. That was the bloodline martial skill. However, Lu Ming had yet to comprehend the bloodline martial arts technique. First, the bloodline of the 9 dragons was not his own bloodline, but awakened by a drop of 9 dragon blood essence. It was very difficult to comprehend bloodline martial techniques from it. In fact, the devouring power could be regarded as a special bloodline secret skill of the 9 dragons bloodline. As for the second bloodline, it had always been shrouded in fog. Lu Ming could not comprehend it even if he wanted to. The bloodline martial techniques that special bloodlines could comprehend were even more powerful. This was especially true for natural-type bloodlines. For example, the fire bloodline was a fire-type martial technique that he had comprehended, and it just so happened to be able to complement his fire concept, making it even more powerful. In this aspect, it was something that other demonic beast bloodlines couldn't compare to. On the other hand, Gang Shui had comprehended the concept of blood. When combined with blood-related martial skills, his power was extremely powerful. Die! Shui Gang took a big step forward and his blood concept spread out, enveloping Chen Dao. Chen Dao even had a feeling that the blood in his body was slowly drying up. The mentality of blood was a special kind of mentality. It was extremely powerful and overbearing. If one was hit by Shui Gang's move that was combined with the mentality of blood, it could directly devour the opponent's blood, causing the opponent's blood to dry up and die. Break! Chen Dao's blade light slashed out again, but it was useless. It was completely suppressed. Big brother, how could this be? How did this happen? Chen Zhao's face was deathly pale, and he was extremely worried. His elder brother was his backer. In fact, he was just a guard of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. It was because of his elder brother that he had a special position in the Flame Chamber of Commerce. He could get close to Luo Xin and even pursue her. If his big brother died, he, an ordinary 7th-level martial king, would be nothing in a place like the chaotic astral ocean. He would only be an ordinary guard in the Flame Chamber of Commerce. His big brother was his everything. Now, his big brother was in danger. Brother Chen Dao. Luo Xian's hands were also tightly clenched, extremely nervous. Chen Dao was a general of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. He could even be said to be the strongest expert. If Chen Dao died, the Flame Chamber of Commerce would suffer a great loss. What do we do? What do we do? Luo Xian was extremely anxious. Boom! Boom! Shui Gang's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, and Chen Dao was already tired of dealing with them. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Chen Dao shouted. Admit defeat? I won't allow it. Shui Gang sneered. Don't think that you're the one who killed me. Seeing that he had no choice but to admit defeat, Chen Dao let out a long howl. His messy hair fluttered in the wind, and the aura on his body actually increased by a small amount. He became one with his blade, turning into a bright blade light that shot up into the sky. Chen Dao planned to escape. It's not that easy to escape. Shui Gang turned into a bloody light and chased after him, throwing out a palm. Bang! Chen Dao was hit by the palm and coughed up blood, but he couldn't care about his injury anymore. He ran for his life and flew to the stands. Blood Gang gave chase. I'll give you 2 million supreme spiritual crystals if you let me go. Otherwise, you might not be able to kill me if I try to escape. Chen Dao roared and started to beg for mercy. He turned into a blade light and fled in all directions. Gutless rat. 5 million supreme spiritual crystals, not a single one less. Shui Gang roared. 5 million it is. His life was more important, so Chen Dao threw a storage ring to Gang Shui. Blood just caught it, scanned it with his mind, and then stopped chasing. You're lucky, but you're really boring. Shui Gang didn't pursue him. He returned to the fighting ring. Chen Dao turned into a blade light and flew back to the stands. He grabbed a pill and swallowed it. He started to heal himself. Luo Xian and Qin Zhao heaved a sigh of relief when they finally survived. Even though the process was embarrassing. There's always a higher mountain. Lu Ming said softly. Chen Zhao's face and ears turned red. Lu Ming's words were obviously meant for him. My big brother won 8 consecutive victories. It's nothing strange for him to meet someone stronger. If you go up there, I'm afraid you'll die in less than 2 rounds. Chen Zhao was still stubborn. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled and said to Xian Yanqing, let's go. Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Then he followed Lu Ming out. Cowards don't dare to fight in the end. Qin Zhao mocked. Buzz. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and threw a slap. Pa! A slap landed directly on Qin Zhao's face. Blood and teeth flew everywhere, and one side of Qin Zhao's face instantly bulged. He was stunned and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. After a while, he came to his senses and roared hysterically, "You dare to hit me? I'm going to ask my big brother to kill you, to kill you." Chapter 654. 654 Lu Ming takes action. Pa! Lu Ming turned his hand and gave Qin Zhao another slap on the other side of his face. Lu Ming controlled his strength very well and did not send Qin Zhao flying. Immediately, the other side of his face also swelled up. "If you continue to talk nonsense, do you believe that I will kill you and your big brother right now?" Lu Ming said coldly. Qin Zhao immediately shut up. His elder brother was recuperating now. If Lu Ming really wanted to kill him, the two of them would be finished. Luo Xian did not say anything either. She also felt that Qin Zhao had gone too far. He had been targeting Lu Ming all this while. Lu Ming was already considered to have a good temper by not killing him. Lu Ming smiled faintly and turned to leave. Seeing that Lu Ming and Xianxia had disappeared from the grandstand, Qin Zhao's eyes were filled with resentment. He growled, "Little bastard, when my big brother's injuries are healed, I'll pay you back 10 times what you did today." Luo Xian secretly shook her head. This kind of trash still wants to pursue her. If it wasn't for Qin Dao's sake, Luo Xian wouldn't even bother with him. Lu Ming and Xianxia walked out and strolled along the streets. "I thought you were going to fight Shui Gang," Xianxia said. "Do you think I'll be goaded into action by that idiot? How was that possible? This is a good place. If I go down and defeat Shui Gang, many people won't dare to go up." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Oh, what are your plans?" Xianxia asked. "One by one, of course. I can practice my fist technique and earn spiritual crystals at the same time. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Lu Ming smiled. His eyes lit up and he walked into a mask shop. "I understand." Xianxia smiled and followed him in. After that, Lu Ming bought an Azura mask while Xianxia bought a Yaksha mask. After buying the masks, the two of them bought a set of black robes and put them on. Then, they walked to the fated battle platform and paid 200 supreme spiritual crystals each. Lu Ming put on the Azura mask, while Xianxia wore the Yaksha mask. Shui Gang had already left the fighting ring, so no one would want to challenge him. "Who's going first?" Lu Ming asked Xianxia in a low voice. "Anything is fine." "Then I'll go first." With that, Lu Ming moved and appeared on the fighting ring. Another person is going up the stage. What cultivation base is he at this time? Seeing someone go up the stage, the audience's spirits were lifted. They had spent 200 supreme spiritual crystals to watch the battle. If no one fought, then the spiritual crystals would have been wasted. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura spread out, telling everyone that he was a peak-tier king. Another peak-tier king has stepped onto the stage. What's wrong with this person? Blood has just dropped, and he's already coming up. Isn't he afraid that Blood will come back and challenge him? I don't think so. Shui Gang will at least wait for the opponent to fight once or twice before he makes a move. If he's too weak, I don't think he'll make a move. That Shui Gang is definitely a rising genius. He's too strong. If the list of top 1,000 talents is rearranged, he might be able to make it. Sounds of discussion could be heard in the surroundings. Who's going to fight? Lu Ming looked around and said loudly. What? As soon as Lu Ming's voice was heard, Qin Zhao and Luo Xian's expressions changed. Lu Ming did not change his voice. They could tell that it was Lu Ming's voice. That brat is finally going on stage. Hee, wear a mask and play tricks. Let's see how many rounds he can win. Don't die in the first round. Qin Zhao sneered. Luo Xian frowned and ignored Qin Zhao. Instead, she looked at the figure on the fighting ring curiously. She did not know why, but she felt that Lu Ming was not simple. Perhaps Lu Ming could give everyone a surprise. Luo Xian couldn't help but look forward to it. I'll kill you. An old man with large eyes stepped into the air and stood in front of Lu Ming. Kid, don't think that you can scare people just because you're wearing the Azura mask and imitating the King of Hell. The battle platform still depends on one's true battle strength. Your storage ring is mine. The large-eyed old man laughed savagely. I hope you can withstand a few more moves. Lu Ming said indifferently. Kid, what did you say? The large-eyed old man was slightly taken aback. I told you to stop talking nonsense and take this. I'm going to kill you, Lu Ming said softly. A violent fist force was blasted toward the large-eyed elder. Let's see what you can do. A battle axe appeared in the large-eyed elder's hand and he swung it down, splitting Lu Ming's fist force in half. However, before he could rejoice, the next fist force came attacking him. He could only swing the axe down again. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's left and right fists were at full strength. Fist radiance burst out continuously like meteors streaking across the void. The large-eyed elder's combat strength was not bad. He was stronger than the peak-tier king of the Blood Fiend pirates. However, he was still completely suppressed by Lu Ming. This was the result of Lu Ming suppressing his essential core. Lu Ming was using him to practice his martial arts. In the past, Lu Ming could still condense a figure that looked exactly like him in the Supreme Shrine to practice martial arts techniques as long as he had spirit crystals. However, as his cultivation level rose to the Martial King realm, that function became useless. It was just an inscription formation set up by the Nine Suns Supreme after he was severely injured. Its power was limited. However, after Lu Ming reached the Martial King realm, the energy in his body was too great, and his attack power was even more terrifying. The formation could not be replicated at all. Therefore, Lu Ming had to find his own opponents to cultivate his martial arts techniques. The large-eyed old man was suppressed by Lu Ming's fist force. He roared in anger. No matter how strong his cultivation was or what powerful martial arts technique he used, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. The large-eyed old man was finally scared and shouted that he admitted defeat. I won't allow it. A faint voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Not allowed? Don't think that you can kill me. The big-eyed old man roared in anger and flew up into the sky. He actually tried to escape like Qin Dao. You can't escape. Boom! Lu Ming's essential core had increased and his fist force was more violent. He threw a punch and the air in front of the fist force was completely sucked dry, forming a vacuum tunnel. The violent fist force collided with the battle axe of the large-eyed elder and exploded. The large-eyed old man spat out blood as he roared. His body fell and Lu Ming's follow-up fist force bombarded him again. Bang! Bang! After a few consecutive punches, the large-eyed elder screamed as his body exploded and he died on the spot. Buzz! Lu Ming moved and devoured the large-eyed old man's blood essence, then he kept his storage ring. We won! In the stands, Luo Xen revealed a trace of excitement. He only won one round. That big-eyed old man's battle strength isn't high either. He's far from my big brother. Qin Zhao pouted. You can shut up. On the side, Qin Dao coldly glanced at Qin Zhao and scolded him. Now that his injuries had stabilized, Qin Zhao's expression changed, and he immediately shut up, not daring to say anything more. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming's voice was heard from the fighting ring. Chapter 655. 655 Killing 3 people in a row. Lu Ming looked around and his voice was clear. I'll do it. A red-haired man stepped on the air and flew onto the fighting ring. As expected, someone has made a move. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He had suppressed his true qi just now, and it seemed that he was not much stronger than the big-eyed old man. His purpose was to attract others to fight. If his performance was too strong, how would the others dare to go up the stage? Now, the red-haired man was on the stage. What's your name? The red-haired man asked. Shura. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Shura? He killed. All of a sudden, the red-haired burly man made his move. A flaming saber ray that was 1,000 meters long and incomparably hot slashed at Lu Ming. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming threw a punch. The explosive fist force collided with the other party's saber flare, shaking the fighting ring. Bang! Lu Ming's fist force was actually destroyed. The scorching saber ray continued to slash at Lu Ming. Die! The red-haired man's body was covered in blazing flames, and his face was extremely ferocious. Your combat strength is not bad. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. This red-haired man's battle power was much stronger than the big-eyed old man's. No wonder he dared to go on stage. Then let's add 2 more points. Lu Ming smiled and threw another punch. Boom! This fist force was twice as strong as the previous one. It broke through the red-haired man's saber light and continued to attack him. Ah, you were hiding your strength just now. The red-haired man roared and revealed a look of fear. He burst out with all his strength and madly slashed with his saber. However, the result was the same. Just like the big-eyed elder, he was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. After a few dozen moves, he was killed by Lu Ming with 1 punch. The exploding star fist is approaching the 3rd level. Lu Ming muttered and put away the storage ring. He also devoured the red-haired hunk's blood essence. After devouring the blood essence of 2 peak-tier kings, the 9-dragon bloodline began to rumble. Refine! Lu Ming stood on the fighting ring and began to refine his blood essence while waiting for other people to challenge him. The surroundings fell silent. For a moment, no one stepped forward. Although Lu Ming had killed 2 people in a row and obtained their storage rings, the others could not figure out Lu Ming's combat strength at the moment. Umph! Chen Zhao snorted coldly, his expression ugly. He said that it would be considered good if Lu Ming could win 1 round. However, Lu Ming had already won 2 rounds in a row. This made him very unhappy. 2 minutes. Lu Ming stood in the fighting ring for 2 minutes. He used the power of blood essence in the 9-dragon bloodline to upgrade his 2nd bloodline. The amount of blood essence required for the 9-dragon bloodline to advance to the 9th level of the king class was too much. Lu Ming planned to advance his 2nd bloodline to the 8th level of the king class first before he advanced his 9-dragon bloodline. Buzz! At this moment, a figure rushed up the fighting ring. It was a tall and thin middle-aged man. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Finally, someone else went up the stage. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the middle-aged man. Azura, your fist force is very powerful, but as long as I don't take it head-on, I'll see what you can do. Before he could finish his sentence, the expert's figure moved and turned into a series of shadows, pouncing toward Lu Ming. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall and thin man had already turned into 18 shadows and surrounded Lu Ming. The sharp sword aura pierced through the air and was aimed at Lu Ming's vital points. 18 shadows and 18 flashes of sword chi were extremely sharp. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw a few punches in succession, hitting a few figures. The few figures collapsed and disappeared. Phantom! Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He dodged the sword chi attack and punched out with both fists. One after another, the fist force pierced through the void and landed on the figures. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 figures collapsed, but they were all illusions and not corporeal. The remaining figures moved again and continued to pounce on Lu Ming. In the process of pouncing, the number of illusions increased again, and there were 18 of them. Every one of them looked real, and even their auras were exactly the same. Ha die! The 18 figures sneered at the same time. Lu Ming's figure dodged continuously, avoiding the attacks. At the same time, he continued to blast out his fist force. The tall, thin man's illusion was constantly being shattered, but after each time it was shattered, it would recover. The 2 of them were in a state of anxiety, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 50 moves. It seems that the Shura has met his match. That's right. The Shura's Zhen Yuan is rich, and his fist force is powerful and overbearing. However, his weakness is also obvious. The other party is using an unpredictable movement technique to tie him down, so his fist force is useless. Wearing an Azura mask to imitate the King of Hell is not on the same level after all. The difference is too great. The surrounding audience expressed their opinions one after another. In the process of their discussion, dozens of moves had passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that his circulation of the exploding star fist was becoming more and more smooth. Boom! Suddenly he threw a punch, which was much more powerful than before. The tall and thin man was shocked. I've finally reached the third level of the exploding star fist. It's time to end this battle. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. Boom! Lu Ming stomped on the fighting ring and soared into the sky. He then looked down from high above and blasted out a series of fist forces. In an instant, Lu Ming had thrown dozens of punches. Dozens of fist forces streaked across the sky like dozens of meteors and landed on the fighting ring. And the power of each one was stronger than before. So many! The tall and thin man was shocked. He tried his best to dodge, but there were still illusions that dissipated. 18 became 17, 16. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 or 3 left. Just as he was about to continue changing his form, dozens of fist forces came crashing down from the sky. No! The tall and thin man roared. In the next moment he was drowned by dozens of fist forces. The fighting ring let out a violent roar. When the fist force disappeared, the tall and thin man was lying there like a pool of mud, without the slightest breath. Just like before, the blood essence and the storage ring would all belong to Lu Ming. 3 consecutive wins. Lu Ming had already won 3 consecutive wins. Moreover, they won in a row, not in a few days. Many people's winning streak was actually the sum of many days. Just like Qin Dao, he occasionally came to fight and added up his winning streak. It was very difficult to win in a short period of time, because continuous battles consumed a lot of true yuan, and the challengers would only get stronger and stronger. Who's going to fight? Lu Ming continued to look around. Hee, that's enough, that's enough. You've already obtained 3 storage rings. Now, it's my turn to deal with you. A sneer was heard, and a red figure appeared on the fighting ring in a flash. It's Shui Gang. He's going to attack again. Looks like he's been waiting all this time. Now that he's seen Azura win 3 rounds in a row, he's finally making his move. I just don't know if Azura dares to accept the challenge. Shui Gang, he just defeated Qin Dao. Cries of alarm came from all around. Chapter 656. 656 Killing Gang Blood. The person on the stage was Gang Shui, who had defeated Qin Dao. Blood Gang. Qin Dao's eyes flashed. Lu Ming. Luo Xin, on the other hand, showed a trace of worry. Lu Ming, aren't you very powerful? If you have the ability, accept the battle. Don't ever surrender. Chen Zhao's eyes flickered with resentment. He hated Lu Ming to the core. His face was still swollen. He hoped that Lu Ming would accept the challenge. If he did, he would definitely die at Shui Gang's hands. Azura, that's a very domineering name. I just don't know if you have the guts. Shui Gang sneered. Courage? What is courage? Lu Ming smiled faintly. I'm afraid you'll surrender before the battle. Shui Gang licked his lips. Hee, Gang Shui, you don't need to provoke me. You've come at the right time. I can use you to practice my fist techniques. Lu Ming said. Ha, so you're not going to surrender? Ha, good. Shui Gang was overjoyed. Blood Flame Palm. A blood-red palm print shot out from Shui Gang's hand. He could not wait to launch an attack on Lu Ming. In his opinion, Lu Ming now had all the assets of 3 peak-tier kings. Including Lu Ming's own, It would be the assets of 4 peak-tier kings. How much wealth would the 4 peak-tier kings have? If Lu Ming surrendered without a fight, 1 million best-grade spirit crystals would be enough. Wouldn't he suffer a huge loss? At this moment, Shui Gang's heart was burning. The blood-colored palm print shook the space and a bloody smell filled the air. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming threw a punch. The fist force collided with Shui Gang's palm print, but it was instantly destroyed by the bloody palm print. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw dozens of punches in a row. However, Shui Gang struck a few more times and completely destroyed Lu Ming's fist radiance. Hee, although your fist force is strong and fierce, you are still far from being able to fight me. Shui Gang sneered. This Shui Gang seems to be a new genius. His combat strength is not bad, and he's not weaker than the sacred constellation from a few months ago. Lu Ming thought in his heart. However, Lu Ming was much stronger than he was a few months ago. If Lu Ming were to unleash his full power now, he could kill the sacred constellation from a few months ago in one move. Of course, Lu Ming would not do that. First of all, he had to practice his fist techniques and attract more powerful opponents. Then I'll increase my true essence by another 20%. Circulating his essential core, Lu Ming threw another punch. A vacuum tunnel appeared and it collided with Shui Gang's sanguine flame palm. The fist force and the blood flame palm both disappeared. He's even hiding his strength? Shui Gang's expression changed. Lu Ming's fist force could still be improved. He had a bad feeling about this. The few people earlier were killed by Lu Ming in this way. Kill! The Shui Gang roared as his blood meridian exploded. The bloody palm print became even more overbearing as the will of blood enveloped Lu Ming. The bloodline martial technique was a heaven-level upper-class bloodline martial technique. It was extremely powerful. In terms of power, it was even more powerful than Lu Ming's 3 absolutes of the Dragon God. After all, the Dragon God's 3 absolutes was a martial technique that Lu Ming cultivated from someone else. It could not be compared to bloodline martial arts techniques. Shui Gang used all his strength and his power was doubled. His attacks drowned Lu Ming like a storm. It's finally getting interesting. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Boom! In the next moment, raging flames started to burn around his body. It was the fire concept. Of course, Lu Ming had only used one kind of fire concept. When the fire concept was integrated with the explosive star fist, it made the power of the explosive star fist even more terrifying. Each fist force was like a burning meteor, full of brutal aura. The fist force and Shui Gang's blood-colored palm print collided with each other. As for Gang Shui's concept of blood, the energy that could drain blood was of no use to Lu Ming. Could it be compared to the devouring power of the 9-dragon bloodline? As long as the 9-dragon bloodline was activated, the blood concept would lose its effect. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Just like the previous battle, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand again. How did this happen? Many people widened their eyes. Chen Zhao, in particular, was simply unbelievable. Shui Gang roared continuously as he broke out in a cold sweat. He was actually being suppressed. Could it be that he was going to end up like the previous few people and be killed by Lu Ming? No, I can't. He's a peerless Heaven's Pride expert and has the chance to break into the list of top 1,000 talents. This time, he came to the chaotic astral ocean to train himself and prepare for the upcoming battle of Kismet. How could he die? However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. He could feel that Lu Ming's fist force was getting stronger and stronger. Every time the fist force exploded, he felt a pain as if his skin was being torn apart. Let's go! The Shui Gang roared and rushed into the sky, trying to escape. Can you leave? Lu Ming stepped on the air, his speed faster than Shui Gang's. He appeared in front of Shui Gang in an instant and punched him. Shui Gang did not expect Lu Ming's speed to be so terrifying. In a hurry, he managed to block with his palm, but the palm print was destroyed by Lu Ming. His body flew off the fighting ring like a cannonball and landed heavily on the fighting ring, blood spurting out of his mouth. Lu Ming chased after him. Wait a minute, I admit defeat. Azura, let me tell you, I'm a member of the Heavenly Corpse sect. If you kill me, the Heavenly Corpse sect will never let you off. Shui Gang shouted. The Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Didn't the Heavenly Corpse sect toy with those refined corpses all day long? How come Shui Gang didn't have a refined corpse? Seeing that Lu Ming was stunned, Shui Gang thought that Lu Ming was afraid. He shouted again, Azura, as long as you let me go, I can let bygones be bygones. What do you think? Hee, Shui Gang, have you forgotten that this is the chaotic astral ocean? The Heavenly Corpse sect can't control this place. Moreover, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect deserve to die even more. That, Lu Ming said in a cold voice. Then he dashed toward Shui Gang. Damn it. Shui Gang roared and tried his best to resist, but the result was already determined. After a few moves, he was bombarded by Lu Ming's punches and his body exploded. Shui Gang was dead. This genius of the Sky Corpse sect had defeated Chen Dao, who had won 8 times in a row, and was killed by Azura. The atmosphere at the scene was pushed to a climax, and everyone cheered excitedly. Kill, good kill. Huh, this is too exciting. That's right. It's indeed exciting for a young genius to be killed. That idiot actually brought up the Heavenly Corpse sect. In the chaotic astral ocean, it doesn't matter who comes. Azura is so powerful. He has won 4 times in a row. He even killed Shui Gang. He sounds young. Is he another young genius? Very possible. Hell King is also a young genius, and he's most likely a peerless genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. This Azura is most likely a peerless genius as well. Too many young geniuses have come to the chaotic astral ocean recently. The clamor, cheers, and discussions rose and fell. Chapter 657. 657. No one dared to fight. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. In the stands, Luo Xian's eyes were shining. I'm not as good as him. Chen Dao sighed. How could this be? How did this happen? Chen Zhao kept roaring in his heart. He couldn't bear it. Previously, he kept talking about how powerful and terrifying his big brother was in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming was nothing in front of his big brother. He was very proud and arrogant. But now, previously his big brother had been defeated by Shui Gang and had almost been killed. He had fled in embarrassment and had only managed to save his life with 5 million supreme spiritual crystals. However, Shui Gang, who was torturing his big brother, had been killed by Lu Ming. What was this? Every word he had said before was a joke, a blatant joke. Perhaps, in Lu Ming's eyes, he was just a clown telling some ridiculous jokes. Damn it, damn it. Chen Zhao roared in his heart. His self-esteem had suffered a serious blow. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Lu Ming asked loudly. No one made a sound, and no one went up the stage. Lu Ming waited for a few minutes, but no one went on stage. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong today. Even if there were people stronger than Shui Gang, they would consider it and not attack easily. After a few minutes, no one made a move. Lu Ming flew down the fighting ring and came to Xianxia's side. It's my turn, Xianxia said lightly as he flew up to the fighting ring. His aura spread out. Pictor King. Another Pictor King. And he's wearing a Yaksha mask. Could he be another expert? That's impossible. How can there be so many experts? Looking at the figure, it seems to be a woman. As soon as Xianxia went up, there was a lot of discussion. Who's going to fight? Xianxia spoke. His voice was clear but cold. It's Miss Xie. Luo Xian immediately recognized Xianxia's voice. Could it be that Miss Xie's combat strength is also very strong? Luo Xen whispered. Umph. Chen Zhao snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with viciousness. He secretly prayed that Xian Yanqing would be killed. It's a young woman. The audience around them could tell that Xian Yanqing was young. I'll fight you. Finally, someone went on stage. Without any unnecessary words, Xian Yanqing launched his attack. Xian Yanqing did not use the demonic force field or her bloodline martial arts technique. She mainly used the will of destruction and the will of wind. She wanted to use Lu Ming's method to merge the two wills with the help of external forces. Therefore, Xian Yanqing didn't seem to be very strong, and he was in a stalemate with his opponent. Lu Ming diverted some of his attention to watch the battle while refining the blood essence. After devouring the blood essence of 4 peak-tier kings, he used it all to improve his second bloodline. The power of his second bloodline rapidly increased. On the fighting ring, Xian Yanqing exchanged hundreds of moves with his opponent before he finally killed him. Because Xian Yanqing's combat strength wasn't very strong, and after a few hundred moves, the others thought that they had an advantage. Unfortunately, the result was the same. After another few hundred moves, he was still killed. After that, no one else went on stage. At this moment, Lu Ming's blood essence was almost refined. His second bloodline had not been upgraded yet, but Lu Ming felt that it would be soon. It was close. Let's go. Xian Yanqing jumped down from the ring and left the ring with Lu Ming. After a few battles, they needed to go back and digest it. But soon, the names of Shura and Yuxia would spread all over Golden Sand Island. The two of them left the life battle platform and found a hidden place. They removed their black robes and masks, then found an inn and booked 2 rooms. He sat cross-legged in the room of the inn. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Supreme Shrine. After 4 battles, Lu Ming had a new understanding of the explosive Star Fist. He wanted to use the Path Understanding Ancient Tree to gain some insight. He placed the Path Understanding Ancient Tree on the side. The Path Understanding Ancient Tree was growing better and better. The tender leaf had grown a little more, turned a little green, and was crystal clear. The aura of the Great Path lingered on it, becoming more and more mysterious. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming took out a large handful of spiritual herbs, squeezed out the medicinal liquid, and sprinkled it all on the Xianhuang silicotic earth. Leave some for me. Dandan's eyes turned red with heartache when she saw Lu Ming turning a large pile of spirit herbs into liquid. I'll give you a few. Lu Ming threw a few spiritual herbs to Dandan, but he sighed in his heart. He was too good at using up resources. His own cultivation consumed a terrifying amount of resources, 10 times more than others. Furthermore, the cultivation of the 10,000 spiritual combat body required a lot of resources. The growth of the Path Understanding Ancient Tree required a large amount of spiritual liquid. If there was no spiritual liquid, he could only replace it with medicinal liquid. Also, if Dandan wanted to recover, she couldn't do without spirit herbs. The speed at which he consumed resources was too terrifying. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to withstand it. It was only because he had killed many enemies during this period of time and obtained a large amount of resources that he could barely bear it. However, as long as these resources could be converted into strength, it was worth it. Lu Ming took a deep breath and cast the distracting thoughts out of his mind. With the help of the Path Understanding Ancient Tree, he began to comprehend the bursting Star Fist. During this time, he didn't have a chance to use the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. Using the Path Understanding Ancient Tree, his comprehension of the explosive Star Fist had increased by a large margin. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The next day, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing went to the life battle platform again. This was a great place, and they didn't want to miss it. It was a pity that no one challenged Lu Ming today. In a fit of anger, he announced on the spot that he would come every day to wait for the challenge of an expert. As for Xian Yanqing, someone who challenged her was not weak, but he was killed by Xian Yanqing. Your method is not bad. I'll go into seclusion for a few days. Xianxia said to Lu Ming. He seemed to have gained something. Lu Ming returned to the inn and continued to cultivate with the path understanding ancient tree. The next day, he went to the life battle platform again. Still, no one challenged him. For the next 3 days, Lu Ming went to the life battle platform every day, but no one challenged him. After he returned, he went to the Supreme Shrine to cultivate. For the past 5 days, no one had challenged Lu Ming. However, with the help of the path understanding ancient tree, Lu Ming's comprehension of the explosive star fist had progressed very quickly. He had already cultivated it to the 4th level, and the power of the explosive star fist had increased again. On the 6th day, someone finally challenged Lu Ming. This person's combat strength was much stronger than Gang Shui's, and he had won 10 consecutive victories on the life battle platform. Clearly, Lu Ming's daily visits had attracted the attention of some experts. Some of them had come to challenge him. Of course, the final result was still Lu Ming's victory. The name of Azura was becoming more and more powerful. Although the Azura had only won 5 consecutive victories, he had already defeated 10 opponents in a row. Moreover, no one knew what Lu Ming's limit was. Do you guys think that the King of Hell will make a move and challenge the Shura? Some people hoped so. Chapter 658. 658 Old Monster Demonic Wind. His words aroused the curiosity of many people. Many people looked forward to the battle between Shura and Yama. This was because the two of them had a lot in common. They both wore masks, and from their voices, they were both very young and had both risen to power recently. Many people guessed that the two of them were Peerless Heaven's favorites from the outside world, and were even on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, Hell King had not appeared since the battle with Old Monster Chi-chan. In the next 2 days, when Lu Ming continued to fight, no one challenged him. Once, when he challenged someone, the other party admitted defeat and gave him 1 million supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming, accompany me in battle. When Lu Ming returned to the inn, Xianxia appeared in front of him. Accompany you in battle? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. I've reached the threshold of the fusion of the two wills, but I'm still short of an external pressure. However, the warriors on the life battle platform are too weak to give me that kind of pressure, so I can only find you. Xianxia said. All right. Naturally, Lu Ming would not reject the opportunity to help Xianxia cultivate. The two of them left the city and appeared in the sky above a barren mountain tens of thousands of miles away. The two of them stood opposite each other. Boom! Xianxia's will of destruction and will of wind burst out at the same time. They intertwined and turned into a green palm print, blasting toward Lu Ming. Exploding star fist. Lu Ming threw a punch and the void trembled. Boom! The fist radiance and the palm print collided. With a loud boom, the palm print trembled, but the fist radiance disappeared. I don't have enough strength. Lu Ming, increase your strength. Xianxia's voice was heard as his aura gushed out. All right. Lu Ming activated the true war dragon technique and the vital essence in his body began to mobilize rapidly. Boom. A fist radiance that seemed to be able to connect heaven and earth, combined with the concept of fire, blasted towards Xianxia's palm. With a loud bang, Xianxia's palm print exploded. However, Lu Ming did not hold back. He threw a second punch, a third punch, and a series of punches. One after another, the fist radiance pierced through the void and headed towards Xianxia. Great demonic palm. Xianxia shouted as he struck out with both his palms. Black palm prints that were infused with the will of destruction and the will of wind were sent flying towards Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The void was boiling, and there were constant violent explosions in the air. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. In the beginning, the two of them were still testing each other, but gradually, their strength continued to increase and increase. Lu Ming waved his fists and the speed of his punches became faster and faster. In an instant, dozens of fist gleams burst out. Xianxia, on the other hand, was trying to combine the two mentalities. Yes, that's it. Xianxia's eyes brightened. Lu Ming was completely at ease as he continued to bombard his fists with radiance. Xianxia was strong enough to block the attack. Lu Ming was not worried that he would hurt Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Lu Ming felt that the explosive star fist was circulating more and more smoothly. His understanding of the explosive star fist was also slowly deepening. At the same time, the exploding star fist was like a sledgehammer, continuously tempering Xianxia's intent realm, causing the two intents to slowly merge. If Xianxia could successfully merge the two intents, her combat strength would definitely increase by a large margin. The two of them exchanged more than 300 moves before stopping. How is it? Lu Ming walked over and asked. Yes, I'm very touched. I believe that I'll be able to make a breakthrough in a while. Xianxia nodded excitedly and smiled at Lu Ming. You're helping me so much. Aren't you afraid that I'll break through and suppress you? Even if you have a breakthrough, you might not be able to suppress me. Furthermore, I will also improve. In this lifetime, you will never be able to surpass me. Lu Ming laughed, feeling smug. You're so full of yourself. Let's see how I'll surpass you. Xianxia's lips curled into a faint smile. Then, the two of them chatted as they walked back. For the next 2 days, Lu Ming did not go to the life battle platform. Instead, he went into seclusion to cultivate. 2 days later, a piece of news came out. Old monster Demonic Wind wants to challenge Azura on the life battle platform. The news shook the entire city. Demonic Wind was also an old monster who had lived for a long time, at least 500 years old. A few hundred years ago, he was already a peak king. Although he hadn't broken through to the Sea of Soul realm, his martial skills, secret techniques, and other aspects had reached a terrifying level. Everyone was extremely curious and excited that such a person wanted to challenge Ashura. Therefore, the news reached Lu Ming's ears very quickly. Demonic Wind, interesting. Lu Ming revealed a smile. It seems that an expert has appeared. Let's go, I'll accompany you to take a look. Xianxia walked over, and the two of them walked towards the life battle stage. On the way, they changed into black robes and put on masks. The Shura is here. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, everyone exclaimed in surprise. The surroundings of the battle stage were already filled with people. After all, the Shura's name was becoming more and more famous recently, almost as famous as the King of Hell. As for Demonic Wind, he was a famous old monster in the sea near Golden Sand Island. Apart from Sea of Soul realm experts, no one would dare to offend him. The battle between the two had naturally attracted the interest of the vast majority of people. Many people had rushed over as soon as they had heard the news. Lu Ming stepped into the air and landed on the fighting ring. Countless eyes were on him. Hee. A shriveled sneer was heard, and a thin old man in a green robe appeared on the fighting ring. Many people did not even see how he appeared. What a fast speed! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was obvious that Demonic Wind had cultivated the wind concept. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Lu Ming. In the stands, Luo Xian's eyes flickered. Today, Luo Xian had also come. Similarly, Chen Dao and Chen Zhao had also arrived and were sitting together to watch. I hope Demonic Wind can kill this kid. Chen Zhao secretly prayed. You're the Shura? I heard that it's just a little kid. Don't play tricks in front of this old man, take off your mask. The Demonic Wind old monster stood in front of Lu Ming and chuckled. If you want me to take off my mask, sure, but let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, it's good for young people to be confident, but it's also not good to look down on seniors. After all, age isn't for nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt a strong gust of wind in front of him. A claw was grabbing at his mask. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming took a step back and retreated rapidly. Hee, you can't escape. Demonic wind moved again and followed Lu Ming closely, his claws reaching for Lu Ming's mask. Boom! Lu Ming suddenly threw a punch forward. At such a close distance, it was impossible for anyone else to avoid it, but old monster demonic wind dodged it with a flash. Chapter 659. 659. This requires talent. The fist radiance missed, pierced through the void, and hit the light curtain on the other side of the fighting ring, causing the light curtain to tremble. This old man has such terrifying control. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Old monster demonic wind controlled every bit of his power to the extreme. Every time he attacked, he would not waste a single bit of power. He was extremely precise. Azura is in trouble. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. Demonic wind was too strong. No wonder he was an old monster who had dominated this sea area for hundreds of years. No one under the spiritual ocean tier dared to provoke him. Many people thought that although Lu Ming was strong, he would not be a match for demonic wind. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. At this moment, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. With one step, his body turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, instantly avoiding the attack of old monster demonic wind. The demonic wind was stunned when he missed. He looked up at the sky and saw Lu Ming floating there. I didn't expect you to have such a footwork. Not bad. I wonder how your attack power is. Eccentric demonic wind chuckled. If you want to know, then I'll let you try. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming threw dozens of punches in a row. The force of his punches fell like meteors toward demonic wind. Old monster demonic wind's eyes turned cold as he waved his hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wind blades were formed and flew into the sky, colliding with the fist force that was falling down. The wind and the flames scattered and swept across the fighting ring. The wind blade and the fist force canceled each other out. Again! Lu Ming shouted as he increased his essential core. This time, he threw more than 100 punches in a row. The entire space was filled with fist force, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. In the stands, Qin Zhao's face turned pale. The power that Lu Ming was displaying now could easily defeat his brother, Qin Dao. In every battle, Lu Ming seemed to have no limits. He gave off the feeling of a bottomless abyss with no end. Demonic wind's expression also became serious. Demonic wind slash. A long sword appeared in the demonic wind's hand, emitting a dazzling green light. His body shot up into the sky, and a green sword light suddenly flashed out. Old monster demonic wind's figure rushed into the fist radiance, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Whoosh! In the end, demonic wind broke through the range of the fist radiance and soared into the sky, standing side by side with Lu Ming. Now it's my turn. As soon as he spoke, he disappeared. He seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, drifting in the air. And NBSP, hoo-hoo. The wind started blowing and the temperature dropped sharply. Then, snowflakes appeared out of thin air and swept toward Lu Ming along with the strong wind. Wind concept. Snow concept. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Old monster demonic wind had not only cultivated the wind mentality but also the snow mentality. Both intents were at the great circle of level 1. It's here. It's here. It said that the demonic wind old monster has comprehended 2 wills. It's true. I heard that demonic wind was very ambitious back then. He wanted to comprehend 2 intent realms, but he was stuck at peak tier king realm, so he couldn't break through to sea of soul realm. If he had only comprehended 1 intent realm, he would have already broken through to the sea of soul realm. However, the power of the 2 intents is undoubted. The Shura is in danger. In the stands, Many of the older generation began to discuss excitedly. "Ha, Junior, die." Old Monster Demonic Wind's smug voice rang out from the snowstorm. What's there to be proud of? You've comprehended two types of intent, but you haven't been able to merge them together. The increase in power is very limited. Lu Ming's expression was still very calm. He waved his fists and blasted out streams of fist force, blocking the attacks of the wind and snow around him. The snowflakes were snow-white and crystal clear. They were even sharper than spirit weapons, and each of them could probably pierce through a mountain with a diameter of 100 meters. Intent fusion? What do you know, Junior? Do you think it's so easy to fuse two concepts? You're really ignorant. The demonic wind's voice was filled with disdain and reprimand. Is it very difficult to fuse two intents? Lu Ming smiled faintly. As soon as Lu Ming's voice fell, Lu Ming's fist momentum suddenly changed. Not only did the fist light contain the fire concept, but it also contained the thunder concept. As soon as the thunder and fire essences were released, the two essences were perfectly combined together, causing the power of the exploding star fist to suddenly increase by a large margin. Boom! Boom! The vast fist radiance pierced through the snowstorm. With a scream, a figure appeared and retreated. The fusion of thunder and fire intents, the perfect fusion of thunder and fire intents, how is that possible? How is that possible? Blood trickled down the corner of Demonic Wind's mouth, but he did not care. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. The audience was also dumbfounded. Lu Ming had also comprehended two intents and he had successfully fused them. However, the Demonic Wind had not. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. What's impossible about it? Just because you can't fuse with it doesn't mean others can't. Lu Ming said indifferently. Tell me, how did you merge them? Tell me, tell me. The Demonic Wind roared. His eyes were red as he glared at Lu Ming. For so many years, Old Monster Demonic Wind had tried many methods, but he couldn't succeed. It was like the demon in his heart. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to fuse it. It requires talent. Lu Ming said calmly. He wasn't wrong. In fact, he wasn't the only one who thought of that method. Others could have thought of it too, but how many people could successfully merge it? To put it bluntly, it required talent. He had this talent, and now it seemed that Xianxia also had this talent. Demonic Wind had been cultivating for hundreds of years, but he hadn't succeeded. He definitely didn't have this talent. However, eccentric Demonic Wind clearly didn't believe this. Bullshit, what talent? Brat, if you don't tell me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Old Monster Demonic Wind roared. Old man, is there something wrong with your head? Do you still think you're my match? Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Take my strongest move. Demonic Wind roared and released his wind and snow intent. I'm too lazy to waste my time with you, I'll send you on your way. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Boom! In the next moment, wind, fire, and thunder, the three intents burst out at the same time and turned into a spear light that was extremely bright. Old Monster Demonic Wind's eyes were as big as bells as he roared in disbelief. Three intents fused. It was simply unbearable for him. He had spent his entire life and had not been able to merge the two concepts successfully. However, Lu Ming had merged three concepts. Moreover, he was so young. Could it really be because of his talent? Whoosh! The dazzling spear radiance pierced through the void and appeared in front of Old Monster Demonic Wind in an instant. It broke through all of Old Monster Demonic Wind's defenses with a crushing force. The long spear pierced through the heart of eccentric Demonic Wind. He was dead. Chapter 660. 660 The King of Hell appears. There was a dead silence around the fated battle platform. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring at the battle platform and Lu Ming's figure. Demonic wind had been killed by a single strike. Lu Ming had actually fused 3 concepts. Was this his true strength? It was too terrifying. Or perhaps this was not Lu Ming's true ability. After the silence, there was an intense clamor. Some people were discussing excitedly, while others were screaming in excitement. Is this his true strength? Luo Exen whispered, her eyes full of disbelief. Beside her, Chen Zhao's body trembled violently out of fear and shock. It turned out that ever since he had met Lu Ming had never revealed his true abilities. What he had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. Even though he had repeatedly provoked Lu Ming did not reveal his strength to kill him. Perhaps, Lu Ming did not even care to show off his strength in front of him. He even did not care to kill him. Perhaps, in Lu Ming's eyes, he was no different from a wild dog that was barking by the roadside. He did not take him seriously at all. When he thought of this, his heart was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. His big brother, whom he had always been proud of, would probably be defeated in one move in front of Lu Ming. In the fighting ring, Lu Ming's figure flashed and devoured the blood essence of demonic wind. At the same time, the storage ring naturally fell into his hands. Who else is there? You're willing to come up and fight? Lu Ming's clear voice spread throughout the entire venue. The entire place fell silent. What a joke! Even an old monster like demonic wind was dead. No one else would be willing to go up and court death. Lu Ming waited for 2 minutes. He swept his gaze and was about to leave the stage when he saw that no one was going on stage. The King of Hell is here. At this moment, a loud shout reverberated through the entire area. The entire place quieted down. Then, it was filled with an earth-shattering uproar. What? The King of Hell is here. Where is he? Really? What? The main entrance, look. After some noise, everyone's eyes looked in the direction of the gate. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he looked in that direction as well. A black-robed man wearing a Yama mask walked in step by step. As he took one step after another, he slowly stepped into the void and appeared at the edge of the fighting ring. On his mask, 2 sharp eyes were looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also looked at him. Everyone's hearts suddenly began to race. Is the King of Hell going to challenge the Asura? It's possible, it's possible. Hell King has disappeared for so many days and he has finally reappeared. It's rare for a strong opponent to appear. Perhaps he's really going to make a move. Heavens, King Yama against Asura, who is stronger? I'm looking forward to it. I am indeed looking forward to it. Ever since the rise of King Yama, he has never tasted defeat. He has killed a few old monsters. However, no one knows how strong Asura is. I don't think he has used his full strength to kill demonic wind. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes were staring at Lu Ming and the King of Hell with anticipation. The King of Hell versus the Asura. This would be a battle of the peak. Buzz! The sound of a sword resounded. Hell King's aura suddenly increased dramatically, and his body emitted a dazzling golden light. A golden sword light shot into the sky. Boom! In an instant, a powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body as if he was drawn by the aura. A spear's gleam soared into the sky. Then, the sword light and the spear light met in the air and hit each other. An earth-shattering boom resounded, and the force swept in all directions. Just the clash of auras was already shocking enough. Is there really going to be a great war? At this moment, everyone held their breath and stared at it with wide eyes. However, to their disappointment, after the clash of auras between the King of Hell and Asura, they did not make a move. Asura stood on the fighting stage while Yama stood in the air. They were not fighting. This person is so strong. Lu Ming's eyes were bright like 2 divine spears that pierced through the air. He could sense immense pressure from the King of Hell. Lu Ming had never felt this way from a martial artist of the same level. The King of Hell was definitely a terrifying opponent. At the same time, the King of Hell's eyes glowed with a golden light, as if two golden swords were about to burst out. He did not move, for he could feel the strong pressure from Lu Ming. He was not confident either. He had a feeling that if they were to fight, one of them would definitely die. Moreover, he was not sure if he would be the one to win. Hell King was also surprised. He didn't expect to meet such a strong opponent here. Even in the entire East Continent, there were not many opponents like him. The two of them confronted each other for a while. Suddenly, the King of Hell's aura was retracted. At the same time, Lu Ming's aura was also retracted. Without saying anything else, Hell King turned around and went back. I don't want to fight anymore. Most of the people were greatly disappointed. They had thought that there would be a peak battle. The two of them are too strong. No one has the confidence to defeat the other. That's right. Without a doubt, they're both Peerless Heaven's favorites. Even on the list of top 1,000 talents, they won't be too far behind. They're evenly matched. Someone from the older generation spoke up and saw the reason. Many people sighed. They couldn't see a peak battle. Clang. At this moment, the sound of a bell could be heard. Clang. Before the first bell had even finished, the second one rang out immediately after. It sounded very urgent. At the scene, most of the people's faces changed drastically. Alarm! Why did the alarm ring? Someone shouted. Sea beasts attacking the island, sea beasts attacking the island. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from outside the Fate battle platform. The roar was like a storm, sweeping through the entire city and spreading to the distance. What? The sea beasts are attacking the island. At that moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. The sea beasts are attacking the island. The beast tide is coming. Everyone, head to the Eastern Sea region and snipe the sea beasts. That voice rang out again, rumbling in the air. The owner of the voice had a terrifying cultivation base, and was definitely a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Clang, clang. At the same time, the alarm bell rang continuously in a very urgent manner. Let's go to the east. Let's go. The audience around the battle stage rose into the air like a swarm of locusts and flew toward the gap above. The sea beasts are attacking the island. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. A figure appeared beside Lu Ming. It was Xianxia. Little Qing, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded. Together with Lu Ming, they rose into the air, mixed in with the crowd, and headed for the Eastern Sea. Countless figures flew out of the city, covering the sky and earth as they flew toward the Eastern Sea. Not only in the city, but also from the mountains around the city, a large number of experts flew out and flew toward the Eastern Sea. Whenever they encountered a beast tide or sea beasts attacking the island, all the martial artists had to unite and attack together. This is a rule that has been established in the chaotic astral ocean for a long time. Otherwise, these islands would have long been ravaged by sea beasts. This city was very close to the Eastern Sea region. They arrived in less than a minute. Chapter 661. 661 The sea beasts attacked the city, and the transformed great demons. Boom, boom, boom. The ocean in the distance rumbled and the waves surged. Everyone stood in the air and looked from afar. They could see a white line on the sea surface surging towards them. It was a wave, a shocking wave. The patrols in the distant sea have sent back news that a large number of sea beasts are charging towards us. Prepare for battle. An old man in a plain robe appeared in the sky. His voice reverberated throughout the entire area. The aura he exuded was as vast as the ocean and extremely shocking. This was a great expert of the spiritual ocean tier. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the waves became even more shocking. Everyone felt the sky and the earth shake violently. The huge waves were accompanied by the roars of sea beasts. The waves were getting closer and closer, and everyone's eyes widened. The waves were too shocking. They were at least 1,000 meters high and seemed to reach the clouds, washing them away. There were countless sea beasts rolling in the waves. That's the Blood Shark clan. Someone shouted. In one of the waves, everyone saw countless blood-red sharks. These sharks were extremely huge, and any one of them was dozens of meters long. They were blood-red in color and constantly roared, filled with a murderous aura. It was unknown how many of them there were. The swordfish race. The sea lion race. Tiger shark clan. Everyone saw a total of 9 sea beast tribes, divided into 9 regions, with waves rushing toward them. The number of each tribe in each region was uncountable. There were too many. Look, there are people on the waves. There's a person in the sky above every race. Someone exclaimed. As expected, there was a figure standing on the waves in each of the 9 tribes. They were walking on the waves, and the aura on their bodies was shocking. That's not a human. That's a demon that has taken form, the king of their respective tribes. Above the crowd, the Sea of Soul Realm warrior said with a serious tone. What? Shape-shifting great demons? All the shape-shifting great demons of the 9 great clans had come? How is that possible? Many people cried out in alarm. A level 6 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial artist's spiritual ocean tier. It could already transform into a human form, so it was also called a transformation-type great demon. Transformed demons each lead a clan and occupy a sea area. There are only 7 sea beast clans near our Golden Sand Island. Why are 9 here? This beast tide is too shocking. In the past, there would only be some small-scale beast tides, and very few Sea of Soul Realm beasts would appear. The scene was noisy, and some people's eyes showed fear. The rapidly approaching waves, countless sea beasts rolling and roaring, gave people a strong pressure. Boom! Boom! In the sky, figures appeared one after another, each of them exuding an ocean-like aura. Spiritual ocean tier, all of them were at the spiritual ocean tier, and there were a total of 10 of them. This made many warriors calm down a little. All the Sea of Soul Realm warriors hiding in Golden Sand Island had appeared. That's spiritual practitioner Han Dao. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao has also appeared. Someone shouted. Among the 10 Sea of Soul Realm experts, there was an old man in a white robe. His aura was the most terrifying, and he was much stronger than the other Sea of Soul Realm experts. That's great. I heard that spiritual practitioner Han Dao has been in seclusion for 60 years. This beast tide has actually alerted him. With him here, we'll be much more confident. Someone saw the white-robed man and laughed excitedly. Lu Ming and Xianxia were mixed in the crowd, looking at the sky. Golden Sand Island is really amazing. There are so many powerhouses hidden here. Lu Ming secretly sighed in his heart. In the crowd, other than the 10 spiritual ocean tier experts, there were many other powerful auras that rose up like smoke. Among them, Lu Ming could sense that there were no less than 500 peak-tier king auras. The Golden Sand Island alone had no less than 500 peak-tier kings, which was absolutely terrifying. Chaotic Astral Ocean. It's indeed the chaotic Astral Ocean. The number of experts here is too many. Every day, a lot of evil, fierce, and ruthless people from every big domain in the eastern wilderness enter the chaotic Astral Ocean. However, a king has a lifespan of 1,000 years. After so many years, the number of experts in the chaotic Astral Ocean has already been unknown. It had definitely reached an astonishing number. Boom, boom, boom. The waves were getting closer and closer, and the air was filled with fiendish chi. Kill all the human warriors. On the Blood Shark clan's territory stood a burly man in a blood-red robe. At this moment, he was shouting loudly, his voice rumbling. This was the king of the Blood Shark clan, a great demon that had taken human form. Kill! Kill! Countless sea beasts roared and pounced toward the island. Demonic beasts could speak when they reached level 5, which was the king level. All warriors below the martial arts Grandmaster realm, retreat. Warriors above the martial arts Grandmaster realm, attack the sea beasts with all your might. If anyone retreats and refuses to fight, kill them without mercy. Spiritual practitioner Han Dao's overbearing voice reverberated throughout the entire area. However, no one refuted. Everyone knew that in the current situation, if someone retreated without a fight, then more people would follow suit. Golden Sand Island would not be able to survive. Kill! Kill! Besides the spiritual warrior Han Dao, the other 9 Sea of Soul Realm warriors all roared and charged at the beasts with terrifying power. Boom! Boom! The Sea of Soul Realm expert and the demon beast clashed together, creating a huge explosion. Kill! The other human warriors roared and charged at the sea beasts. The two sides collided with each other. All kinds of sword chi, blade radiance, palm prints, and fist energy struck the waves. The waves exploded, and the sea beasts in the sea rushed out and fought with the human warriors. Blood splattered everywhere. As soon as they came into contact with each other, a large number of sea beasts were killed. At the same time, there were also human warriors who died miserably. The battle had been extremely fierce since the beginning. Among the human race, apart from the warriors below the martial arts Grandmaster realm, only the cold saber spirit warrior did not make a move. He stood in the void and looked around. As the strongest force of the human race, he had to control the overall situation in case of an unexpected situation. Lu Ming and Xianxia walked side by side and charged forward. Their area was the territory of the tiger sharks. Roar! The tiger shark's cry was similar to that of a fierce tiger. Its roar was like thunder, and its teeth were sharper than knives as it bit at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming waved his hand and the spear's gleam pierced through a tiger shark that was more than 30 meters long. Its blood dyed the sea red. This tiger shark was equivalent to a level 7 martial king. The devouring power burst out and devoured the tiger shark's blood essence. On the side, Xianxing's sky demon force field enveloped them and killed 5 or 6 tiger sharks. Lu Ming's body flashed and he devoured all the blood essence. Kill! The infinite dragon spear appeared in his hands and Lu Ming charged forward. Wherever the spear radiance passed, huge tiger sharks died in his hands. And NBSP, whoosh! A few scimitars tore through the air and headed for Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming swept his long spear and deflected the scimitars. Chapter 662. 662 Chapter 662 Leveling Up in the Battle. Human Die. A tiger shark that was at least 100 meters long charged at Lu Ming with its blood-red eyes wide open. It opened its mouth and 5 to 6 scimitars flew out of its mouth, slashing at Lu Ming. That scimitar was actually made from the teeth of a tiger shark and was even sharper than a 5th-grade spiritual weapon. Lu Ming could tell the strength of a peak-tier king-level tiger shark with one glance. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming's long spear swept out and sent 5 to 6 scimitars flying. A 3-colored spear's gleam burst out and shot directly into the tiger shark's head, leaving a hole in it. He killed a peak-tier king tiger shark with one move and devoured its essence blood. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to kill. Not only did he devour the blood essence of the tiger sharks he killed, but he also devoured the blood essence of the tiger sharks killed by others. His body flashed, and the blood essence of tiger sharks of all levels was constantly devoured by him. This is too good. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since he had participated in such a large-scale battle. For others, such a large-scale battle was hell, but for him it was a holy land for cultivation. He circulated the devouring power of the 9-dragon bloodline on his palm, constantly devouring the tiger shark's blood essence. Of course, if a martial artist died in battle, he would not let them go. He would devour all the blood essence. He divided a part of his mind to control the 9-dragon bloodline and refine the blood essence to improve his 2nd bloodline. Kill the one with the mask. A loud roar came from nearby, and 3 giant tiger sharks charged at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The seawater condensed into long spears and pierced toward Lu Ming. At the same time, there were also curved daggers that cut through the void. Lu Ming's aura surged and soared into the sky. He took a few steps and killed 3 peak-tier king-level tiger sharks. Not far away, Xianxia was even more shocked. The Sky Demon force field was an abnormal existence in a group battle. As long as the Sky Demon force field covered the tiger sharks, they would be divided into several pieces without them knowing. Under the Spirit Sea, Xianxia and Lu Ming were unrivaled. Buzz! A ray of Asilavir light shot toward Lu Ming at an unbelievable speed. It was also a tiger shark, but it was only 10 meters long. However, its entire body was Asilavir, and it was covered in a layer of Asilavir scales. Lu Ming subconsciously swept the long spear out. Bang! Lu Ming's long spear swept across the Asilavir tigershark's body. It was as if it had been hit by a towering mountain. Its body trembled and it could not help but take 3 steps back. However, the Asilavir tigershark was also sent flying by Lu Ming's whip. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's heart stirred. After the Asilavir tigershark flew out, it was completely fine. It roared and charged at Lu Ming again. Under the Asilavir tiger shark's control, the sea water turned into all kinds of weapons. Sharp swords, long spears. There were a total of more than 100 of them, shrouding Lu Ming. This one is a mutated tiger shark. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Some demonic beasts had the bloodlines of ancient godly beasts and ferocious beasts. They were extremely powerful and much stronger than demonic beasts of the same level. Clearly, this tiger shark was a descendant. Many demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines not only had immense physical strength, but also immense demonic power. At a certain level, they could also awaken combat skills hidden in their bloodlines and possess all kinds of divine abilities. Moreover, demonic beasts and martial artists were different. Demonic beasts would not comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth like martial artists, but demonic beasts were innately inclined to a certain attribute, and they were born with the ability to master a certain attribute. As their strength grew, they would become stronger and stronger. This was a talent that the human race could not compare to. Break! The spear swept out, and all the weapons made of seawater instantly collapsed. And NBSP, a 3-colored spear light burst out and struck the Asilavir tiger shark's head. Bang! The Asilavir tigershark was sent flying like a cannonball. Along the way, it killed a few powerful tigersharks and flew a few thousand meters before stopping. However, he wasn't dead yet. There was only a hole a few feet deep in his head. What a strong defense and such hard scales. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. The tiger shark's defense was amazing, as it was not penetrated by his spear radiance. Strong, this human's attack is too strong. Let's go! Lu Ming was shocked, but the Asilavir tigershark was simply terrified. As soon as it stabilized itself, it hurriedly flew into the distance. If you want to leave, then stay. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. His speed was unbelievably fast. He turned into a stream of light and caught up with the Asilavir tigershark in no time. You want to kill me? The demonic beasts were already very hostile. Seeing that it could not escape, the Asilavir tigershark's ferocity was aroused and it pounced at Lu Ming. Whoosh! What welcomed him was an extremely sharp spear. This time, it was not the spear radiance, but the tip of the corpse of the infinite dragon spear. Poochie! The infinite dragon spear pierced through the Asilavir tigershark's head. The Asilavir tigershark roared and stopped breathing. Poochie! Lu Ming pulled out his long spear and devoured the Asilavir tigershark's blood essence. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Boom! His body was covered in a blood-red light, emitting powerful fluctuations. His second bloodline was about to advance. Lu Ming tried his best to suppress the fluctuation of his second bloodline, trying not to attract attention. Lu Ming could feel that the strength of his second blood meridian was increasing rapidly. Boom! In the end, the second bloodline couldn't be suppressed anymore. It appeared above his head and 8 Esilavir rings dazzled, attracting many people's attention. Fortunately, when the second blood meridian appeared, it had already been successfully promoted. The crowd did not see the process of the promotion but only the results. They thought that Lu Ming had an 8th level king level blood meridian. Although an 8th level king bloodline was extremely shocking, no one paid any attention to it in this life and death battle. Lu Ming had never activated his blood meridian in the previous battle. Therefore, everyone thought that Lu Ming originally had an 8th level king level blood meridian. However, there was one exception, and that was Xianxia. Not far away, Xianxia pouted when he saw the 8 Esilavir chakras on Lu Ming's blood meridian. When this guy's second bloodline first awakened, he was only a 3rd level king. Now, he's become an 8th level king. His bloodline can actually level up. This guy is hiding a lot of things from me. Xianxia muttered softly. Kill this little girl. At this moment, 2 Esilavir tiger sharks charged at Xianxia. Sky Demon Force Field, Destruction Cut. Xianxia shouted as he fought with the 2 Esilavir tiger sharks. After a few breaths, Lu Ming kept his second bloodline and continued to kill. The great battle was still ongoing. The ocean was a sea of blood red, with floating corpses of humans and sea beasts. On Golden Sand Island, there were more than 500,000 warriors above the level of Martial Grandmaster, and more than 50,000 warriors above the level of Martial King. However, the number of sea beasts was even greater. They were densely packed and covered the sea area that was thousands of miles long. They launched their attacks fearlessly. In the sky, the battle between spiritual ocean tier warriors also entered a state of anxiety, and it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.